Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 111 to 130. The family went to the carpentry shop to retrieve all of Yu Heng's clothing and other items, especially the 170 copper coins. The money was all a symbol of the family's love and concern for Yu Heng, so they absolutely couldn't let shopkeeper Zhang get his paws on it. Although the now awake Yu Heng resolutely refused to go, the family still dragged him to Tongren Medicine Hall to have Dr. Sun check his condition. On the way to the doctors, Yu Xiaosao also made the little divine stone use its spiritual power to heal her older brother, who was lying down on the donkey cart. When Dr. Sun palpated Yu Heng's pulse again, he was astonished at the boy's recovery ability. Did everyone from the Yu family have bodies that were different from the rest of humanity? He had diagnosed 3 of the members, and all of them had originally had death sentences. However, all 3 managed to survive beyond the odds. For example, Yu Xiaosao had been diagnosed with a weak constitution since birth and had been bedridden but was now skipping and running around like a completely different person. Yu Hai, on the other hand, had his leg completely savaged by a vicious bear, but he had managed to recover completely, except for a little limp. Then there was Yu Heng, who had gotten his internal organs damaged. If it was another person, he or she would have spat up blood and died within hours. However, he only took half a day to come out of his coma and could even talk normally. All of these miraculous situations were only seen in the Yu family. Was this a coincidence, or did Yu family have a secret, holy method to heal their bodies? Luckily, Dr. Sun was an ethical man and squelched down his hesitation and curiosity. He didn't try to investigate further into the Yu family and instead buried these thoughts deep inside his heart. The Yu family had already experienced too much suffering, so they really didn't need another problem to arise. With Dr. Sun's permission and Yu Heng's persistence, the family rejected third young Master Zhou's well-intentioned offer to have Yu Heng recuperate in one of his other residences and instead brought him home in the donkey cart. They cushioned the donkey cart with a thick layer of bedding, and Yu Hai, who was driving the cart, tried to have the cart move slower and more smoothly. However, the mountainous roads here were still a bit bumpy, so Yu Heng had to suffer a bit while traveling. Luckily, Xiaosao was there to feed Yu Heng with some highly concentrated mystic stone water the whole way back, and also had the little divine stone protecting his injuries. Thus, Yu Heng managed to survive the journey home. Little Shido had asked for a day off because he was still worried about his older brother. He grumbled when he saw his brother suffering. The only thing not good about our donkey cart is that the wheels are made out of wood and have no shock absorption. If we could get a set of rubber wheels, that would be much better. Rubber wheels? Are you talking about the wheels with the black rubber on the outside and you can blow air into them? Yu Xiaosao would have never thought that this world would already have rubber tires available for carts. Little Shido nodded furiously and continued, in town, the horse carriage that the Zhou family's patriarch and matriarch use has rubber wheels. When it's pulled, the carriage doesn't bump or jump at all. I heard that rubber wheels were something that our current emperor, Zhongwen Emperor, had discovered when he was young. When Zhongwen Emperor was still the imperial grandson, he had built a shipyard, organized a fleet of ships, and sailed the distant seas to the southern regions. He had discovered rubber trees there and used them to manufacture rubber wheels. After experimenting for more than half a year, he was finally able to make a rubber wheel that had the right amount of flexibility to be shock absorbent. It was said that he created these rubber wheels to make it easier for him to go out and travel. Rubber possibly had other uses, but no one was currently using it for anything else of importance. Yu Xiaosao raised an eyebrow at this information. This fellow transmigrator was probably an engineer in his past life, as he had not only built ships but also invented rubber wheels. If Zhongwen Emperor hadn't transmigrated into the imperial family, then he likely would have become a person primed to become the Chancellor of the Ministry of Works. The sky had turned completely dark by the time they got back to Dongshan village, as they had to take multiple breaks on the road. In the distance, they could see a slim and stooped-over figure at the village entrance pacing anxiously to and fro. Only when they got closer were they finally able to recognize the person as Xiaoshao's grandfather, Old Yu. How's Xiaosha's condition and injuries? Why didn't you guys get back until now? Old Yu wasn't faking his concern over his grandson. When he heard the news, his first reaction was to ask for some money from his wife. As Yu Hai's father, he knew what kind of circumstances his son's family was under. His grandson's injuries were not light, so they likely needed a lot of money to heal him. But Madame Zhang was a pixie one. Any money that came into her purse was hers alone. Even if the heavenly emperor himself came over, he wouldn't be able to pry even half a copper coin from her paws. Old Yu naturally was unable to get any money, so he stayed at home, too ashamed to go into town, and waited in agony. When he saw Yu Hang's extreme pallor and closed eyes, old Yu staggered a bit as he thought his eldest grandson had encountered a disaster. Although Dashan had changed his surname to Yu after Madame Zhang had married again, Haitzi still didn't have the Yu family's blood flowing through him. In actuality, Yu Hang was the true eldest grandson of the Yu family. After Yu Hang was born, despite Madame Zhang watching them like a hawk, old Yu was always able to come up with a method to add some extra food for his eldest grandson. Other than going out to sea or mending fishing nets, old Yu mostly played with his eldest grandson. As for the rest of his grandchildren, he didn't place as much importance on them as he did on Yu Hang. When he saw his grandson with tightly closed eyes and no movement, tears immediately came to old Yu's eyes. "Father, Xiaosha's okay now. Don't feel sad, okay?" Yu Hai gently tucked the blankets around his son as he comforted his father. Yu Xiaosao didn't have a lot of ill will towards this grandfather of hers, so she supported his arm and quietly said, "Grandfather, my older brother has truly encountered a calamitous event this time. There's not a single part of his body that's not injured. 3 of his ribs were broken and his internal organs were severely damaged. Even Dr. Sun at Tongren Medicine Hall couldn't do much for him. Fortunately, my older brother was lucky and was able to keep his life with great difficulty. Grandfather, at that time we weren't in horrible circumstances, so how could we send my brother to that carpentry shop to become an apprentice without even asking about the situation there?" When old Yu heard that, he blamed himself continuously. "I'm such a useless grandfather. At that time, I thought that having Xiaoshu learn a trade wasn't a bad thing and was convinced by Madame Zhang and Madame Li's persuasions, so I agreed. Who knew that the Zhangji carpentry shop was a den full of tigers and wolves? Ah, my poor eldest grandson almost." Yu Hai knew that his daughter was deliberately blackening the reputation of the old hag, Madame Zhang. However, when he saw how repentant and guilty his father looked, his heart immediately softened. Gossip travels quickly in the village, let's go home and then talk. Old Yu's hand trembled as he fished out a string of copper coins and shoved them into his son's hands. His voice was choked with emotion as he said, "I won't go with you guys back to the old residence to avoid that old woman from coming over and making a disturbance again. Father is useless and doesn't have much. Take this money and use it to buy some chicken eggs to nourish Xiaosha's body." Yu Hai was astonished when he found out his father had also saved up a secret purse. However, he knew that his father's money didn't come to him easily, so how could he take it? The father and son pushed the money back and forth for a bit, but, in the end, Yu Hai was no match for the old man's persistence and finally took the money that was a symbol of a grandfather's good intentions. A burst of sorrow bloomed within Yu Hai's heart as he watched his father, who had become older with every passing day, walk away. Yu Xiaosao was afraid that her father would become soft-hearted again and hurriedly pulled on his hand and said, "Father, when our situation at home is better, we should bring grandfather over and treat him well to show our filial piety. Let's remember grandfather's good intentions from today. Let's go home now. Older brother's body is weak and shouldn't be subject to the chilly air." When the old residence got fixed, they only fixed the major parts of the central building and the 2 side rooms next to it. Ordinarily, Yu Hai and his wife lived in the central building and the children lived in the rooms on the side. In order to make it easier to take care of their seriously injured son, Yu Hai lifted his son onto their own Kong bed to sleep on. When Yu Hang was placed on the Kong bed, he opened up his faintly bruised eyes and, in the weak light, could see that he was in a room that was much more spacious and bright than their old west room at the new residence. He revealed a smile that came from his heart and it brightened up his wasted and pallid face. He was finally home. In the future, he would never have to live feeling scared and on the edge again, afraid that at any time someone would hit him. He looked at the concerned expressions on his parents' and siblings' faces and slipped quickly into sleep again. In the midst of his heart, 4 words appeared before him, "Returning home feels good. Let's allow older brother to sleep for a bit. I'm going to simmer some congee." Older brother has become so thin that he doesn't even look human anymore. We need to let him carefully nourish his body for a bit. Yu Shaolin wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Her heart was filled with worry, and she wholeheartedly wished she could magically restore her brother's body back to a healthy weight. Yu Xiaosao urged her mother, whose face was even more pale than her older brother's face, to lay down and rest a bit. She went out of the room with Shaolian to make dinner together. Yu Hai was in the courtyard cleaning and preparing the pig head and offal they had bought earlier. Tonight, they still had to braise these cuts of meat for the next day. At the evening meal, the pig head and intestines were already stewing on the stove as the whole family surrounded the Kong bed. Madame Lu carefully and gently fed her eldest son some congee. When she saw her son eating the food eagerly, tears began to brim again in her eyes. "Mother, I'm okay now. Please don't worry anymore." Yu Heng sensibly lifted up his weak arms and helped Madame Lu to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yu Xiaosao also comforted their mother. "Mother, they always say that, after escaping a calamity, fortune will abound. Older brother will definitely have a bright and good future now. Stop crying. If you continue to cry, then our whole Kong bed will soon be underwater." Madame Lu didn't know whether she should laugh or cry as she gently slapped her daughter's arm and said, "You always say the darndest things. Cower is right though. Good days are just ahead of us. In the future, we should never divide our family apart again. Mother, judging from what you just said, in the future, Shaolian and I will have to find husbands who will live us." Yu Xiaosao wanted to lighten up the atmosphere for her family, so she tried hard to amuse everyone. Shaolian, who had already turned 9, blushed fiercely after hearing her sister's words. She spat at her and then quickly cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, and fled into the kitchen to hide. Madame Lu pinched her daughter, who had slowly been filling out, on the cheek and rebuked her. "You're a girl, so you should be more gentle and refined. Why are you saying things like having a husband live with us? If word of this came out, then will you two have any reputations left here? In the future, will there be a mother-in-law who would want you too?" No matter what the time period, everyone discriminated against the men who lived with their wives' families. Who would be happy to have a perfectly good son marry a woman and live with her family as if he was a layabout? Xiaosao finally remembered that she was living in a time period where girls couldn't just say whatever they wanted, especially when it came in regards to marriage. The people here were much more conservative than those living in modern times. Yu Hai helped his son wipe his face and wash his hands and feet. He gently smiled and placated Madame Lu. "Cower is still young and spent 7 to 8 years of her life lying on the bed indoors. What does she know right now? In the future, you just need to teach her a little more. Don't yell at the child anymore." Xiaosao quickly placed an innocent look at her face, as if she didn't know what she had said wrong. She also pouted slightly as if she was feeling wronged. The rest of the night passed quickly. The next morning, Shaolian brought little Shido along on the donkey cart to sell braised food at the docks. After eating breakfast and chatting a bit with her older brother, she spoke to her parents. "I heard Dr. Sun say that eating snakehead fish can nourish the body, enrich the blood, dispel blood stasis, and improve the healing of the body. I also heard Brother Han say that there is apparently some snakehead fish living in the river just south of the mountain. I want to go over there and see if it's true. I'll go with you." To get to the southern part of the mountain required traversing through some mountain thickets and climbing a mountain. In the middle, there was even a mass grave to go around. Yu Hai naturally didn't feel that it was safe for his beloved young daughter to go by herself. He put down the fish bait and net from his hands and decided not to catch fish in the pond behind their house anymore. When Madame Lu heard they were going to the south side of the mountain, she immediately became worried. "Stop right there. In the future, none of you are allowed to go into the mountains." Ever since Yu Hai had his accident, Madame Lu had no longer regarded the mountain as an area people should go to. In the past, she had also heard the stories about vicious and ferocious creatures living deep in the mountains. However, after living with the Yu family for more than 10 years, Yu Hai had never encountered any of the vicious beasts. When he was in the mountain, in fact, he rarely even saw a wild boar, let alone tigers, wolves or other dangerous animals. But after Yu Hai was ravaged by the bear, Madame Lu felt that the mountain and its thickets were truly a dangerous area. She had almost lost her husband once, so it was natural that she had lingering fears, right? Thus, whenever someone said they wanted to go in the mountain, she had to voice her fear and disapproval. When Xiao Xiao saw that her mother's expression had changed significantly, she quickly tried to placate her. Mother, I'm not going into the mountain. I'm just going on the trail at the foot of the mountain to get to the south side. Although it's a longer detour, it's not going to be dangerous. You're really not going into the mountain. After seeing Xiao Xiao nod her head furiously, Madame Lu finally let out a sigh and said, as long as you're not going into the mountain, it's fine. Yesterday we caught a lot of fish in the net, so we have more than enough to make pickled fish this afternoon. Just let your father accompany you and make sure to bring more dry rations along. If you're going around the foot of the mountains, I'm afraid you won't get back before it's dark. Yu Heng, who was lying on the bed recuperating, overheard their conversation. He struggled to sit up, but a sharp twinge shot through his chest and he grimaced in pain. When Xiao Xiao saw this, she hastily ran over to support him up. After propping him up using bedding behind his back to allow him to recline slightly, she said, older brother, stop moving around. If there's anything you need, call mother and she can help you. The most important thing for you to do right now is to let your body heal. Stop thinking about random stuff. Younger sister, Dr. Sun told me that I'm recovering quickly. There's really no difference if I get to eat snakehead fish or not. We're too far from the southern part of the mountain, so don't bother going there. Don't we already have fish at home? Just use what we have to make a stew and it'll still be very good. Yu Heng didn't want his family members to run ragged for his sake, so he did his best to persuade them from going. Older brother, stop being such a worrywart. Here, drink some water and take a nap. Sleeping helps the body rest and recover a lot. Whenever Yu Xiaoxiao made up her mind to do anything, she could not be persuaded otherwise. There was no way that Yu Heng's attempt would sway her mind at all. She poured him a large cup of highly concentrated mystic stone essence-infused water and fed it to him. The little divine stone had told her that a person wouldn't get into trouble if they drank too much mystic stone water. The only side effect was that it would make them sleep for a bit. See here, she even used its side effects as a makeshift sleeping pill. When the little divine stone found out they were going to the southern side of the mountain, it immediately became excited. It had already finished exploring the West Mountain and it hadn't had a chance to explore any farther areas. With a whoosh, it leapt onto Xiao Xiao's shoulders and enthusiastically rubbed its golden head against Xiao Xiao's cheek. Bring me along, I want to go there and play too. Yu Heng was perplexed at the sight of the tiny, golden kitten. Although its size made it seem like it had just recently been born, its agile and strong movements implied otherwise. It's quite rare to see a kitten that's so pretty. Where did you get it from? Your younger sister found it in the thickets behind us. It's quite clever, so we decided to raise and have it keep Tiny company. Madame Lu was cleaning up the room as she watched Xiao Xiao and her husband's antics with amusement. Yu Xiaoxiao was in the middle of trying to convince her father to let her go to the southern side of the mountain on her own. There was a common saying, full recovery from a serious injury takes 100 days. Even though the little divine stone strengthened and healed her father's leg every day, he had still suffered from a violent injury. To get to the south side of the mountain, they needed to walk a very long distance. She really wasn't sure if her father could do it right now. But how could Yu Hai, who loved his daughter to death, feel okay in letting his daughter, who was only 8 to 9 years old, go by herself? Just as the two of them were mutually stuck in a deadlock, someone knocked on their main gate. Zhao Han stepped in with a hunting knife in one hand and his hunting bow and arrows slung over his back. Good morning, Uncle Yu. Xiao Xiao, you didn't go to the docks today to sell braised food, eh? When Yu Xiaoxiao saw the impressive-looking and decked-out Zhao Han, her eyes lit up. She ran over to pull at his hand and spoke to her father. Father, didn't you say you don't feel comfortable letting me go by myself? Then let Brother Han go with me then. Dr. Sun had said that you need to let your leg heal for a little longer. Ah. Zhao Han grinned when he heard Xiao Xiao explain what was going on. What a coincidence. The prefectural magistrate's son is getting married, and he wanted to reserve a pair of wild geese. At the southern side of the mountain is a pond filled with reeds. There should be some wild geese migrating from the north resting there. Since Xiao Xiao also needs to go to the southern side of the mountain, it works perfectly since it's on the way. Uncle Yu, I'll accompany Xiao Xiao, so don't worry. With the Zhao Han's help, Xiao Xiao was finally able to convince her father to stay at home after another bout of wheedling. Before they left, Yu Hai warned them continuously to be cautious. In the end, Madame Lu had to intervene. Husband, if Xiao Xiao doesn't leave now because of you, she won't be able to come home today. Only then did Yu Hai reluctantly let his daughter leave. After she had traveled out of sight from her father, Xiao Xiao let out a long sigh. When she saw the amusement glimmering in Zhao Han's eyes, she said with a bit of embarrassment, having an overprotective father is sometimes quite inconvenient. Zhao Han chuckled, Uncle Yu is just concerned about you. I never would have expected that a big, hulking man like Uncle Yu would be so attentive and worried about his children. Yu Xiaoxiao merely shrugged and didn't say anything more. She followed Zhao Han from behind as they traveled. They arrived at the foot of the West Mountain and there were a bunch of burial mounds messily interspersed in the area. Weeds grew in abundance and grave markers dotted the entire landscape. From time to time, the sounds of feral dogs yelping and crying could be heard. Yu Xiaoxiao shortened her stride and didn't dare to glance sideways. She was afraid she might see something inauspicious. Zhao Han had looked back at her without paying much attention to his surroundings and noticed the tight expression on her face. He frowned, thinking that there might be something incredibly dangerous around them, and then realized that Xiaoxiao was only an 8 to 9-year-old little girl. Normally, her actions and words were too similar to an adult's, so it was very easy for other people to forget her actual age. Zhao Han slowed down a few steps to allow Xiaoxiao to catch up until they were walking side by side. The top of Xiaoxiao's head didn't even reach his armpits, which once again served as a reminder to him that the little girl next to him was young and inexperienced. Don't be scared. Although the area we're walking through is somewhat isolated and desolate, there won't be anything like an undead monster appearing in the wilderness, if that's what you're worried about. If you're scared, you can hold on to the corner of my jacket. Zhao Han had been taught from childhood that a distance between sexes should be kept at age 7 and older, so he didn't feel comfortable holding Xiaoxiao's hand. Thus, he could only suggest this solution. Xiaoxiao inwardly rolled her eyes, hold on to the corner of your jacket. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Let me set things straight. Inside, I'm almost 30 years old, an adult. Do you really think I'm worse than you, a 12 to 13-year-old preteen? In order to prove that she wasn't afraid, she deliberately lengthened her strides and took large steps. Zhao Han absent-mindedly kept up with her and stayed alert to their surroundings in order to keep the tiny girl next to him shielded underneath his wings. Luckily, the messy graveyard didn't take up a large area, so the two of them managed to quickly go past it and get to the foot of the mountains. How about we walk on the large road at the foot of the mountains? If they traversed across this mountain range, which wasn't considered very tall, they would be able to get to their destination very quickly. On the other hand, if they traveled on the road winding around the foot of the mountain ranges, it would take them at least twice as long. Had Zhao Han been traveling on his own, he definitely would have picked going over the mountain range. However, when he thought about Xiaoxiao's age and body constitution, he hesitated. Yu Xiaoxiao had long thrown her mother's warnings out of her head. She raised her head to look at the mountain range in front of her and thought it wasn't very high. In addition, she could clearly see the mountain trail squiggling through the peaks, which showed that this road was often used by people. She raised her voice and announced grandly, "Let's go. Up the mountains." After she said that, she took the lead and dived into the forest thicket. Zhao Han helplessly followed behind her as he tightly held onto the hunting knife in his hand. Yu Xiaoxiao walked as she carefully observed the environment on both sides of the trail. From time to time, she would scuttle into the underbrush and use the rope she brought to set some traps in areas where small animals liked to run. Zhao suddenly interjected after seeing the rope traps in Xiaoxiao's hands, "Every time I set traps with you, the odds of success increase by a lot. Why is this so?" In the past, when he set traps on his own, he would consider it to be a good day when 3 out of the 10 traps caught prey. However, whenever he set traps with Xiaoxiao, the odds would increase to around 5 to 6 successes per trap. Sometimes, it was even higher. It really made him feel puzzled. Xiao Xiao's hands paused for a brief moment before she regained her composure. After all, she had lived for almost 30 years in her past life and knew how to bluff convincingly. She glanced at Zhao Han as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened, and cheerfully said, "Well, that's obvious, it's because my moral character is good." Ah. Did having a good moral character really have anything to do with setting traps? Zhao Han started to think that the question he asked was a bit childish. Maybe it was really all just a coincidence. After she used up all of the rope traps she brought from home, the road they walked on gradually became more precipitous. In some areas, she even had to use both her hands and feet to climb over. Zhao Han was in the front opening the way. From time to time, he would hold his scabbard and let Xiao Xiao drag on it as she climbed. This way she could save some energy. The little divine stone had transformed into its golden kitten from and took the lead, running ahead. Occasionally, it would dart into some dense undergrowth or climb onto some branches to swing on or even leap over a boulder. Suddenly, it acted as if someone had pressed down on it to keep it still. Its bright eyes stared at a nearby cliff and its nose lightly twitched. Unaware, its tail started to swish back and forth. "What's wrong, little glutinous dumpling? Did you find something?" Xiao Xiao had spent more than a half year in constant contact with the little divine stone, and, while she didn't know its every movement like the back of her own hand, she at least had an inkling on how to interpret its body language. After noticing the look of concentration on its face, she knew that there was something to be found. Spiritual energy, really dense spiritual energy. Something is giving off a stronger spiritual energy than the Lingzi mushroom or ginseng at Tongren Medicine Hall. There must be a true treasure in front of us. The golden kitten's ears quivered, and it scrambled toward the area with the cliff. "Little glutinous dumpling, wait for me." Xiao Xiao had a decent amount of confidence in the little divine stone's sensing abilities. Something that could make it this excited and run so quickly was definitely out of the ordinary. Xiao Xiao pushed aside the weeds that had reached half a person's height and struggled to follow from behind. "Be careful." Zhao Han swiftly threw out his hand and grabbed Xiao Xiao's arm just in time to save her from falling into a deep ditch that was hidden in the underbrush. He dragged her back up and said, "Make sure to look where you're going. Be careful not to fall down." "Thank you, Brother Han. Little glutinous dumpling ran over there and I need to find it and bring it back." After receiving a fright, she took Zhao Han's help to surmount that deep ditch and cautiously traversed through the thick weeds. Zhao Han was in the front, opening up a path. He kept finding ditches left and right, and made sure to warn her. At last, he finally said out of worry, "How about you wait here and I go catch the cat for you? Is that okay?" Xiao Xiao slightly frowned and inwardly thought, "Do you think the little divine stone is a real cat that you can catch just because you want to?" "Ah. Little glutinous dumpling is afraid of strangers, so I'm afraid if it sees you, it'll run away even farther. I can see up ahead that little glutinous dumpling has stopped, so let me look instead." In front of the cliff, she could see the golden kitten glittering in the sunlight under a bit of lush green undergrowth. From afar, the scene resembled a golden diamond surrounded by precious jade. It took a bit of time for the two people to pass through the thick weeds. When they got to the side of the cliff, they noticed that the little kitten was using its claws to dig at some type of vegetation buried in the ground. It kind of looked like a bustling little groundhog. Zhao Han watched as the little golden kitten dug at the plant furiously. The top of plant grew a large set of compound leaves and around it were smaller leaves that were all oval-shaped. He thought it seemed somewhat familiar and hesitated before he said, "Xiao Xiao, is your cat a spiritual creature? Looks like it somehow recognizes ginseng." "Ginseng? Are you saying that little glutinous dumpling is digging up ginseng?" Judging from the little divine stone's obvious excitement, Xiao Xiao had a premonition that this stalk of ginseng was definitely out of the ordinary. It was probably older than 100 years. 100-year-old ginseng. They hit the jackpot. Xiao Xiao scuttled a few steps closer and took out a small trowel from the basket on her back. She carefully helped the little golden kitten to excavate the ginseng. Before long, a stalk of ginseng that was shaped like a human and was about 30 to 40 centimeters long came out of the ground. Zhao Han's voice wavered in emotion. "This ginseng must be at least 100 years old. Legend says that after cultivating for 100 years, a ginseng starts to have a human shape. 500 years, It'll have a face, and if it goes past 1,000 years, it'll become sentient. This ginseng is already human-shaped and we can faintly see that it has a face. Xiaoxiao, this ginseng you dug up can be rated as the king of ginseng. The little golden kitten flung the dirt off its claws and then hopped into Xiaoxiao's hands. It wrapped its paws around the ginseng and had a look of infatuation on its face, such a dense concentration of spiritual energy. Ah! Let me absorb as much as I can. Be careful. Zhao Han quickly plucked the kitten out and into his own hands. He didn't let the cat go no matter how hard it struggled. This is a priceless treasure, don't let your cat damage it. Xiaoxiao grinned in amusement when she saw the little divine stone, who had been caught by Zhao Han, baring its fangs at the youth in an attempt to threaten him. She gave it a placating look and spoke to it through her mind. Don't be impatient. Ah, the ginseng won't run away. When we get home we'll discuss it. This stinky human, if I didn't take into account that he has helped you before, I would have torn him to pieces by now. The little divine stone bared its fangs and claws, but in the eyes of outside observers, it just looked like false front. Zhao Han felt that the little animal was quite adorable and used his hand to rub its furry head. Due to a moment of carelessness, the little kitten, whose fur was being messed up, scratched him and left 2 lines of red on his hand. Little glutinous dumpling, you're not allowed to scratch people. Xiaoxiao rushed over and rescued the little golden cat from Zhao Han's hands. After getting its independence back, the little divine stone agilely flipped over and jumped onto Xiaoxiao's shoulder. All of its fur was raised up as it angrily howled a couple of times at Zhao Han. To Zhao Han's ears, its snarls sounded only like a tiny kitten, barely weaned from its mother's milk, throwing a spoiled temper tantrum. Xiaoxiao used some long grass to wrap the ginseng and secretly added a few drops of mystic stone water to help it stay fresh. This was a treasure and was worth a lot of money. She needed to keep it carefully preserved. Distances could be hard to judge. When she was looking at the mountain from afar, it didn't seem very tall. However, as she was climbing it, it was a different story. Luckily, Xiaoxiao had over half a year's worth of nourishment with the mystic stone water, so her body was much stronger than before. In addition, she also had Zhao Han helping her from time to time, so the two of them were able to easily cross through the mountain in a short amount of time. Wow, is this the pond full of reeds that you were talking about? Xiaoxiao was mesmerized by the beautiful scene in front of her. The tall and lofty mountain had hid a tranquil, dark green lake that delighted the eye. Reeds grew on the shoreline and surrounded the lake completely. Sunlight scattered through the reeds and reflected off the water that was so still that the reflection of the plants seemed to be a perfect inverted image. Clouds of water vapor rose from the surface of the lake and embraced the whole area in a misty wonder. Not far from the water was a tree that she couldn't identify. The branches of tree stretched out widely, and its trunk was tall and straight. The thick, misty fog that enveloped the area created a feeling that they were in a heavenly paradise. In winter, the reeds lay dormant. The feathery tips of the plants gently swayed in the wind, which looked like the plumage of a red-crowned crane dancing in midair. Towards the bottom of the reeds, a few tender, verdant shoots peeked out of the earth and vigorously reached up towards the sky. Multitudes of unnamed birds were in the surrounding area. They sang, jumped around on branches, played, and occasionally tilted their heads to size up these 2 unexpected guests. Zhao Han advanced a step and stayed alongside Xiaoxiao. He gazed into the distance, taking in the tranquil serenity of this utopian land, and said, "Indeed. This field of reeds is bracketed by mountains on 3 sides, and they shield this area from the biting cold northern winds. Even in the wintry and freezing 12th month, this area is still as warm as spring. Many of the migratory birds who return earlier will spend some time in this place in early spring to rest. Look, there's some wild ducks. We should search this area and see if we can find any wild duck eggs." Xiaoxiao became instantly excited and dove into the reeds. Zhao Han looked in the direction that Xiaoxiao was pointing and frowned deeply. He quickly caught up to Xiaoxiao in about 3 steps and looked left and right to protect her. He stifled a laugh and said, "Xiaoxiao, do you know what wild geese look like?" "Wild geese? Of course I've seen them, but I've only seen them when they're flying in the sky. They're up so high, so I can't really tell what exactly they look like. Brother Han, do you know how to identify wild geese? If you don't, how are we supposed to catch some?" "Ah. Yu Xiaoxiao chattered on as she swept her gaze through the underbrush. Giggles escaped from Zhao Han as Xiaoxiao looked at him oddly. He pointed towards the wild ducks that she had identified earlier and grinned widely. Those are wild geese. Wild ducks look very similar to domestic ducks. Male ducks have green plumage on their heads, which is why they're called mallard ducks. Wild geese, on the other hand, have brown outer feathers, white bellies, flat mouths, short legs, and webbed feet. Usually a flock will live near the water. When they fly, they like to arrange themselves into. Yu Xiaoxiao peeked in between the reeds and carefully observed the wild geese. She pouted. Ah, what? I think they look quite like ducks. Ah. All right, since you say they're wild geese, then they're wild geese. If we catch the wrong animal, and the prefectural magistrate's son beats you out of fury, then don't blame me. When Zhao Han heard her prattling on and on, he laughed and shook his head. He retrieved his unique long bow from his back and placed an arrow on the string. He then took aim at the closest wild goose. Wait just a moment, wait. Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly used her hand to push down his bow and frowned. For his wedding feast, didn't the prefectural magistrate's son want the wild goose to be alive? What if you're not careful and kill it with your arrow? Wouldn't that ruin all of your hard work? Wild geese are very cautious, and most people are unable to approach them closely. They also spend a lot of time on the water, so if I don't use a bow and arrow, how else am I supposed to catch them? I'm a good archer, so as long as I hit the goose's wings, it won't be able to fly off. Zhao Han confidently raised his bow and arrow again. Yu Xiaoxiao still disagreed with his idea. An injured wild goose won't look good either at the banquet. Give me a second to think of an idea. Wild geese lived together in a large flock and were very wary, so they were quite hard to catch. Thus, most people used a swan to substitute for the goose during their wedding rites. The prefectural magistrate's son's fiancée was the youngest daughter of the mayor of the capital. Because her father had an important and high position in the capital, the prefectural magistrate naturally wanted to make sure the wedding rites went off perfectly in order to prevent the in-laws from looking down on them. Thus, even though the date of the wedding was more than half a year away, they had started looking all over the place for some live geese. However, it was the beginning of spring right now, and most of the migrating geese flocks hadn't flown back north yet. If this bed of reeds didn't have a heavenly terrain, it'd be hard to find some geese feathers, let alone some live geese. Yu Xiaoxiao thought deeply for a short period of time and then suddenly clapped her hands together. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it'll work or not. What's your idea? Let me hear about it. Zhao Han was in the middle of pondering whether he could go into the water and get close to the flock of geese when he absent-mindedly replied. Yu Xiaoxiao said, we can bend my sewing needle into a large fish hook and then place some food that the wild geese like to eat on it. When the goose eats the bait, then we can pull the string and reel the goose on. As long as the fish hook is able to grab onto the goose's neck, it won't be able to run away. Zhao Han thought for a bit and then decided there weren't any other options for them, so he might as well give it a try. Xiaoxiao heated up her sewing needle until it turned red and used an iron tool to strike it until it formed a hook shape. While she was doing that, Zhao Han was busy catching some fish and shrimp that the geese liked to eat. When he was done, he gave the bait to Xiaoxiao. After finishing her simple fish hook, Yu Xiaoxiao secretly sprinkled some mystic stone water onto the bait and then had Zhao Han fling the hook with bait towards the flock of wild geese. The bait landed about 3 to 4 meters from the edge of the group of geese. The wild goose in charge of keeping watch squawked a few times. The flock immediately scattered in all directions and some of them even flew into the sky. Zhao Han beat his hand out of a bit of annoyance as he thought they had failed on the first try. Just as he was about to pull the hook in, Xiaoxiao stopped him. Wait a little bit. Catching wild geese is the same as catching fish. There's only one true method, and that's you need to wait. Let's wait and see. When he saw how confident Xiaoxiao was, Zhao Han tampered down his temper and crouched down into the reed bed. He attentively observed the movements of the geese flock. When the group of geese that scattered realized that there wasn't any danger, they quickly returned. The bait had a large concentration of spiritual energy, and it quickly attracted the attention of a few of the animals that were closer. A large and powerful male goose fanned its wings as it swiftly came towards the bait. It swooped down its neck and snatched the hook in its beak as it proudly looked back at the rest of its competitors. When some of the wild geese saw that the food had already been taken, they decided not to fight for it. Others, on the other hand, were not to be outdone and flung themselves at the winner, stretching out their necks in an attempt to steal the food from the winner's mouth. The victor nimbly dodged the loser's attacks and swiftly swam away. It gently dropped the hook with the food on it next to its female companion and used its neck to gently rub the female's body. The male goose also didn't forget to look back warningly at the other geese that were coming over. The female goose showed her gratitude to her mate before she gracefully dipped her head and swallowed the hook that smelled so tantalizing. I almost can't bear to catch them. She had heard that wild geese lived together only in pairs, which was why flocks only had even numbers of geese, and that when one of the partners died, its companion would have a great desire to commit suicide. Seeing the scene in front of her, compassion rose inside Xiao Xiao's heart. Zhao Han also felt touched at the scene and softly said, "Don't worry, after the banquet, these geese will be let go alive." After he finished talking, he silently reeled in the fishing line. The female goose, who had swallowed the bait, was gradually being pulled over. Her companion also followed behind her and acted like a faithful knight to his princess. "Let me pull the fishing line, and you can hold on to the fishing net I brought along. When the male goose gets closer, use the net to catch him." Yu Xiaoxiao explained as she secretly placed another bit of bait that had been doctored with the mystic stone water in the nearby water around them. The male goose apparently could sense the spiritual energy that the bait was emitting and swiftly swam closer to them. In a flash, it had entered Zhao Han's hunting radius. With Zhao Han's excellent hunting skills, the male goose naturally would have a hard time escaping. Furthermore, with the female goose also struggling, the two of them were caught like turtles in a jar. Yu Xiaoxiao braved the risk of being pecked by the goose and carefully retrieved the fish hook from the female goose's mouth. She was afraid the goose had injured its throat, so she stealthily fed it a few mouthfuls of mystic stone water. Zhao Han thought the whole situation was very weird. Originally, the female goose had been struggling mightily, but when it came into Xiaoxiao's hands it was more docile than a domesticated duck. It lay motionless in the little girl's hands. As for the male goose in his hands, it was still fighting violently, and his hands had already been pecked furiously by the animal several times. It hurt quite a lot. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't just stand by idly and watch the youth suffer. She lifted the female goose in her hands and walked over. When the male goose saw that the female goose had been caught, it struggled even more mightily. With Zhao Han's bright eyes watching her, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't easily use her cheat item, mystic stone water, to fix the situation, so she had to use the bait that was previously soaked in the water instead. She fed the male goose with it, and only then did both geese settle down. They tied up the geese's feet and then placed the two animals into a basket that Zhao Han had carried over. After covering the basket with a lid, they had completed their mission of the day. As for catching a snakehead fish, it also took a bit of time, even though she had her special fish bait. There was no way around it. Xiaoxiao's unique fish bait was too popular with everyone. All of the fish fought to eat the bait, and they ended up catching 5 to 6 catties worth of carp. The smallest fish was about the size of the palm of one's hand, while the largest was around the size of a grass carp. Without much effort, Xiaoxiao's fish basket soon filled up very quickly. Luckily, by the time they almost ran out of bait, they managed to catch a big snakehead fish that weighed around 2 to 3 catties. As for the remaining fish bait, Xiaoxiao didn't plan on bringing it home and used the rest to catch more fish. In the end, she had caught too many fish and needed to have Zhao Han string them up on a rope and help her bring them home. This time, they not only caught 3 snakehead fish, but they also caught a lot of other fish that made the trip worth it. Xiaoxiao released the smaller fish back into the lake, but she naturally took the larger ones back home as her spoils from war. On the way home, Zhao Han carried the majority of their gains, and Yu Xiaoxiao only had to carry the couple of snakehead fish and the ginseng. Despite having a lighter load, Xiaoxiao ended up expending a lot of energy to just barely cross that mountain range that looked deceivingly easy. By the time they got to the area where they had set their traps, the cotton lining of Xiaoxiao's jacket was already soaked with her sweat. "Oh my gosh, I am exhausted." Xiaoxiao plopped heavily down on a rock at the side of the road and used the back of her hand to wipe the beads of sweat off her forehead. A trail of gray dirt was left on her face afterwards. Zhao Han looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, who looked like a cute, dirty little kitten, and grinned. "Sit down and rest here, I'm going to go to the traps and take a look." Despite carrying 2 fat and large geese in his bamboo basket and having both of his hands holding strings of fish, Zhao Han wasn't even winded after crossing over the mountain range. Xiao Cao watched him walk with pure envy. "Ah, he's definitely someone who practices martial arts. The difference between us is just too big." Zhao Han placed the bamboo basket and the strings of fish on the ground next to Xiao Cao and warned her repeatedly, "Be careful. Even though there shouldn't be any ferocious animals in this area, sometimes wild boars or dogs can appear. If anything happens, scream loudly for me. I have a very good moral character, so my luck shouldn't be that bad, right?" Xiao Cao carelessly replied as she stroked the male goose's sleek feathers on his back. Zhao Han was a little bit confused when he heard Xiao Cao's reply. What did a person's moral character have anything to do with coming across a wild boar or another animal? And what was this pointy thing that she mentioned? However, he didn't try to clarify. He was already used to Xiao Cao saying random things from time to time that didn't quite make sense. After making sure their surroundings were safe again, Zhao Han went into the shrubbery that was about half a man's height. He only came back, fully loaded with game, after all of the sweat on Xiao Cao had dried up. She had set a total of 10 traps earlier, and, to avoid rousing Zhao Han's suspicions, she only sprinkled mystic stone water around 5 to 6 of them. Naturally, all of the traps she used mystic stone water on had game. Because she only used smaller traps this time around, the animals she caught were all on the smaller side, like hares, pheasants, and badgers. One of the hares she caught was actually pregnant too. Springtime was the season for animals to mate and reproduce. Thus, experienced hunters usually didn't choose to hunt in this season. One of the reasons was that the animals raising their children were much more fierce and violent. The more important reason was that there was no reason to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs, that is, they needed to give the animals on the mountain time to multiply and thrive. What should we do with this wild hare? Let it go. Hunters who went out into the woods during the springtime usually would let the pregnant creatures go. Thus, when Zhao Han saw the pregnant female hare hopping and skipping around, he couldn't help but ask what Xiao Cao's plan was. Xiao Cao carefully picked up the obviously pregnant hare and used her right hand, which had the multicolored stone on it, to gently stroke the hare's soft and silky fur. Be careful. Wild hares can also bite people when they get scared. Zhao Han couldn't help but remind her. One time when he was picking up a pregnant hare, the creature fought him vigorously and bit him hard. The resulting wound wasn't serious, but it bled for a bit and hurt. Contrary to his expectations, the hare, which had been struggling frantically, calmed down and stayed in Xiao Cao's hands as if it was a kitten that had just eaten its fill. It stopped moving and even closed its eyes, as if it really enjoyed Xiao Cao's pets. "Xiao Cao, are you sure you're not the legendary forest spirit or something like that? How come all of the wild animals in these mountains seem to especially like you?" Zhao Han was astounded at the change in the hare and couldn't help but make a little joke. There was a reason why he mentioned this. Last year, she had caught a small roe deer in her trap. When the creature saw her, it treated her as if she was its mother, and followed her blindly home. Inside the secret valley, there were a bunch of tiny white fish that were very hard to catch, but Xiao Cao was able to catch a whole jar full of them without much effort. And then there was what happened today at the lake. When they were catching the geese, there were a lot of shrimp and tiny fish in the water, but the 2 birds seemed to have a special affinity for her bait. Xiao Cao definitely had a secret. However, Zhao Han didn't plan on asking her about it. Everyone more or less had their own little secrets. After all, wasn't his own family an example of that? He had already thought of Xiao Cao as a friend, as a younger sister no less, so he decided to honor her privacy. When Xiao Cao heard his joke, she deliberately opened her mouth wide and pretended to look scary. She sinisterly said, "Looks like you've seen through my disguise, youngster. Guess that means I can't leave you here in this world anymore. Zhao Han, you need to die. Idiot, stop being so boring." The little divine stone had been laying in the basket, and absorbing the spiritual energy from the mountain ginseng. It rolled its eyes at Xiao Cao's antics and changed its position. Then, it continued to hug the ginseng and cultivate. Zhao Han laughed in delight at Xiao Cao's joke, but then saw the little golden kitten moving around in the basket. He reminded Xiao Xiao out of worry. Xiao Xiao, that mountain ginseng is quite valuable. Be careful to not have your cat ruin it. Don't worry, little glutinous dumpling won't ruin it. That being said, without little glutinous dumpling, I wouldn't have been able to find this wild mountain ginseng. Since it likes the ginseng so much, then we should just let it hug it. Yu Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, wasn't a bit concerned at all. Zhao Han took out the 2 large geese from the basket on his back and placed the game they just caught and the fish into the basket. Luckily, he had brought a large enough basket for this trip. He held a wild goose in each hand and then glanced at the golden kitten that was dozing with its eyes closed. He smiled. Your kitten is truly a treasure. It could actually find a ginseng in all of those weeds. I've heard of hunters training dogs to catch prey, but I've never heard of training a kitten to find medicinal herbs. I only recently picked up this little kitten, and it usually gets to freely range at home. So I'm actually not very familiar with this cat. Perhaps this is just a coincidence. Have you ever heard of animals that can specifically find medicinal ingredients? Yu Xiao Xiao also placed her bamboo basket on her back. One of her hands still held the pregnant wild hare. She had already made a decision that she was going to bring this hare back home to be raised. It was said that hares and rabbits multiplied very quickly. In the future, even if she didn't go into the mountains, she could still have rabbit meat at home to eat. Zhao Han looked at her for a long moment and then faintly smiled. How come I have a feeling that every time I'm with you, coincidences seem to happen more often? Ha ha, that's because I have a good moral character. Ah. Yu Xiao Xiao acted as if she had accidentally avoided his gaze and pretended to be extremely happy as she skipped down the road back home. At home, they found out that little Shido had only went back to the town to return to school after confirming that his older brother was okay. Yu Hai had gone with his older daughter on the donkey cart to sell pickled fish at the docks. The only person in the courtyard was Madame Lu, who was darning clothes. When she saw her younger daughter push the gate open, Madame Lu looked up at the sky and the expression on her face immediately changed. This child, is really disobedient. Didn't you promise me before you left that you would go on the road that winds at the foot of the mountain, right? How could you be so reckless? What if something happened to you? Do you want your mother to live anymore? Auntie, please stop scolding Xiao Xiao. It was my idea to go into the mountains. I've walked on that trail for multiple times and I know there's nothing dangerous on there. Auntie, if you want to scold someone, scold me instead. Zhan Han had followed Xiao Xiao into the courtyard and had heard Madame Lu rebuking her, so he quickly pulled the responsibility onto himself. The tight expression on Madame Lu's face relaxed slightly, but she was still a bit discontented. Xiao Han, don't blame Auntie for making a big fuss about nothing. After what happened with your Uncle Yu last time, Auntie is truly afraid now. Zhao Han took the basket on his back that was filled with game, placed it on the ground, and replied in an understanding tone, Auntie, I know you're trying to do the best for Xiao Xiao. Don't worry, in the future, I won't bring Xiao Xiao into the mountains without your permission first. This is the game and fish that Xiao Xiao caught, please quickly put them away. Oh you silly child, why do you always treat yourself like an outsider? In the past, when your Uncle Yu and your father went into the mountains, they always split the game 50-50. We don't need to get bogged down with who owns what between our two families, okay? After receiving Zhao Han's promise that he wouldn't secretly bring Xiao Xiao into the mountains, a smile finally appeared on Madame Lu's face. She picked up 3 large fish, 2 pheasants, and a hare, and stuffed them into Zhao Han's basket, ignoring his protests. Mother, leave the wild hare for me. I want father to weave a basket cage and house this pregnant hare with that male hare together. Hares can give birth to a litter after about a month. In the future, we will always have rabbit meat to eat. Yu Xiao Xiao hastily took the male hare out of the basket and swapped it for the badger. After seeing the mother and daughter pair acting like this, Zhao Han knew that if he continued to refuse it would only make things more awkward. Instead, he smiled and said, okay. Then I'll just politely accept these. Xiao Xiao has a good hand at raising animals, so I'm going to leave these 2 geese at Auntie's house. The next time I go into the prefectural city, I will stop by and pick up the geese to bring to the prefectural magistrate's residence. Oh right, Xiao Xiao. Before Zhao Han exited through the gate, he suddenly asked, do you plan on keeping that ginseng for now or do you want to sell it? If you want to sell it now, you may not be able to get a good price in town. You should wait until I go into the prefectural city and I can help you inquire a bit. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that with the mystic stone water, she probably wouldn't need to use this old ginseng and said, then I'll have to humbly ask Brother Han to ask around then. You also know our family's current circumstances. If we sell off the ginseng, I think we should completely redo our house and then buy a few more plots of land. With my mother here, we probably can't go into the mountains to hunt anymore. We should just settle down and plant fields. Don't you make good money from selling your food? If you don't farm, do you really think you guys will starve? Zhao Han lightly joked. Oh, that's true. Yu Xiaoxiao lifted her head proudly. However, as a family of peasants, it's still better to have more plots of land at hand. The beautiful spring sun had already leapt out of the horizon at which the sky and the water was merged. Thousands of red clouds overflowed and blended with the morning mist rising slowly from the top of the mountains and turned into a multicolored halo. Today was a rare sunny day. The sun was warm and cozy, so it felt comfortable to be caressed by its big, warm hands. It had only been 5 days, but Yu Heng already felt that he was close to recovering from his injury. He only occasionally felt a sore pain around the chest area, where his ribs were broken. From the window, he saw his youngest sister's busy figure in the courtyard. He slowly sat up from the Kong bed and carefully supported himself against the wall. He put on his shoes and slowly walked out the door. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was in the vegetable garden in the yard, lifted the straw thatches that were used to keep the vegetables warm, and revealed the green, tender seedlings. About 70 or 80% of the land in the courtyard was used as a vegetable garden. Leafy greens with short growth periods were planted in the garden in the yard. In addition, the mystic stone water definitely had a role in accelerating the growth of the crops. Thus, in less than half a month, the greens, spinach, and leaf lettuce were all ready to be harvested. They appeared verdant and lush under the morning spring sun. Older brother, you haven't recovered from your injuries yet. Why did you come out? Yu Xiaoxiao was the first to notice the movement at the door of the main room. She hastily wiped her hands and ran over to help her older brother walk over the threshold. She found a place in the courtyard where the sun would shine on and brought over a recliner that her father had made in his spare time. After that, she laid a thick mattress on top before she allowed her older brother to lie down. Yu Heng watched as his youngest sister moved the chair and went into the room to find the mattress. She was bustling about like a happy little bee. He had an apologetic smile on his face as he said, "Little sister, you should go back to what you were doing. As your older brother, even though I can't help much, but I don't want to give you more trouble. Older brother, the most important thing for you to do right now is to recover from your injuries. Wouldn't you be able to help out when you're healed? Look, the vegetables in our garden are already ready to be sold. We also can't disregard our business at the docks. You must cooperate well with the recuperation process, so that you don't end up with a lingering illness." Yu Heng looked at the vibrant vegetables in the garden, and the distress in his heart seemed to be dispelled by the greenery. He sighed with a smile, "Youngest sister, this method is really good. At this time, other people have just planted their seeds, but we can already start selling our vegetables. If we take them to town, those noble masters and madams will love them so much." In this era, there wasn't any advanced techniques like greenhouse farming. The high officials and noble lords in the capital, who had some hot spring resorts, were able to eat some fresh vegetables in the winter. However, there weren't any geothermal resources around areas like Tanggu Town. Thus, it was very difficult for them to eat fresh vegetables during winter and early spring. Yu Xiaoxiao covered his leg with a quilt, and then began to harvest the vegetables. She carefully dug out the greens one by one. After that, she asked Madame Lu, who had just finished tidying the kitchen, to help wash them with clean water, shake them dry, and neatly stack them inside the bamboo basket. The droplets of water on the bok choy made it look so fresh and juicy that she couldn't help but swallow her saliva after gnawing on radishes and cabbages for the entire winter. "Mother, should we eat hot pot this evening?" She could buy a chunk of pork bone to make a thick soup, and also a few pieces of soft tofu. There were homegrown bean sprouts in the pot and several big fish in the water vat. They also had fresh and tender greens, Ayah, she couldn't think about it anymore, or she would start drooling. Hot pot. Madame Lu and her eldest son looked at each other and knew that the little lass had come up with a new dish. However, Madame Lu felt somewhat reluctant since their one-of-a-kind vegetables would certainly sell for a good price. Xiao Xiao was aware of her mother's thoughts and explained, "Mother, why do we work from dusk to dawn to make braised food and earn money? Aren't we doing this so that we can live a good life? If we make money but are unwilling to spend it on our own family, then isn't that the same as being a money grubber?" "This child, who are you calling a money grubber?" Madame Lu rebuked Xiao Xiao with a glare. But Madame Lu had a sudden realization after hearing her daughter's words. Her daughter was right. Weren't they earning money to ensure that their family could eat well and wear warm clothes and get out of the hard times? If they weren't even willing to let their own children eat their own homegrown vegetables, then what was the point of them working so hard to earn money? While the mother-daughter pair engaged in small talk, they were also busily working with their hands. After a while, they had filled several bamboo baskets with vegetables. At this time, Yu Hai came from the backyard with a basket full of fish. He laughed, "Though the pond behind our house isn't very big, there's quite a lot of fish in there. I've been fishing there for over half a month, but there's still a lot of fish." "Cower, what did you put in the baits?" All the big and small fish were crazily fighting for them. It was so gratifying to watch. "Quickly put the fish down. You go to town with Cower. How can she handle so much vegetables by herself?" Fortunately, Shaolian took the ox cart from the neighboring village to the docks this morning, otherwise it would be inconvenient for you two to go to town. Madame Lu said as she helped load a basket of vegetables onto the donkey cart. The donkey, named Little Gray, had recovered from its illness already. After being nourished by the mystic stone water, it looked sleek and lively. It was nearly impossible to tell that it was as thin as sticks and barely breathing just half a month ago. Everyone who had seen the Yu family's donkey all praised it for being very clever. It didn't need anyone to guide it and would obediently walk along the road by itself. When it encountered pits and holes, it even knew to avoid them. It seriously saved people so much energy and effort. People who were close to Yu Hai all knew that the donkey was half dead when they first bought it. They all praised Yu Hai for being an excellent animal breeder. To be able to raise a dying animal until it was plump and strong, wasn't that already the best proof? Later, because of this, there were people who would persistently request Yu Hai to treat their sick livestock. Fortunately, he had used Xiaoxiao as a secret weapon, so they were able to cure all of the sick animals. Such sorrow. Ever since Dr. Yu came back, there wasn't a single person who came to seek Xiaoxiao for medical treatment. Although Dr. Yu repeatedly claimed that his little disciple, Yu Xiaoxiao, had already surpassed her teacher, she was still too young after all. There was a saying, young people can't be trusted with important tasks. Thus, most people still believed that the white-bearded Dr. Yu seemed more reliable. After saving a few animals, Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly ended up becoming a vet. Moreover, her fame spread far and wide. Even her maternal grandmother on the other side of the mountains had heard about her reputation. Xiaoxiao seriously felt speechless at how things turned out. However, the reason she studied medicine was merely to hide her secret weapon, the mystic stone water. She didn't care whether other people believed her, as long as it could benefit her family. The sun is winking at me. The birds are singing for me. I'm a hard-working and non-clingy little demon. Don't ask where I came from. And don't ask where I'm going. I just want to pick the most beautiful flower and give it to my little princess. The king told me to patrol the mountains, so I wandered around in the mortal realm. Yu Hai enjoyed the first couple lines. My daughter's singing is pretty good. She must have gotten it from me. However, Yu Hai felt that something was off the more he listened to it. Why did his good daughter become a little demon? This child had become so daring that she wasn't even afraid of being taken away by a Taoist master. My daughter, what demon? Have you heard too many supernatural stories? Yu Hai couldn't help but interrupt Xiaoxiao when he heard her singing the line, catch a monk for dinner. The donkey cart had already reached the main road, and there were more and more people on the road. When facing the curious gaze beside her, Yu Xiaoxiao giggled and said, that's right, father. Grandpa Yu knows a lot of supernatural stories. A white-bearded grandfather, who was riding backwards on a donkey, chuckled and said, "The little girl has a crisp voice," which was very pleasant to hear. The content of the song is also very interesting. I didn't know little goblins can also be so cute. This white-bearded old man was white and plump. He had a healthy and hearty appearance. Even though he was dressed in coarse cloth, he was obviously someone who lived a respected and privileged life. There were also the filial sons and grandsons who were guiding the donkey for him and carried the bags. Their clothes couldn't even conceal the bulging muscles on their bodies. When coupled with their alert gazes, they were definitely some sort of guards. However, Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to be pure and innocent, and said with a smile, "Old grandpa, are you riding a donkey backwards to imitate Zhongguoluo too?" "Oh, little girl, you have also heard the story the 8 immortals crossed the sea 3. The white-bearded grandfather was obviously in a good mood. He laughed merrily and said, "Come and tell grandpa, who else do you know other than Zhongguoluo?" "I know a lot." Yu Xiaoxiao swung the willow twig, which already had some green buds on it, in her hand. She raised her little head up high in a proud manner and replied, "The stories of Lu Dongbin, Li Tianhui, He Xianggu, for I know all their stories." Yu Xiaoxiao remembered that the story of the 8 immortals originated from the Yuan dynasty's Zaju 5 called, "The 8 Immortals Cross the Sea." Thus, she wasn't afraid that this knowledge would expose her identity as a transmigrator. She continued to talk with the old man with a white beard. The old and young pair happily chatted the whole way to town, so they didn't feel that the trip to town was very far. When they arrived at the town gate, the childlike grandfather with a white beard bit on his little handkerchief and reluctantly said goodbye to Xiaoxiao, who he had become friends with despite their huge age gap. Yu Hai didn't say much. Throughout the journey, after they parted with the group of people who were disguised as fathers and sons, he finally said, "Daughter, that old man with a white beard probably has an extraordinary background. If you encounter him again in the future, remember to pay attention to your words and be careful to not get into trouble." Yu Xiaoxiao obediently complied, "Father, you can rest assured, I have a sense of propriety." Yu Hai recalled that throughout the journey, his daughter was indeed much more attentive of her speech. He also thought about how his youngest daughter was especially sensible and clever, so he finally relaxed his anxious heart. As they were speaking, they had reached the biggest and busiest food market in town. The father-daughter pair chose a vacant space with a good flow of people and unloaded the donkey cart. The donkey cart was led to a specific resting area for livestock. There were also people there to specially take care of the animals. If they brought their own fodder, then they only needed to pay 1 copper coin for the service fee. Xiaoxiao's family's donkey had already become picky eater after being fed by Xiaoxiao for so long. No matter how good the fodder was, it wouldn't even glance at it if it didn't have any mystic stone water in it. Xiaoxiao took the fodder she had prepared, which was definitely mixed with the important mystic stone water, from the cart. Little Gray's eyes lit up with a fervent glow. Instead of rushing to eat the fodder, it first rubbed its big head against Xiaoxiao's hand. It looked at her with a gentle and reliant gaze, and then ate with relish after hearing her order. There was a burgundy-colored horse tied not too far from Little Gray. At this time, it was no longer interested in the fine fodder beans within its own trough. It craned its neck and tried to eat the coarse hay in front of the little donkey. But its range of activity was restricted by the reins. The feelings of not being able to eat something that it wanted to eat made it feel very grumpy. It could help but kick backwards as it raised its head and neighed ceaselessly. As soon as its owner came out of pickled vegetables shop, he swiftly strode forward upon hearing the furious cry of his beloved horse. Seeing the scene, the handsome youth laughed and scolded, "Red Cloud, you're seriously acting so shamelessly. Why aren't you eating the fine fodder beans but coveting others' hay instead? You're really such a disgrace to be fighting for food with a little donkey." The burgundy horse seemed to have understood its owner's words and made several long augmentative sounds as it struggled hard to break free from its reins. The youth loosened the reins, and the little red horse immediately rushed towards the little donkey. It strongly pushed Little Gray aside and devoured the remaining fodder. It even neighed fiercely at Little Gray with dissatisfaction, as if it was blaming Little Gray for not leaving more hay for him. Little Gray had a mild temperament and didn't make a scene despite being robbed of its food. It only stared at the burgundy horse with its big, gentle eyes. The burgundy horse seemed somewhat embarrassed and stopped making a fuss. It turned around, with its butt facing Little Gray, and chewed the hay in its mouth several times as if it was savoring the delicious taste of the fodder. "This beast, you're seriously shameless. If you like hay, then I'll tell the horsekeeper to prepare some for you when we get home." The youth gently touched Little Gray's polished and smooth hair. He patted it and said, "Sorry about that, buddy. Old man, give my bag of fodder beans to the donkey owner as compensation later." The old man, who was in charge of taking care of the horses and livestock, also smiled merrily and promised. The youth led his beloved horse, who was still reluctant to leave, out of the food market, and rushed all the way to the capital. His mother was worried about his younger brother, who had gone on an ocean-going voyage recently. So, her appetite hadn't been very good. They had changed several cooks, but there still wasn't any improvement to her appetite. Madame Wu, whose husband served in Tanggu Town, told them that there were several types of tasty and refreshing pickled vegetables in Tanggu Town's food market. After his mother tried the tasty crispy pickled radish that Madame Wu sent over, she ate one more bowl of congee than before. After all, Madame Wu didn't bring a lot of pickled vegetables back to the capital. It was only enough for his mother to eat for 2 days. After finishing the pickled vegetables, his mother returned to the state of not having any appetite. As a dutiful son, he couldn't bear to see his mother get any thinner, so he took advantage of his break and rushed to Tanggu Town. After asking around, he finally found his mother's favorite crispy pickled radish. In order to ensure that this trip was not in vain, he even packed all the different kinds of pickled vegetables available in the shop. If his close friends found out that he, the dignified son of Prince Jing, had traveled busily between the capital and the small town of Tanggu within a day for the sake of a few crude pickled vegetables, they would definitely laugh their heads off. However, for the sake of his mother, he didn't mind letting them laugh a bit. Today, they had arrived just in time for the 5 major markets. Small businesses, vegetable vendors, peddlers, they were all gathered in this food market. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiao took out the fresh, green vegetables, they were surrounded by a group of people. "Hey, there are actually fresh greens for sale during this time of the year. Look at this bok choy, it's so tender that water could come out of it. It looks so appetizing. This big brother, how much is this bok choy?" The person who asked was a well-off matron, who wore a fine cotton jacket and silver hairpin in her hair. She looked as if she came from a family with good living conditions. On the way to town, the father-daughter pair had already decided on the price for the vegetables. Yu Hai chuckled and said, "The bok choy is 20 copper coins per caddy and the spinach cost 15 coins a caddy. It's 18 copper coins for the leaf lettuce, while the romaine lettuce cost 25 coins. Older sister, take a look. Which one do you want? Oh, your vegetables aren't cheap. It's almost as expensive as pork. The common folks won't be able to afford it." The matron's chubby face was crumpled up and she seemed very dissatisfied with the price. With a smile on her face, Yu Xiaoxiao sweetly replied, "Auntie, as the saying goes, the rarer something is, the greater its value. As you know, the heavy snowstorms this winter had been disastrous. There were also 2 more snowfalls in spring. What vegetables wouldn't freeze to death in that situation? So it's quite difficult for us to grow these vegetables." Although the onlookers were curious about how these fresh and juicy vegetables survived the early spring snowstorm, no one asked because they knew that only a fool would reveal their own secret money-making method. However, most of the people who came to the market were villagers from the surrounding villages. There were very few people who could afford vegetables that were about the same price as meat. The fat woman genuinely felt that the vegetables were expensive, but she still had the money to eat them once or twice. Moreover, her pregnant daughter-in-law would vomit whenever she ate and craved for some green vegetables. She also knew that none of the vegetable seeds had been planted yet at this time of the season, so there was no way she could find leafy greens. She had come out with the intention of trying out her luck to see if she might find them. If she couldn't find any, she was going to buy some garlic and grow garlic sprouts, which could also be considered a greenery. But she hadn't expected to be so lucky and find vegetables. Moreover, it seemed like they had all the different types of spring vegetables. Although it was expensive, for the sake of her unborn eldest grandson, she gritted her teeth. Buy. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the fat matron put on a proud smile and pointed at the bok choy, spinach, and romaine lettuce with her chubby finger. As if she was afraid that others couldn't hear her, she raised her voice and said, "Little girl, this, and this. Give me half a caddy of each. If it's good, Auntie will come back to buy some more tomorrow." Okay. Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly weighed the vegetables that the woman wanted. She lifted them up high as she handed them to her and said, "Auntie, it's a total of exactly 30 copper coins." 30 copper coins, ah, that's enough to buy a caddy of pork. In the previous years, that small portion of greens would be the same price as 1.5 caddies of pork. Who would be willing to eat that? That's right. I originally wanted to buy some for my family to taste, but I didn't expect it to be that expensive. Forget it, I'll just bear with it. We just need to wait 1 or 2 more months and there should be vegetables for sale at that time. They're selling them to the rich people. 30 copper coins is enough to buy around 10 caddies of coarse grain. It was really cold this winter, so the price for grain has skyrocketed. It was already very fortunate that we didn't die of starvation. We don't have the spare money to eat such expensive food. Ellipsis. There were a lot of onlookers, but very few bought anything. An hour had already passed, but Yu Hai and his daughter didn't get another customer besides the fat matron. Cower, did we set the price a little too high? It's also noon. If we can't sell them, the vegetables are about to wilt. At that time, it would be difficult to sell them for a good price. Yu Hai felt slightly worried as he looked at the vegetables in the basket. His youngest daughter had put in a lot of painstaking effort to grow these vegetables. She watered and weeded it every day by herself without needing other people's help. The temperature was low in early spring, so she covered the vegetable gardens with straw thatches in order to prevent them from dying from the cold. In the morning at dawn, she would lift the thatches up again. Every day, she wouldn't miss either of these 2 steps. In front of and behind the house, there would be vegetables planted in all the open spaces, which added up to about 4 or 5 new 1. Cower and the other children never said they were tired. They were so sensible that his heart ached for them. His youngest daughter, in particular, personally took care of making braised food and planting crops. This little girl, whose height only reached up to his waist, had even more things to worry about than him, her father. If he had worked harder as the head of the family, they wouldn't have to let a 9-year-old girl shoulder the burdens of the family at such a young age. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't know that her father had thought about so much within his heart in such a short time, but she still confidently said, "Don't worry, father. There's a lot of rich people in Tanggu town. At this time, people might not even be able to buy our vegetables even if they have money." Her eyes swept across the crowd and saw a middle-aged man, who looked like a steward. She shouted loudly, "Hey, uncle, do you want to buy some fresh vegetables? We're the only one who sells them in the whole market." This man with a goatee was the steward for the second richest household in town after the Zhou family, the Yao household. Old Master Yao's 60th birthday banquet was in 2 days, which happened to be at the time when the new crops weren't ripe yet. It was easy to prepare the meat dishes, but the vegetable dishes were a more tricky matter to handle. As a result of the blizzard this winter, Old Master Yao didn't plan a big banquet and only invited a few close friends and family, who were all wealthy and respectable people. Thus, they could just serve radishes and cabbages, which were simple and humble, to these honorable guests. The steward was so stressed out by the planning of the banquet dishes that several strands of his hair had turned white. When faced with the approaching date of the birthday banquet, he not only mobilized the servants under him, but he also personally went out to find a solution. He had browsed through most of the food market, but he still couldn't find a solution to the problem. The steward scratched his head in distress. As the saying goes, heaven never seals off all the exits. He hadn't expected that there would be a light at the end of the tunnel, and a heavenly voice sounded in his ears. The steward followed the voice and looked over to see baskets of verdant vegetables. They looked so fresh that he couldn't even take his eyes off of them. The steward's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. He was saved. He immediately rushed towards Yu Hai and his daughter's stall. Without asking for the price, he pointed at the bamboo basket and said eagerly, "I want all of these." "Oh, isn't this Miss Yu?" A familiar voice interrupted Steward Yao's words. Yu Xiaoxiao looked over and saw that it was the apprentice of head chef Wang of Junshou restaurant. He was the worker in charge of collecting and purchasing ingredients, Qian Xiaoduo. Miss Yu, it's been a long time since I have seen you deliver game to our restaurant. My teacher has been talking about you for days. Qian Xiaoduo was surprised to see the baskets of green vegetables. Even for a wealthy family like their bosses, it wasn't easy to be able to have several different vegetable dishes on the table during this season. They had to spend a large sum of money to build a greenhouse in order to grow the vegetables. How did the Yu family grow fresh vegetables at this time? There were some things going on at home. We might not be able to send game to your restaurant anymore in the future. But Uncle Zhao and Brother Han are both skilled hunters. They will surely send enough game to your restaurant. In the past month or so, numerous things had been happening one after another in their family. First, her father had gotten injured. Then, they separated from the main family and had to repair their new residence. After that, they worked on selling braised food at the docks. In addition, her older brother met with a mishap. After thinking about this, she realized that it really had been a long time since she visited Junsho restaurant. Miss Yu, you're selling vegetables. Every family had their own problems, so Qian Xiaoduo didn't ask about it anymore. He looked at the baskets of greens and said, seriously, what should I say about you? If you have such rare green vegetables, why didn't you send them to Junsho restaurant? Our restaurant will take all the vegetables you have. There's no need to set up a stall. Let's go, let's go. Take them all to our restaurant. Wait, seeing that Junsho restaurant staff wanted to take the basket, Steward Yao panicked and loudly shouted, you should follow the rule of first come, first served. I have already placed my order on these vegetables. Little girl, take this money. If it not enough, come find me. Steward Yao shoved a purse into Xiaoxiao's hands for fear that she wouldn't accept it. Xiaoxiao didn't know whether she should laugh or cry as she weighed the pouch with her hands. There were at least 20 or 30 taels inside. For example, the romaine lettuce, which was the most expensive, cost 25 copper coins per caddy. With 20 or 30 taels, he could buy over 1,000 caddies of lettuce. There were at most 400 to 500 caddies of vegetables within their baskets. So how would it cost that much money? For the sake of their restaurant, Qian Xiaoduo definitely couldn't give up on this opportunity. He didn't back down and said, Steward Yao, our Tanggu town has clear law and order and prohibits buying and selling by force. Miss Yu didn't say that she wanted to sell them to you, so it's useless even if you give her the money. Steward Yao was so angry that his beard was about to curl up. He pointed at Qian Xiaoduo and shouted, who's forcibly buying and selling things? The little girl is selling vegetables, while I want to buy vegetables. This is a fair deal. Even if we take it to the county magistrate, I will still be in the right. Don't think that just because you have the backing of Junsho restaurant and the Zhou family that you can turn white into black with a few words. You're willing to buy, but are they willing to sell? You're stuffing the money into their hands. If that's not buying by force, then what is it? The two of them continued to quarrel, and they each had their own reasons. From ancient times to present, there was never a lack of curious onlooker wherever there was a dispute. In a short moment, the four of them were surrounded by a tightly packed crowd of people. Yu Xiaoxiao and her father looked at each other helplessly. They couldn't let the two of them continue arguing as if they were in a cockfight. Xiaoxiao quickly went forward and pulled Qian Xiaoduo back a couple steps, and then said to Steward Yao, Steward Yao, right. Can your master finish all these vegetables in a day? If they can't finish it, then it won't be fresh anymore. Steward Yao was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. Little girl, I'll tell you honestly. Our old master's birthday banquet is tomorrow. Everything else is already prepared, but we just urgently need these greens for the banquet. How respectable would it be if they were able to bring out fresh vegetables for the banquet during this season? Steward Yao thought that if he could accomplish this task, his master certainly wouldn't treat him too badly. The head steward was already getting old and it was about time for him to retire. Maybe he could take this opportunity to make further progress towards a promotion. With that thought, Steward Yao's tone became even more urgent. Little girl, being sincere and honest is very important in business. Let's be honest, didn't I come first and said that I wanted to buy these vegetables? Qian Xiaoduo was also anxious. County Magistrate Wu's son personally reserved a table at Junsho restaurant and said that they were entertaining a distinguished guest from the capital. He asked the kitchen to be extremely alert and be sure to prepare an impressive meal for the guest. The manager said that, with County Magistrate Wu's background, the identity of the guest must be incredible to be addressed as a distinguished guest. Junsho Restaurant was famous for its oyster sauce dishes. But oyster sauce was usually used for vegetable dishes. Where would they find leafy greens at this time? He also came with the mentality of trying, but he didn't expect that he would actually find them. However, someone else already claimed the vegetables that he had been worried about before him. Fortunately, the vegetable vendor was an old acquaintance of Junsho Restaurant and had a good relationship with their young boss. Thus, he summoned his courage and brazenly fought over the greens with the other person. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze, he could only tell her the truth, "My little lady we also have an urgent need for them. The honored guest of County Magistrate Wu will be at the restaurant soon." As soon as Steward Yao heard that Junsho Restaurant was buying the vegetables to serve the honored guest of County Magistrate Wu, he was also at a loss of what to do. He could only look at Yu Xiaoxiao and her father in hope that they would make a fair judgment. Yu Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip and thought for a moment, and then said, "Steward Yao, your old master's birthday banquet is tomorrow, so let's do this. Let's give these vegetables to Junsho Restaurant first since they need them for the feast at noon. Steward Yao, leave us your address. We'll go back and pick up a batch of vegetables, and then send them to you. Is this all right?" Steward Yao understood the principle of, a commoner shouldn't fight with an official. He had already lost all hope when the staff of Junsho Restaurant revealed their use for the vegetables. However, when Yu Xiaoxiao said that her family still had vegetables at home, the spark of hope rekindled again. He thought about it and said, "Miss Yu, I won't bother you to deliver them to us. Why don't you just wait a moment and let me go get a horse carriage? I'll go back with you. Leave an address. If you don't deliver them to us, where would we go to find you guys?" Since there were still more of the vegetables, they could do a favor for Junsho Restaurant. "All right, Steward Yao. We'll wait for you at the back entrance of Junsho Restaurant." It was quite a far distance from Dongshan village to town, so of course Yu Xiaoxiao was happy that she didn't need to make an extra trip. Steward Yao nodded and quickly left. He had to act swiftly in case they got annoyed from waiting and leave first. If that happened, he wouldn't even have any more tears to cry. Seeing that he had gotten the greens, Qian Xiaoduo was in a very happy mood. At this time, someone asked about the price of the vegetables, so he waved his hand and shouted, "Sorry, our Junsho Restaurant has already bought all the vegetables. Please come earlier tomorrow." He didn't need Xiaoxiao to say anything and tactfully moved the baskets onto the donkey cart. By the time Yu Xiaoxiao came back with the little donkey in her left hand and a bag of fodder beans, which came from an unidentified person, in her right hand, the 400 or 500 caddies of vegetables had been neatly stacked on the donkey cart. Qian Xiaoduo laughed flatteringly and said, "Miss Yu, you've got a good donkey. It probably cost a few taels, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao pulled the donkey cart and walked to Junsho Restaurant. From time to time, she would chat with the enthusiastic Qian Xiaoduo. This fellow usually seemed like a quiet person, but as if a switch was turned on today, he had turned into a chatterbox. Fortunately, Junsho Restaurant wasn't too far away. It only took a few minutes to get there. When the donkey cart entered the back door, the manager, who had heard the news, rushed over with surprise. "Iya, big brother, Miss Yu. You guys are seriously our Junsho Restaurant's big lucky stars. These vegetables came at just the right timing. You guys quickly unload the vegetables." The manager's overly enthusiastic attitude felt too overwhelming. The manager smiled like a chrysanthemum flower as he watched the baskets and baskets of vegetables being moved into the kitchen. "Quickly come rest in third. Young master's private room. Xiaoduo, make a pot of our restaurant's best tea to let brother Yu and Miss Yu quench their thirst." Yu Hai felt very uncomfortable with the manager's keen attitude. He waved his hand and said, "No need, we still have to rush back. It's almost noon. You can't go back on an empty stomach. Our third young master went to the dock early in the morning and should be coming back soon. If he found out that I let you and your daughter go home hungry, he will definitely blame me. Go, have a taste of head chef Wang's new dish." Without letting them refuse, the manager pulled on Yu Hai's arm and led the father-daughter pair to third young master Zhou's private room. They had come out early in the morning and stayed at the food market for half of the day, so Yu Xiaoxiao was really somewhat thirsty. She blew on the tea, drank it in one gulp, and smacked her lips. The tea's pretty good and very fragrant. The manager watched as Yu Hai and his daughter, who were oblivious to the worth of the tea, drank the excellent tea that cost a dozen taels per ounce without any thoughts. However, he didn't dare show contempt and hastily refilled their cups. When the manager of Junshou restaurant served the high officials and noble lords, he usually acted neither humble nor arrogant. But at this time, he engaged in small talk with Yu Hai and his daughter in a very approachable manner. In the middle of their conversation, the door of the private room was pushed open and third young master Zhou came in with an oiled paper bag. Fortunately, I came back just in time, or else I would have missed you guys again. Zhou Zixu handed the oiled paper bag to the manager and continued, I have been busy with the factory after the new year. I thought that I could meet you at the docks, but it was always your twin sister selling the braised food. Oh right, how's your older brother's injuries? It's a crucial time for the factory right now, so I haven't had time to visit. Yu Xiaoxiao put down the cup in her hand and looked at the familiar oiled bag in the manager's hands. She replied, my older brother can get out of the bed already. Thank you for your concern, third young master. You're acting as if we're strangers. Zhou Zixu noticed that Yu Xiaoxiao was looking at the oiled paper bag that he brought back, so he smiled and said, your family's braised food is absolutely amazing. I've become addicted to it after trying a couple times. My favorites are the pig snout and pig ears. If you don't tell them, who would have thought that such delicious delicacies are made from ingredients that other people usually don't want? Yu Xiaoxiao said with a smile, if third young master likes to eat it, I can bring some for you the next time I come over. Sure, that's great. You don't know how hard it was for me to buy the braised food. It took so much effort for me to squeeze in there and grab a few portions. Now that I think about it, it's really not easy. Zhou Zixu made a perturbed expression and successfully amused Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed and said, in order to appease your wounded heart, I will be merciful and personally make spicy sliced pork ear and pig head meat with mashed garlic for you. I guarantee that you will want to eat more after trying them. Sure, I couldn't ask for more. Zhou Zixu followed Yu Xiaoxiao to the kitchen. In order to entertain the esteemed guest from the capital, County Magistrate Wu had reserved the entire Junshou restaurant. Thus, the whole kitchen was busy prepping for the mysterious guest in the most luxurious private room. When head chef Wang, who had been promoted to executive chef, saw Yu Xiaoxiao coming in, he greeted her with a smile, Miss Yu, long time no see. I developed a new dish again. Taste it, and give me some advice when you're free. Uncle Wang, you're a famous chef in Tanggu town. I don't dare to show my slight skill in front of an expert. Yu Xiaoxiao washed her hands and busied herself in the kitchen unreservedly. For the two dishes, besides taking a little more time to mix the chili oil, everything else were ready-made. Moreover, she had the help of the kitchen staff who all competed to be her assistant. Thus, in a short time, the mouth-watering, spicy sliced pork ear, and pig head meat with mashed garlic, were completed. Head chef Wang, of course, didn't miss the opportunity to learn. He stopped the work in his hands and inwardly memorized all of Xiaoxiao's steps for mixing the chili oil. Not only did he blatantly learn the secret methods, but he also asked questions from time to time. Can the chili oil used for the pig ears also be used for other cold dishes? Of course, with head chef Wang's intelligence and wisdom, you can definitely make more and more delicious dishes. After Yu Xiaoxiao finished making the two cold dishes, she left the kitchen to avoid delaying the kitchen from doing their work. After leaving the back kitchen, they were just about to go up to the second floor when they encountered a group of well-dressed people. They were all clustered around an old man, who had a healthy glow and wore a bright yellow belt around his waist, and they were also about to go up the stairs. Ah Shu, you're back. County Magistrate Wu's son greeted him and looked towards Yu Xiaoxiao who was behind him. He frowned slightly and whispered, Ah Shu, didn't I ask you in advance to clear out the restaurant? Why are there other people here? Before Zhou Zixu could answer, he heard a resonant voice saying, Oh! Isn't this the little demon who patrols the mountains? What? Did you also come to eat? Yu Xiaoxiao felt as if she had heard this voice somewhere before, so she looked over. The fat old man wore an ivory headdress, a dark brown brocade gown, and had a bright yellow belt with jade inlays fastened on his waist. Wasn't he the white-bearded grandfather who had talked with her about the 8 immortals cross the sea all the way to town this morning? So, he was the honored guest of the county magistrate. She had guessed that he had an extraordinary background, but she hadn't expected that he was a member of the imperial family from the capital. It would be a foolish question to ask how she knew that he was part of the imperial family. Other than members of the imperial family, who would dare to wear a bright yellow belt on his waist? Wouldn't that be like starting a rebellion? County Magistrate Wu was a middle-aged man with elegant features and refined manners. He was slightly stunned as he looked at the little girl who was dressed in coarse cloth. She had a young appearance and was short in stature. It was inevitable that he had some doubt within his heart. How did the Emperor Emeritus know someone from the countryside? However, his confusion was resolved when he recalled how the Emperor Emeritus and his entourage were dressed this morning. The Emperor Emeritus was born and raised in poverty, so he had always been friendly to the commoners from the same poverty-stricken backgrounds. Thus, it wasn't surprising for him to become acquainted with a few commoners when he traveled incognito. "Oh, aren't you the old grandfather who rode the donkey backwards this morning?" Yu Xiaoxiao feigned surprise and asked. The retired emperor walked forward with a laugh and stopped 2 steps away from her. He nodded and said, "That's right. We just parted this morning and met here again. We really have a predestined relationship." He looked around with his big, bell-like eyes and clicked his tongue. "County Magistrate Wu, this restaurant that you recommended doesn't seem that great. It's already lunchtime, but there's no other customers beside us and this little girl. It seems that their food doesn't taste very good. Should we go to another restaurant?" Third young Master Zhou and Yu Xiaoxiao exchanged eye contact and had imaginary black lines on their heads. County Magistrate Wu had already reserved the entire restaurant, so how would there be other customers? County Magistrate Wu couldn't just say that he had reserved the entire restaurant in order to entertain him, the Emperor Emeritus. The retired emperor hated being treated with the extravagant bureaucratic style the most when he traveled incognito. Thus, Magistrate Wu didn't know how to respond for a moment. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao spoke up to defend Junsho Restaurant. "Old Grandpa, the food here tastes delicious. You will know after trying it." The imperial guards and servants of the Emperor Emeritus inwardly sneered and thought, "You're just an ignorant and inexperienced little girl. Do you really think that your words will sound convincing? It's better to not say anything at all." The Emperor Emeritus was in a good mood and wanted to tease the little girl. "Oh. Then tell me, what delicious food do they have here?" Yu Xiaoxiao didn't think and immediately listed. "There's a lot. Listen to me. Steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's tail, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose, braised salted duck, marinated chicken, cured pork, preserved eggs, smoked pork belly, deep-fried dried pork, sausage, assorted meat, smoked chicken, boiled pig tripe, steamed 8 treasure pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck, pheasant in clay pot, pot-cooked quail, assorted braised food, braised duck, stewed shrimp, braised prawn, fried shrimp." She counted her fingers and recited the tongue twister that she used to enjoy all in one breath. She listed them one by one without taking a breath. Third young Master Zhou widened his eyes and wondered if there were that many dishes in his restaurant. How come he didn't know? "Oh my, you're quite an articulate speaker. You have practiced announcing the names of dishes one very well. Little girl, are you a staff of the restaurant?" When the Emperor Emeritus heard the familiar tongue twister, he had to conceal the elation within his heart. He had never thought that there would be another transmigrator in this world besides him and the little brat in his family. "Calm down. I have to calm down. I can't slip up and reveal myself, lest this clever little bunny gets startled and runs away." But Yu Xiaoxiao was already shocked by what he said. How did he know that I was reciting the tongue twister, announcing the names of dishes? Could it be that the old grandfather in front of me is also a transmigrator? Shit, what's wrong with this world? This world is being penetrated so much that it's going to turn into a sieve. Calm down, I must be calm. Whether the other party is a transmigrator or not, I still can't let him notice anything. She showed an innocent and pure expression and replied with a smile, "Old Grandpa, didn't you ask me what tasty dishes they have? I just listed the names of the dishes for you. Well, is there any that you like?" This kid, pretend. Just keep pretending. The Emperor Emeritus scolded her as a little fox, in his heart, but didn't expose her. He continued to cooperate with her and said, "Well, you listed too many dishes earlier. This old man doesn't have a good memory, so I couldn't remember most of them. How about this? Just pick several of the best dishes in the restaurant and serve them." Third young Master Joe instructed the manager, "Go, serve all the specialty dishes of the restaurant. I hope you, our honored guest, will give us more valuable advice. Little girl, you should stay and introduce the dishes to us." The retired emperor smiled like a big gray wolf who was luring a little white bunny. Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed her nose and apologized, "Sorry, I'm not a server in this restaurant, so." "This girl, you just recited so many alluring dishes and aroused this old man's appetite, yet you're suddenly taking back your words. Are you making fun of me, Fifth Lord?" The Emperor Emeritus performed his special face-changing skill. In an instant, the originally friendly and childish old man had turned into a powerful and domineering superior. His companions couldn't help but be covered in cold sweat due to his formidable aura. Yu Xiaoxiao was alarmed in her heart and suddenly realized that the dignity of the imperial family was inviolable. She recalled that the mood of the royals and high officials in the novels were always uncertain. They could be laughing happily a second ago but take someone's life in the next. In an instant, her little face turned ghastly pale with fear and her eyes reddened. Zhou Zixu, in the face of the esteemed guest's force, opened his mouth to plead for her, "Fifth Lord, please take into consideration that Xiaoxiao is still a child and spare her. I'm willing to guarantee with my honor that Xiaoxiao has no intention of making fun of or being disrespectful to you." "Ha ha, you're the third son of the Zhou family, right? You're quite a sentimental one and much better than that eldest uncle of yours." The Emperor Emeritus couldn't maintain his grim expression for more than 3 minutes and smiled broadly again. He softly said to Xiaoxiao, "Little fellow, you must have been terribly frightened, right? You must remember this lesson in the future. There are some people that you can't offend." Yu Xiaoxiao's anxious feelings suddenly relaxed and she couldn't help but feel sad. No matter if it was in ancient or modern times, a little commoner like her could never live free and happy life. There would be privileged classes everywhere. Seeing that the little lass had tears in her eyes, the Emperor Emeritus couldn't help but touch her head. His voice became even more gentle, "You're crying. It seems like you're really still a child who gets easily frightened. Zhou Shaoxin, too, serve the little girl a few good dishes and remember to put them on my bill. Stroking your hair, so don't be afraid anymore." County Magistrate Wu and his son were stunned by the Emperor Emeritus's ever-changing attitude. The Emperor Emeritus was usually smiling and very approachable, but once he showed his authority, even he, a county magistrate, nearly wet his pants, let alone a little girl. The little girl was already very brave for not crying on the spot from the fright. In the next moment, he saw the Emperor Emeritus turn back into a kind old man. He was caressing the little country girl's head and comforting her. If it weren't for the great disparity of their attire, they could almost be considered grandfather and granddaughter. Yu Xiaoxiao tried to force back her tears and forced a smile. "Old grandpa, you were really scary just now. It's even worse than when my grandfather gets angry. I won't delay your meal anymore. Xiaoxiao shall leave now." As she spoke, she bent her knees slightly and took a few steps backwards. After that, she swiftly returned to the back courtyard as if she was being chased by a wolf. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my God, that was so scary. In the future, she should obediently stay at home and try her best to avoid interacting with influential officials. Zhou Zixu stayed to personally entertain the esteemed guest. After the manager arranged for the distinguished guest to sit in the private room, he instructed the kitchen to serve the food. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao, who still had a lingering fear, in the middle of the yard, he lightly tapped her head a few times and said, You. In the future, be careful with what you say. If you offend someone that you shouldn't offend, nobody can save you." The manager was several years older than Yu Hai. He really liked this clever little girl and treated her like a junior in his family. As for what happened earlier, he also broke out in cold sweat for her. It was fortunate that the noble lord wasn't someone who was picky and vengeful. Otherwise, even this little girl's family would have to suffer with her. Yu Xiaoxiao obediently nodded her head and asked in a low voice, "If I go up now, would I run into them?" No, the honored guests are already seated. Quickly go back upstairs. Brother Yu is probably anxious from the wait. After the manager replied, he entered the kitchen. Yu Xiaosao, like a little mouse avoiding a cat, crept up to the second floor. But she ended up being shocked by the county magistrate's son, who pushed open the door and came out. What are you doing? You're acting like a thief. Young Master Wu was quite impressed by this little girl who had good cooking skills. Last time, even that picky fellow, Yuan Yunshi, drank 2 big bowls of the fish stew that this little girl made. Earlier, if third young Master Zhou hadn't pleaded for her, he almost couldn't resist speaking up for her. Yu Xiaosao was somewhat embarrassed as she awkwardly touched the back of her head. She cautiously looked at the closed door behind young Master Wu. She placed her index finger in front of her mouth and made a silent gesture, and then she pointed at the private room that she was going to. After that, she waved at young Master Wu and continued to creep towards her destination. When she arrived at the door, she rapidly opened the door and went in, as if she was driven out by a burglar. Young Master Wu, who watched her series of movements, felt that the little girl was very interesting. She was a lot more interesting than those pretentious noble ladies. He shook his head with a smile on his face. All the staff of Junsho restaurant placed great importance to this banquet. Since they had made adequate preparations, the dishes were served very quickly. First came 8 appetizers: steamed chicken with chili sauce, cold boiled pork with garlic puree, soy braised duck tongue, pickled goose feet, spinach salad, sour and spicy black fungus, cold jellyfish, and shredded kelp in chili oil. As he listened to third young Master Zhou's introduction, the Emperor Emeritus, who was the guest of honor, tasted each dish one by one, and nodded frequently to express his satisfaction. Suddenly, his eyes focused on 2 dishes that should have not appeared on the table. They were so familiar and nostalgic. County Magistrate Wu followed his gaze and frowned. Didn't you say that it was 8 kinds of cold dish? Why are there 2 more? Zhou Zixu also saw the 2 dishes and felt alarmed in his heart. Weren't these the Yu family's braised food that he brought back from the docks? Didn't he tell the servers to bring them to his own room? Why did they bring them here? He recalled the main ingredients of these 2 dishes, pig head and pig ear. Disregarding the people of rich, noble families, even ordinary folks didn't like to eat these stinky things. Yet they had served it to an esteemed guest from the capital. This was considered a great disrespect to their guest. If they weren't careful, they might lose their heads. At that thought, Zhou Zixu's back was immediately covered in cold sweat. He smiled flatteringly and said, "The waiter must have made a mistake. I'll take it away." Wait, the Emperor Emeritus immediately stopped him. Pig head meat with wine was his favorite when he was still a general in his previous life. It had been decades since he had eaten it. He missed it so much that he had even dreamt of himself gnawing on pig head meat. When he was still the emperor, he had also ordered the imperial chef to make braised pig head. But none of them tasted the same as the one in his memories. The more he couldn't eat it, the more he wanted to eat it. He was already approaching 70 years old, so he really wanted to eat an authentic braised pig head before dying. The Emperor Emeritus's eyes were about to be glued to the pig head meat with mashed garlic. He decided to think of a high-sounding reason to keep the dish. Since they're already here, just leave them. Tell me, what are these 2 dishes called? Cold sweat seeped out of third young Master Zhou's forehead as he slightly stuttered and said, Fifth Lord, these 2 dishes aren't very suitable for this occasion." "Why don't? Why is this considered unsuitable? It looks pretty good. Let me try the taste." The Emperor Emeritus had long been eager to move his chopsticks. Thus, he used this perfect chance to reach towards his favorite food, pig head meat. However, County Magistrate Wu didn't dare to let this great Buddha, the Emperor Emeritus, try the dish. He hastily moved the plate of pig head meat with mashed garlic in front of himself and said with a smile, "Fifth Lord, why don't I try it first? If it tastes good, let's keep it." The Emperor Emeritus watched as the fatty meat that was about to enter his mouth moving away from him again. He furrowed his thick brows and scolded, "Why are you being such a busybody? Are you going to let me eat or not? This isn't the imperial palace. There's no need to be so troublesome over trifling matters." "My lord, it's precisely because this isn't the imperial palace that we have to be extra careful. With your status, If something happens in Tanggu Town, I, the county magistrate of Tanggu Town, won't be able to compensate even if my entire family is beheaded off. County Magistrate Wu cried incessantly within his heart. My lord, why don't this old servant test the dish for you? The fat old man behind the Emperor Emeritus, who had a pale and beardless face, asked humbly in a slightly feminine voice. He was the head steward court eunuch of palace affairs that had served the Emperor Emeritus for decades. When the retired emperor had just ascended the throne, there were a lot of people who wanted his life. Hence, the food testers had been frequently changed one group after another. In the end, head steward Lu Fusheng, who was later promoted to the head steward of palace affairs, was the only one who remained by his side. He ended up accompanying the Emperor Emeritus for over 30 years. Head steward Lu still had a lot of face in front of the Emperor Emeritus. Although the Emperor Emeritus's expression didn't look very good, he had acquiesced in his request. Head steward Lu picked up his chopsticks and swiftly got a piece of pig head meat and pig ear from each plate. He put them into his mouth one after another and chewed them carefully for a moment. The unique taste almost made him want a second bite. This was something that he had never tasted before in the 30 or so years that he had served the Emperor Emeritus. A moment later, the Emperor Emeritus impatiently picked up his chopsticks and said with slight anger, "See, didn't I say it was okay? You people are just being overly cautious." As he spoke, he had already grabbed a thick slice of pig head meat with his chopsticks. When he was about to put it into his mouth, he was interrupted again by third young master Zhou. "I say Zhou Shaosan Zhou Shaosan, are you going to let me, fifth lord, eat or not? If you don't, give me a valid reason, see if I don't punish you." The Emperor Emeritus had almost flipped the table, but he took into account that his favorite pig head meat was on the table and suppressed his rage. Zhou Zixu was on the verge of tears, but he summoned up his courage and said, "Fifth lord, these two dishes are pig head meat and pig ears, they're not suitable to be eaten by someone of your status." Of course this old man knows that they're pig head meat and pig ears. They were this old man's favorite food in the past. The Emperor Emeritus suppressed his anger and did his best to convince him, "Shaosan, there's no distinction between high and low status for food. The only thing that matters is whether it suits one's taste." Back in the days, when this old man was fighting for power, cough cough, when this lord fought alongside the Emperor Emeritus, I had even eaten grass and tree bark. Even a mouse tasted delicious to me at that time. So, what's wrong with pig head meat? Pig head meat is also meat. When natural disasters occur, you wouldn't be able to find meat to eat even if you want to. After a moment of reminiscing his bittersweet memories, the voice that kept interrupting him finally stopped. The Emperor Emeritus was finally able to taste his favorite pig head meat. Please don't let him down. With this bite, it was so delicious that he almost cried. It was the taste that lingered in his mind and he had always dreamt of. The rich and fragrant glutinous taste just melted in his mouth. The oil and marinade exploded within his mouth at the same time, filled his mouth with a fragrant taste and made it impossible for him to stop eating. Good, good, good. The retired emperor praised that it was good 3 times, and then stuffed a piece of pig head meat that had a good ratio of fatty and lean meat into his mouth and carefully chewed it. He savored the taste for a long time, unwilling to swallow it. The meat is delicious and has a rich and aromatic flavor. It's fatty but not greasy. The person who made this is definitely an expert in braising food. The Emperor Emeritus ate half a plate in one breath, and then gradually slowed down to carefully savor the fragrance and crispiness of the shredded pig ears in chili oil. During this meal, he had one more bowl of rice than usual. The 2 dishes were mostly eaten by him. He barely ate any of the hot dishes that came afterwards, except for a few tasty and refreshing vegetable dishes. After the meal, the Emperor Emeritus rubbed his bloated tummy and still wanted more as he recalled the authentic taste of the braised pig head meat. I finally got to eat pig head meat that actually tasted authentic. Those imperial chefs all enjoyed an undeserved reputation. They only knew how to make fancy things, but for decades they still couldn't get the flavor that he wanted. Today, he had finally gotten his wish. What an unprecedented satisfaction. It was even better than when he conquered the country and ascended to the most supreme position. The pig head meat and cold shredded pig ear are both very good and suits my taste. Call out the chef who made these 2 dishes. I, fifth lord, want to reward him. The retired emperor was pondering about how to take the chef away. If necessary, he would show his identity. Even if he had to oppress others with his power, he still needed to get the chef. However, Joe Zixu just stood there with an awkward expression on his face. County Magistrate Wu slightly wrinkled his brows and asked, "Nephew, didn't you hear what Fifth Lord said? Hurry up and call the chef over for a reward." "Fifth Lord, to tell you honestly, these two dishes weren't made by the chefs of Junsho restaurant." Joe Zixu finally answered after careful consideration. "How dare you? You actually dared to give Fifth Lord food from an unknown origin to eat. Do you know your crime?" The leader of the Imperial Guards was astounded, and then he went forward angrily and shouted. The Emperor Emeritus, whose heart was filled with thoughts about how to take the chef away, was extremely disappointed by the news. He stopped the leader of the Imperial Guards from flying into a rage and solemnly asked, "Xiao Sana, do you know who made these two dishes?" "Yes, Fifth Lord has also seen the person who made these dishes." Seeing that Fifth Lord was already showing an impatient expression, Joe Zixu had no other choice but to reveal the truth. "This lord has also seen before." The Emperor Emeritus creased his brows and then suddenly relaxed them again. "It's the little girl just now, isn't it?" "Ha, little lass, seem like I just caught hold of your little secret. Yet you're still pretending." "I knew it. Only our fellow folks from several hundred years later can make the most authentic taste of our hometown. However, since you don't want others to know your identity, this lord will be merciful and not expose you. But I need to get some benefits." "Fifth Lord is wise." Joe Zixu felt slightly worried. He didn't know whether this was a blessing or disaster for Xiaoxiao. He decided that if the Lord placed blame on her, he would do his best to protect her to the end. Reward. This lord ate very happily today. There will be many rewards. The Emperor Emeritus couldn't wait to see that little girl. Should he confer to her the position of Imperial Chef and take her back to the capital? However, an 8 or 9-year-old little girl as an Imperial Chef might not be very convincing to the public. Or maybe, he could let his third son accept her as his goddaughter and bestow her the title of Royal Princess. Then he could request for her to accompany him, her god-grandfather, in the temporary imperial residence. That wouldn't be too unreasonable, right? While the Emperor Emeritus contemplated how to abduct the little girl, Yu Xiaoxiao had knocked on the door and came in. She was followed by the restless Yu Hai. "This commoner, Yu Hai, greets the lords." Yu Hai respectfully saluted County Magistrate Wu. Only then did Yu Xiaoxiao follow her father and kneel down behind him. In the vicious old society, civilian at the bottom of the society had to kneel when they saw influential figures. "I seriously can't get used to this." "Well, I'll just take it as going into temples and worshipping Buddha." Yu Xiaoxiao was in the middle of making endless and spoken criticism when the Emperor Emeritus waved his hand. "Don't stand on ceremony. Give them seats." "I don't dare, I don't dare." He was someone that even the county magistrate didn't dare to speak in front, so how would Yu Hai dare to casually sit down? It was probably better to answer him while standing. When the Emperor Emeritus noticed that his easygoing attitude didn't dispel the anxiety of the father and daughter pair, he didn't continue to insist. Instead, he used a homely tone to ask the slightly more cautious Yu Xiaoxiao, "Little girl, were you the one who made the braised pig heat meat and pig ears? Pig head and pig ear. Didn't third young master Joe buy them for himself to eat? He wouldn't have served them to the important guest, right? She couldn't afford to take responsibility if something bad happened after he ate her food." Yu Xiaoxiao glared fiercely at third young master Joe, and then meekly replied, "Yes, it was made by this commoner." "Don't be nervous. The braised pig heat meat is very good. It really suits this lord's appetite, so I wanted to reward you." "Tell me, what kind of reward do you want?" The retired emperor pondered inwardly whether it was somewhat inhumane to make such a young child leave her hometown and her parents. Yu Hai was afraid that his daughter, who wasn't afraid of speaking her mind, would make an outrageous request, so he hastily interjected, "My daughter's skills are unremarkable, so she is fortunate to have pleased your gracious self. We cannot accept your reward." The Emperor Emeritus was in an extremely good mood as he stroked his long white beard. The expression in his eyes as he looked at Yu Xiaoxiao seemed akin to the one that an old fox who had spotted its prey would sport. He said, This old man's words are always worth 9 sacred tripods. If I say I want to reward you, then I have to reward you. Little girl, tell me whatever you want. There's nothing that this old man can't do. When Yu Xiaoxiao saw the old man acting like a rascal again, she immediately forgot her previous interaction with him and became brave again. She pouted slightly and said, "Fifth Lord, you're boasting a little too much." With one glance the Emperor Emeritus stopped the lead imperial bodyguard from flipping out. The genial smile remained on the old man's face as he said, "Girl, tell me exactly how I'm boasting, okay?" Yu Xiaoxiao saw that Fifth Lord didn't have any signs of being angry, so she gave her father a reassuring look before she smiled innocently. "Fifth Lord, earlier you said that you would give me whatever I wanted. If I wanted the imperial sword that would give me the power to bring down an incapable ruler or nobles and that would let me kill without question, would you have that? What about the golden medal that would allow me to avoid the death penalty 3 times, would you have that? What about a jade pendant that would represent the emperor himself in person, would you have that?" Xiaoxiao, stop joking around. Yu Hai almost fainted on the spot after he heard his daughter's daring words. The Emperor Emeritus, however, didn't seem to mind at all and casually flipped his hand. "The words of children carry no harm. Little girl, did you read too many novels? Do we have an imperial sword that lets you kill without license or a gold medal that allows you to avoid the death penalty in the Great Ming Dynasty? If we did, I would definitely give it to you." Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that her father's lower lip had turned white out of fright, so she stopped challenging his heart's ability to keep up with her antics. She revealed a bashful smile. "That's right. All of the protagonists from the novels say the same thing, right? I guess all of the books are full of lies. They're not necessarily trying to trick people. In the unofficial histories, it is written that old matriarch Shi I had a dragon staff that had the power to bring down an incapable ruler or corrupt officials. It really could switch the ruler. The Emperor Emeritus sank into his thoughts and contemplated, should I create a controlling device for that stinky brat at home? County Magistrate Wu apparently noticed something and cautiously said, "Fifth Lord. The unofficial histories are only unofficial, so there might not be actual truth to the stories. Then again, wasn't the reason why an official had the power to bring down an incapable ruler or corrupt officials because the emperor at the time of the Song dynasty knew his offspring's personalities too well? So he needed some officials to supervise and spur them on. The current emperor is wise, brilliant, and well-versed in all the arts. Is there a need to do more than is required?" The magistrate's flattery hit the spot. The Emperor Emeritus was quite pleased by his words. Although the stinky brat was a bit unwilling to take the throne at the time, as a ruler, he was much better than he ever was. All of the people said that he was the horseback emperor and was only fit for conquering the country. Although that stinky brat at home had his own mountain of problems, he was much better at keeping the country within his grasp than he was. "All right, there's no point in talking about these trivial matters. Little girl, do you actually want this reward or not?" The Emperor Emeritus's eyes shifted as he reflected on that flavor and taste of the braised pig head meat again. Under the pointed stares of County Magistrate Wu and the lead imperial bodyguard, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't dare to be flippant and obediently said, "Fifth Lord, whatever you want to reward me with is fine. I'm not picky." "Ha ha, glad to hear you're not picky." The Emperor Emeritus guffawed heartily and said, "Your personality suits this old man, how about I take you as my adopted granddaughter?" "Absolutely cannot be done. Fifth Lord, think it over a bit first." County Magistrate Wu, the head steward, and lead imperial bodyguard all spoke out to stop him at the same time. What a farce. If the Emperor Emeritus adopted a granddaughter, then the lowest rank she would receive would be a royal princess. It was unfathomable that a little girl who was born in the rural countryside could go across the wide social gulf in one step to become a royal princess just by cooking 2 dishes that the Emperor Emeritus liked to eat. If this story came out, wouldn't the people denounce the imperial family? Yu Xiaoxiao had already pretty much guessed Fifth Lord's true identity, so how could she have the courage to become his adopted granddaughter? She hastily replied, "Fifth Lord, this commoner does not dare to climb the ladder. How about you reward me with some money instead, a tangible benefit?" Ha ha. At this moment, third young Master Zhou had come in from the outside just in time to see Yu Xiaoxiao's shameless expression as she asked for a reward. It was quite funny, but he also thought she was quite cute like this. The Emperor Emeritus didn't know why everyone made such a big fuss about him adopting a granddaughter. Why did they all think it was a bad idea? Arg. The same problem. When he was the emperor, he could no longer come and go as he pleased, or live a leisurely life. Now that he wasn't the emperor, why didn't he have freedom either? He held on to his temper and looked at his attire. He casually took off a mutton-fat jade pendant from his waistband and held it in front of Yu Xiaoxiao. He made a face and said, "This is for you, take it and amuse yourself with it." "Thank you very much, Fifth Lord. This commoner will definitely treat this jade pendant as a family heirloom. It will only be passed through the male descendants of my family who will remember your grace for all eternity." Wow, wow, she hit the jackpot. It was an authentic mutton-fat jade pendant. Ah. In modern times, such a piece of jade would be invaluable. The Emperor Emeritus was tickled by her reaction, and the dark expression on his face brightened as he grinned. "Little girl, you know what's good. This is a genuine mutton-fat jade piece, so it is definitely worth becoming a family heirloom. Okay, little girl, so this recipe of yours for the braised pig head meat, is it a secret recipe that can't be given to outsiders? Fifth Lord, if you don't think this commoner girl's braised food is too crude, then I will gladly offer the recipe to you. There was not a recipe out there in the world that was more valuable than this type of mutton-fat jade pendant. That being said, if a high-ranking official took a liking to your recipe, one had to weigh the consequences if one wanted to conceal it. However, in the future, can this commoner girl still sell braised food?" Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want to renounce her business at the docks. Although they didn't make a lot of money from selling braised food, the business had still helped her family pass their most difficult time. The Emperor Emeritus smiled. "Keep selling your braised food. This old man won't be using your recipe to make money in the future." Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a brush and then remembered she didn't know how to write traditional characters. Luckily, the previous owner of this body was originally illiterate. She awkwardly held the writing brush and looked imploringly at third young master Zhou as she laughed dryly. Zhou Zixu understood without needing to hear anything and took the brush from her. He dipped the brush into ink and glanced at Xiaoxiao. At once, Xiaoxiao told him the ingredients needed for braised pig head meat as well as the instructions. She made sure to dictate all of the details for him. Although Zhou Zixu's handwriting was a bit youthful, his writing still had a strength of character, so it was obvious that he had spent some time practicing his writing. All of the young masters of the Zhou family started classes at 3 and learned how to write at age 5. Although third young master Zhou was still quite young, he had already spent 8 to 9 years practicing his calligraphy. It was clear that his efforts were not in vain. When the Emperor Emeritus received the braised meat recipe, he was so happy that he grinned until his eyes disappeared into his face. He commanded the head steward to carefully store it and then looked him in the eye. "I won't be taking this recipe for free. Steward Liu, take out 300 taels, we will be buying this recipe with that money." Yu Hai felt like his heart had gone for a ride on a tiny boat in the rough seas today. It had been going up and down his throat the whole day. At any time, he felt like they could be condemned to eternal damnation. The final outcome, however, had truly stunned him silly. His reckless, younger daughter must have had a god protecting and blessing her. Her earlier brazen and audacious requests didn't offend these nobles, but instead she received expensive rewards beyond his imagination. In addition, they also made a lot of money from selling their braised food recipe. Could it be possible that his daughter had really been transformed by the god of fortune's magic? After they sent off the noble guests, Zhou Zixu pointedly stared at Yu Xiaoxiao with an inscrutable expression on his face. He looked at her for so long that she thought that she might have something weird on her face, so she even used her sleeve to roughly wipe it. When she saw nothing came off, she asked him in puzzlement, "Third young master, what are you looking at? It feels like the longer I know you, the less I can understand your thoughts. Sometimes, you give off a feeling that you're just a little sister next door who's good at cooking. Other times, in situations where other people wouldn't know what to do, you seem to have no trouble. Tell me the truth, did your family pick you up from the side of the road? Are you actually a maiden from a noble family who had gotten lost among the people?" Zhou Zixu felt like his head was going to explode, so he couldn't help but ask her. Yu Xiaoxiao opened her clear and limpid eyes widely and glared at him for a second. She replied somewhat unhappily, "You're the one who was picked up from the side of the road. I'm a true-blooded maiden from the Yu family. If you don't believe me, my father is right there, you can ask him." Yu Hai's eyes, which were very similar to his daughter's, were also opened wide as he spoke in a low and muffled voice. "My cow is related to me and her mother by blood and bone. How could she possibly be a child we picked up from the side of the street?" Young Master Zhou really likes to make jokes. Zhou Zixu also realized that he was being a bit rude and smiled. "Apologies, I didn't think before I spoke. However, Uncle Yu, do you think your Yu family is the descendant of some previous noble family that had lost its luck? Or possibly descendants of an imperial cook?" Yu Hai shook his head and stated with certainty, "All 8 generations of our Yu family were poor peasants, and we have all relied on fishing to make a living. There is no way we could have any relation to a noble family. As for my cow's culinary talents, I can only say that she has a natural gift for it. She came up with most of the recipes by herself." Zhou Zixu thought that this was inconceivable. For a little fisherman's girl, who wasn't even 9 years old, being able to eat her fill would already be considered quite good. How could she possibly come up with a braised food recipe that required such a complicated ratio of spices? Yu Xiaoxiao saw third young Master Zhou looking over at her again with an assessing gaze that seemed to be full of disbelief. She shrugged casually and said, "If I said that all of these recipes came to me in a dream, would you believe me?" Zhou Zixu unexpectedly nodded his head and firmly asserted, "Of course I'd believe you. Why wouldn't I believe you?" Yu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment before a bright smile bloomed on her face. "Then doesn't that answer your question? Perhaps the god of food or the god of cooking in heaven saw that I, Yu Xiaoxiao, had an astounding culinary talent. Thus they were intrigued and liked it, and decided to give me some pointers in my dreams." Zhou Zixu raised an eyebrow. In his heart, Yu Xiaoxiao had just become even more mysterious. "All right, might as well get back to business. Xiaoxiao, Junsho Restaurant would also like to buy your braised pig head recipe from you. In the future, other than your family, don't tell anyone else. Here, I'm giving you a banknote worth 300 taels, so make sure you take care of it. I already sold the recipe once, so how could I sell the recipe to another? Luckily, that noble person only bought the recipe for his own use and didn't restrict me from selling it to other people. If you think it's useful, then just take it." Yu Xiaoxiao was not necessarily a person who was overly greedy for money. From her perspective, it didn't matter how much money she had, none of it was equal to having a close friend stepping forward bravely in a moment of crisis. As for third young Master Zhou, at the present time, he was worth being friends with. The admiration third young Master Zhou had for Yu Xiaoxiao increased significantly. From his standpoint, the thing the Yu family lacked the most was money. Their business at the docks was good, but it was still a small-scale business. In one day, they only made around 100 or so copper coins. In order to earn 300 taels, they would need to sell braised food at the docks for a few years, and even then they might not make that much. However, Yu Xiaoxiao had refused his offer like it was not a big deal, almost as if he was offering her 3 copper coins instead. Where else would he find a friend who was as generous and shrewd as her? However, how could he, Zhou Zixu, take advantage of his friend's goodwill? He persevered. "That's not okay. My Junsho restaurant has already profited a lot from you, Xiaoxiao. How could I possibly take your recipe for free? If you refuse to take the money, then Junsho restaurant will never sell the braised pig head meat or the pig ears." Yu Xiaoxiao was in a very good mood after earning 300 taels and an extremely valuable jade pendant. She had barely managed to be generous this one time, but the person in question was not grateful at all. After trying to persuade him, third young Master Zhou's bullheadedness came out in full force, and he adamantly disagreed with her. The head manager of Junsho Restaurant saw that the two people were stuck in a deadlock. He knew his boss's personality very well, so he started to persuade Yu Xiaoxiao, "Miss Yu, don't feel embarrassed for taking 300 taels from us. After all, we are businessmen. Using your recipe, Junsho Restaurant can make that money back very soon, and in fact, make even more than 300 taels in profit. If you don't take this money, it will actually be our loss." Yu Xiaoxiao saw that third young Master Zhou was resolute and had made up his mind. She thought for a bit and then said, "Since you say it like that, then I will give you another recipe. For these 2 recipes, give me 500 taels. In the future, I might be able to come up with more recipes that are new. If Junshou restaurant needs them, we need them, we absolutely need them." Third young Master Zhou impatiently blurted out his thoughts before the head manager could reply. Third young Master Zhou trusted Yu Xiaoxiao's cooking talents beyond a doubt. Since she could transform ingredients that other people didn't touch, such as pig head and offal, into food that people clamored for, it was obvious that she could do the same with other ingredients. If pig head and offal could be transformed into delicious braised food, what could she do with ordinary or even ingredients of the highest quality? When Junshou restaurant had just been established, the owners of Fulin restaurant had colluded with a few smaller restaurants to squeeze them out of business. At the time, all of the established restaurants in Tanggu town already had their regular customers. As for Junshou restaurant, it could be said that they were just trying to survive on the edges of the restaurant world. Also, the Zhou family had also made this restaurant's success into a trial for third young Master Zhou. When Junshou restaurant was being suppressed by their competitors, the family didn't get involved at all. This made the owners of Fulin restaurant even more rampant and brazen. It wasn't hard to imagine the difficulties that they had encountered. Things turned around when Yu Xiaoxiao appeared. That was when they were able to push out a new dish, oyster sauce vegetables. That alone was enough for Junshou restaurant to reveal its talents among all of the other, older restaurants. In addition, it helped them to attract some of the other restaurants' regular customers, and now they were the regulars of Junshou restaurant. With that, Junshou restaurant was able to set down its roots in Tanggu town and was now striving to become one of the best restaurants. Third young Master Zhou firmly believed that with Yu Xiaoxiao's braised food recipe and her other, unknown recipe, Junshou restaurant would be able to become the best restaurant in all of Tanggu town. The one that no other restaurant could surpass. In the future, who needed to care about Fulin restaurant or the others? None of them would be able to compete with Junshou restaurant. In addition, Zhou Zixu's ambitions went far beyond than the 3 plots of land that Tanggu town stood in. In his heart, there were a lot more places he needed to conquer. They had already started building a Junshou restaurant in the capital. If they wanted to become an established, famous restaurant in the capital, then it wasn't enough to rely on the oyster sauce vegetables alone. However, now that they had the 2 new recipes from Yu Xiaoxiao, he figured that they may have a better chance now. Therefore, he had to have a good relationship with this gifted chef, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had the talents that he could only seek but never get. Don't get too excited. Calm down, calm down. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a bright smile on her face, which made Zhou Zixu feel like he was acting like a silly little boy. Furthermore, it gave him the feeling that the person in front of him wasn't merely a 9-year-old little girl. Yu Xiaoxiao stood on her tiptoes and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. With such a good relationship between the 2 of us, how could I not think of you when I come up with new recipes in the future? Quickly get some paper and a brush. After you finish writing down the recipe, I still have other things to do." After third young Master Zhou finished preparing his brush and paper, Yu Xiaoxiao dictated out the ingredients and methods to make Fuliji roast chicken. Zhou Zixu made sure to write every detail down and was concentrated at his task at hand. Afterwards, Yu Xiaoxiao grinned. "This chicken will have a shiny outer skin, tender white meat, exquisite flavor, rich aroma, meat falling off the bones, and will taste rich without being greasy. If one chews on the bone, it'll have a delectable flavor. In addition, if you try to lift a leg off the cooked chicken when hot, all of the meat will fall off. In terms of pairing it with other food, both cold or hot dishes will complement it well. After hearing you introduce this dish, I can feel saliva pooling in my mouth." Zhou Zixu smacked his lips and then a flabbergasted expression surfaced on his face. "Xiaoxiao, I didn't expect that you would be able to speak so eloquently about food." Hee hee. Yu Xiaoxiao dryly laughed and then said, "I'm just spitting out what I've memorized before, that's all. I won't hide it from you anymore. I accidentally came across a fragment of a cookbook, and I learned a couple of recipes from it." "Ah, you talk a lot, but it's hard to tell what's true and what's false. It doesn't matter where you learned these recipes from. I only hope that Junsho restaurant will be your only business partner from now and in the future. Joe Zixu had a winsome smile on his face, and it was obvious this 13 to 14-year-old youth had the potential to grow into a devastatingly handsome fellow in the future. Wrong. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled craftily. What you should say is that you, third young Master Joe, will only be my business partner, and no one else. Okay, I, Joe Zixu, promise you that. Joe Zixu solemnly vowed. Yu Xiaoxiao burst out laughing. The way you're talking makes it sound like you're trying to elope with someone. Cower. Yu Hai felt helpless in front of his youngest daughter. Was this something a little girl should be saying? When they got home, he really needed to have her mother teach her some manners. All right, we can end our talk now. There's still someone outside waiting for us. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that she had inadvertently said something inappropriate, so she stuck out her tongue. If you have any troubles trying to make the braised food or roast chicken, feel free to find me. I guarantee that whoever I teach will be able to make it. Okay. Joe Zixu nodded his head furiously. Oh right, third young Master Joe. You have a wide net of connections. Can you keep in mind that I'm looking for some nice, fertile land around Tanggu Town? If there's anyone who's selling any, let me know. Right now we don't lack money, so as long as the price is fair, and the total cost is less than 800 taels, we can definitely consider it. Since her father couldn't go into the mountains and also didn't have a boat to go out to sea, then they needed to buy a little more farmland. Even if her own family didn't use it for planting, they could still rent it to other people and get a decent income. Joe Zixu muttered to himself for a bit and then said, do you think your family can handle having that much land after you buy it? The land around Tanggu Town was of high quality with fertile soil. Usually a plot of land in this area would sell for 8 to 9 taels apiece. Winter was especially harsh this year and right now spring was still far away. Thus, it wasn't surprising that there were a lot of people willing to sell some land at prices below the usual. With 800 taels, they could likely buy more than 100 plots of the best land available. From his understanding, out of all the people in Yu Xiaoxiao's family, the only adult male in his prime was Yu Hai, but even he had an injury to his leg. Why did she think her family would be able to use all of this land? If my family can't handle it, then we'll just rent it out. We can hire some tenant farmers to till the land, it should work, When she thought that her family would soon become landowners, Xiaoxiao felt ecstatic inside. However, Joe Zixu lightly shook his head and replied in disapproval, buying land to rent it out, how long would it take for you to make back your capital? Take my advice, it's not as good as buying a shop stall. Whether you decide to use it for your own business or to rent it out to someone else, it will give you a better return on your investment than buying farmland. Buy a store, but who in Tanggu Town would sell the stalls that are in a good location? If the location isn't good, then we can't charge a good rent. Yu Xiaoxiao had also thought of buying a shop stall, but all of the good locations couldn't just be bought with money alone. Joe Zixu drawled, who told you to buy a shop stall in Tanggu Town? I have some definite information that the government plans on doing a big construction project at the docks to make them into the largest harbor in the north. Rumors say that because they're having trouble gathering enough funds that they will be selling some shop stalls in advance. Thus, it is likely that those empty stores will rise in value over time. You don't need me to say any more for you to understand. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately lit up when she heard what Joe Zixu said. The government wanted to develop the docks. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance bestowed by the heavens. The shop stalls sold in advance would definitely not be too expensive. After the harbor construction was finished, then those empty shop stalls would definitely skyrocket in value. What was the best way to make money in the 20th century? Speculating in real estate. If she could grab onto this chance, then one shop stall could definitely be resold for more than twice the buying price. Okay, then we'll buy store stalls. Yu Xiaoxiao was just about to close the deal when she was interrupted by her father, Cower. How about we go home and discuss this with your mother first? Oh, that was my fault. I got too excited and forgot to ask for your opinion, father. Father, do you prefer to buy farmland or the stalls? Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that the true head of her family was right next to her. She had truly gotten too carried away to even neglect her own father's opinion. Yu Hai stayed silent for a moment before he replied, Cower, technically since you were the one who earned these 800 taels you should be the one making all of the decisions. However, you're still quite young, so as your father I just want to remind you a bit. This thing with the docks, do you think it's reliable? After all, this isn't a small sum of money, what if? It makes sense that you have a few misgivings, Uncle Yu. However, I'm best friends with County Magistrate Wu's son. County Magistrate Wu naturally has to help the imperial envoy from the capital to handle the construction of the harbor. The official documents have already gone to the magistrate's office. Thus, you should relax. I absolutely wouldn't let you guys invest your money into something that would fail. Zhou Zixu clearly had a lot of confidence in this idea and had thought things out thoroughly. Yu Xiaoxiao tried to persuade her father, Father, I think buying stalls at the docks is a good idea. With the largest harbor in the north here, in the future there will definitely be way more people around than Tanggu Town has now. We absolutely will not lose money buying these stores. Right now, we're at the mercy of the weather when selling braised food, so it's quite tiring. If we had a store, then we could make our braised food business even larger. Who knows, maybe in a few years our braised food store could even become more famous than Third Young Master Zhou's Junsho restaurant. Uncle Yu, Xiaoxiao is right. Even if you don't use them to create a braised food store, with how large the new harbor will be, you can definitely earn at least 300 to 500 taels profit from flipping the store. With that money, you can definitely buy as much farmland as you want. Do you think that's worth it? In terms of grasping business opportunities, Zhou Zixu was definitely one of the best around. When he heard the opinions of the two, Yu Hai also felt his heart skip a beat. He squeezed his hand into a fist and clenched his teeth before he made a decision. Okay. Let's use all of the 800 taels to buy shop stalls. Cower, you need to prepare yourself mentally just in case all of this goes south. If it does, you're not allowed to cry. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and remarked, if it goes south, then it goes south. When you do business, sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. This is nothing new. Then again, even if our luck is that bad, it'll just be as if we didn't make any money today, nothing else is lost. Zhou Zixu didn't expect the father and daughter pair to be so adaptable with money, especially since they had both grown up in impoverished conditions. His impression of the Yu family improved another notch, and he gently chuckled, I definitely dare to vouch for this business venture. You absolutely will not lose. If you actually do lose out on this, then it's all on me, okay? No, we can't take you up on that offer. Yu Hai waved his hand repeatedly in refusal. Ah, father, it's getting late now. Let's go back and pick some vegetables for the steward of the Yao family. Let's hurry, we don't want him to think that we are going back on our promise. Yu Xiaoxiao finally recalled that the Yao family's steward was likely waiting at the back door of the restaurant. Almost 4 hours had passed for this little detour of theirs. If they didn't leave now, they would be losing this opportunity. By the time the group of people had arrived at the back door of Junsho restaurant, the steward from the Yao family had already been waiting for a long time. If the guard at the back of the door wasn't strict, he would have long barged in to find the person he needed. My little lady, you've finally come out. The steward from the Yao family had already promised his master that he would definitely make sure to succeed in his mission to buy vegetables. If something went wrong at this point, then he wouldn't know what he could do. Yu Xiaoxiao replied somewhat apologetically, I'm sorry, Steward Yao. I was delayed by something that happened in Junsho restaurant. Steward Yao, we had a situation come up at Junsho restaurant that required this girl's help, so we went over our time. Zhou Zixu had the most perfect smile on his face. Hopefully I didn't delay your issue for too long. Of course not, of course not. Steward Yao repeatedly affirmed. What a joke. Just what were the backgrounds of this father and daughter pair that made Third Young Master Zhou, the most capable son of the Zhou family, personally escort them to the door? And also have him treat them so courteously. Yu Xiaoxiao casually waved her hand at Third Young Master and said, we're leaving. If you have any other issues, just come to Dongshan village to find me. Oh right, my family moved back to our old residence. It's at the foot of the West Mountain, so don't go to the wrong place. Alright, safe travels. The smile on Zhou Zixu's face became more sincere when he was interacting with Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoxiao remembered how much her family's donkey cart jostled on the road and couldn't help but ask one additional thing. Third young master, would you happen to be able to get a hold of some rubber cart wheels? Zhou Zixu glanced at her simple and crude-looking donkey cart, slightly smiled, and promised, I got it. I guarantee that I will get you a donkey cart with inflatable rubber cart wheels. The cart can be more simple, but the shock absorption qualities of the wheels must be very good. You also know that we have to travel through a stretch of mountainous roads. Sitting on our current cart right now is simply just torture. Yu Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue and smartly replied, I promise I'll complete the mission. Zhou Zixu asserted confidently. After they left Junshou restaurant, Steward Yao sat in the Yu family's plain donkey cart. As for the Yao family's horse cart, there was a small servant driving it, following the donkey cart from behind. Steward Yao wanted to say something a few times, but instead looked at the father and daughter pair with a complicated look in his eyes. Steward Yao, if you have anything to say, just say it. Looking at you right now makes me feel uncomfortable, Yu Xiaoxiao said in an outspoken manner. Only then did Steward Yao open his mouth. Miss Yu, does your family have a special connection with the Zhou family? Why does third young master Zhou treat you guys so intimately? Although the Yao family was also considered to be one of the rich families in Tanggu town, but compared to the Zhou family, their information sources were much more lacking. One was a nouveau riche, while the other was a newly promoted imperial merchant. One hadn't held wealth for more than 3 generations, while the other was a famous tycoon in the previous dynasty. They were not at the same level. Even the eldest son of the Yao family couldn't say much in front of third young master Zhou. However, this Yu family father and daughter pair, who were both plainly dressed, were capable enough to have third young master Zhou treat them well. Steward Yao was also someone who was smart, so he naturally restrained his usual arrogant and high-handed manner. Nothing really, just helped third young master Zhou with some small matters before. Yu Xiaoxiao mildly replied and had no intention of clarifying the situation for him. But Steward Yao didn't believe her. Third young master Zhou was a business genius that was rarely seen. It was rumored that he had even more potential than his nominal father, the business genius blessed by the heavens, second master Zhou. Whoever could help him, and even have him treat them with respect, was obviously someone who had immense talents. Just as he was about to say something additional, the donkey cart was blocked by a group of people on the road. Steward Yao felt his anxiety skyrocket. If delays continued to happen, then he would not be able to get back to the residence before it got dark. Steward Yao jumped off the donkey cart and pulled aside one of the people watching the bustling scene in front of them. He inquired, "What's going up in front? What's going on?" "Why, the bureau is handling a criminal case right now," the person who was pulled aside replied exhilaratingly. Yu Xiaoxiao stood on top of the donkey cart out of curiosity and stretched her neck towards the crowd to catch a peek. From her height looking down, she could see a few bailiffs using chains to shackle a middle-aged man. They then pushed and jostled him in the direction they wanted him to go. The surrounding crowd also followed them along. Yu Xiaoxiao asked inquisitively, "Uncle, who did they catch? What sort of crime did he commit?" The person standing next to them described the situation in excitement, his face full of astonishment. "You guys haven't heard of it? The person who got caught is shopkeeper Zhang from Zhangji's carpentry shop. Hasn't he always bragged about having the nobility from the capital admiring his craftsmanship and buying his wares? Wasn't he so arrogant? Who would have thought that this time he got stuck in a situation that didn't give him glory and instead smacked into a lawsuit?" When she heard that Zhangji's carpentry shop fell into trouble, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately felt her spirits rise. "Uncle, stop holding back on us. Quickly tell us what's going on, okay? Don't be in such a rush. Let me recap the story slowly." A brilliant smile crossed the man's face. It was obvious he knew that he had come across a piece of juicy and exciting gossip. The Yamen said that Zhangji's carpentry shop used shoddy wood in their furniture. Apparently, the materials they used had been partially eaten by ants or termites. The noble from the capital didn't use the furniture they made for more than a few days before an accident occurred. "I heard, that when the red sandalwood screen fell to the ground it almost injured the princess consort of Prince Jing. Isn't that right?" An old man next to them, who also wanted to gossip, interjected, I heard that the princess consort has a weak constitution since she is always worrying about her son who is out at sea. After being scared by this event, her health has even gotten worse. Her condition only stabilized after the emperor sent several imperial doctors over to see her. Out of all of the imperial uncles, Prince Jing is the one closest to the emperor. Although he recently withdrew from court due to illness, he still has an intimate relationship with the emperor. Furthermore, his youngest son, Royal Prince Yong, is even more highly regarded by the emperor. You all know that, when the emperor was young, he liked to sail overseas. Thus, he constructed a shipyard to build ships that could travel far. Now that he's the emperor, he no longer can travel as much as he desires, so he must feel a bit dejected. However, Prince Yong is like the emperor and likes to sail overseas too. Now, one could say that Prince Yong has inherited the emperor's ambitions and often travels in his stead to explore the world. The emperor also said that it is intolerable to close the country from the outside world, and it is best to remove the restriction against foreign, overseas trade. We need to use these new goods to strengthen our great Ming dynasty. The original topic of the criminal case of Zhongji's carpentry shop had already been lost by these two people. Now they had somehow gotten onto the topic of strengthening the country to be prosperous and mighty. After hearing about this, Yu Xiaoxiao was completely satisfied with the outcome. That cruel and ruthless shopkeeper Zhong had gotten his just deserts. Retribution had come. Truly, karma always happens for both good and evil deeds. If the consequences hadn't happened yet, then it would come in the future. Xiaoxiao played with the multicolored stone on her wrist and silently asked, Little glutinous dumpling, were you involved in this case? Her intuition told her that this event could not be separated from the little divine stone. Out of nowhere, a mini golden kitten jumped onto her shoulders. The little cat licked its claws and cleaned its ears. It asserted arrogantly, this divine stone only used its claws a little to create this event. Are you grateful? In actuality, it was finding it difficult to calm down. After helping its master again, it could truly feel the good effects of its actions. It was convinced that, in the near future, it would be able to restore all of its spiritual power and be released from its shackles, and then return back home next to the goddess Nuwa. It was so looking forward to that day. Tell me quickly, how did you arrange this to happen? Xiaoxiao took the little golden kitten off of her shoulder and placed in the palm of one of her hands. She lightly pinched at its soft and fluffy paws, but the kitten quickly slapped away her hand out of dislike. It wasn't enough force to hurt or tickle. In fact, in other people's eyes, they would have thought that the cat was playing around with its master. Yu Hai suddenly noticed the little kitten in his daughter's hands and inquired, when did little glutinous dumpling get here? How come I didn't see it until now? Yu Xiaoxiao paused for a second before she came up with a plausible excuse, I'm also not sure how it followed us. Little glutinous dumpling often appears and leaves like the wind. Maybe it was hiding in one of the vegetable baskets, taking a nap, and we accidentally brought it into town. Is that the truth, little glutinous dumpling? She grabbed onto the little fellow's paw and lightly waved it around. The arrogant little divine stone forcefully pulled its paw back and glared at her fiercely. Do you think this is a plausible excuse? Sounds stupid to me. The two people next to them wound down their conversation and noticed the kitten in Xiaoxiao's hands. The old man stroked his shaggy beard and smiled. This little kitten has a bright coat color. It's so rare to see a cat that's so beautiful. It's just too small. Must be only a month old, right? It's not easy to take care of a kitten that left its mother too early. You're the one that's hard to raise. Your whole family is hard to raise. HMPH. The little divine stone erupted in anger again and whipped its paws at the old man, revealing its sharp little nails. Yu Xiaoxiao gently stroked the little fellow's back and managed to placate it with great difficulty. She was really afraid that the little divine stone would leap up and start clawing the old man's face. All right, there's no use staying angry at a person who does not know he is wrong, so don't lower yourself to his level. Quickly tell me, how did you create this situation? Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately changed the topic to catch the little divine stone's attention. The little kitten arrogantly lifted its head up and snorted coldly, HMPH. Stupid humans, if this divine stone decided to go to his level, wouldn't that be lowering my status, Quickly tell me. Stop dawdling. Ah, Yu Xiaoxiao kneaded its head. Stinky master, you're messing my beautiful fur up. The little cat used its paws to scratch an ear and forcefully shook its head. In order to avoid having its master get another chance at rubbing its head, it continued. In actuality, it was quite simple. That day, when we were confronting him, this divine stone smeared some mystic stone water on the furniture in his warehouse. After a period of time, it will naturally attract insects. That wooden screen for Prince Jing's estate had been inhabited by termites. Termites are astonishingly destructive, so it's obvious that a wooden screen with termites in it wouldn't stand up for long. That princess consort is quite unlucky. The screen only broke and fell when she was passing by. This shopkeeper Zhang won't ever be able to dig himself out of this hole after startling Prince Jing's wife. Retribution really came quickly. Yu Xiaoxiao curved her lips up into a smile, which revealed the depths of her happiness. You're too cool, little glutinous dumpling. That princess consort is really too unlucky to be an accidental victim in this case. I sincerely hope she recovers soon. After all, I do have some sort of connection with Royal Prince Yang. Judgment came down quickly. All of the evil things shopkeeper Zhang had done in the past had also been revealed. It was said that officials had dug up the old skeletons of some adolescents in the back courtyard of the carpentry shop. All of the families of the apprentices who had been accused of stealing by shopkeeper Zhang had suddenly become the families of victims. They all wailed and howled for shopkeeper Zhang to pay in blood. Yu Hang had also been summoned by the officials and was accompanied by his family when he acted as a witness in court. All of the scars on his body as well as the testimony from Tongren Medical Hall's doctor's son became the ironclad evidence proving that shopkeeper Zhang cruelly mistreated his apprentices. After they returned back home from the yamen, the whole Yu family felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. If Yu Hang was more unlucky, then wouldn't he also have become one of the skeletons buried in the back courtyard of the carpentry shop? Finally, the notorious shopkeeper Zhang had been sentenced to a beheading at the end of autumn. In addition, all of his property was confiscated. After all of the carpenters and apprentices at this shop were investigated and found to be innocent, they were all let go. Traveling from the town back to their home took over 2 hours of time. Although Steward Yao was burning with impatience, there was nothing he could do. Luckily, the Yu family's donkey, which looked very ordinary, had a decent speed and wasn't any slower than the Yao family's horse cart. However, after seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's ghostly white face and an expression that seemed to be a sliver away from vomiting from being jostled in the cart, Steward Yao had no choice but to ask a couple of times whether they should slow down. No need. Yu Xiaoxiao took out the pouch of water she took everywhere with her and drank a mouthful of mystic stone water. Her stomach immediately calmed down. She continued softly, if we hadn't been delayed for so long at Junsho restaurant, then we would have reached home already. In fact, we might have loaded almost half of the cart by this point. If we're not any faster, then you will have to go back home in the dark. Seeing her uncomfortable expression, Steward Yao felt both touched and worried. Miss Yu, if your family frequently goes in and out of town, then you guys really need to get some better cart wheels. However, rubber cart wheels are not only quite expensive but also incomparably rare. It's not possible to get a set with only money. It's really that hard to get a set of rubber cart wheels. Yu Xiaoxiao had thought it was like her previous life, something that she could just buy some with money. That being said, rubber trees only thrive in the tropics. Tanggu town was in the northern part of the Great Ming dynasty. In ancient times, traveling and shipping goods was not that easy. Steward Yao nodded his head when she asked the question. It's said that it is hard to manufacture rubber wheels, and the output is extremely low. All of the high-ranking officials and noble people in the capital get first dibs, then the officials in the rest of the country. As for people like my master's family, those with money but no power, they had to run around pulling strings to just buy one set. However, you shouldn't worry too much, Miss Yu. The Zhou family are imperial merchants, and they have a lot of connections with the nobility in the capital. Since third young master Zhou promised you, he absolutely will be able to get you a set. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't doubting third young master Zhou's reliability. However, in her heart, she did feel like she owed third young master a big favor. As they were talking, the donkey cart had just rolled into Dongshan village. Under the old elm tree at the entrance of the village, there were several old villagers chatting. When they heard the sounds of hooves, all of them looked over. "Old you, it's your second son's donkey cart that's come back." An old man swayed as he stood up. He placed a hand at his eyebrows to look in the distance, and only then did he squat back down. With a voice that had a hint of envy in it, he said, "Your family's second son is quite capable, ah." After separating from the family for not too long, he bought a donkey cart and started a business selling things. Old Yu's eldest brother, Yu Lichun, unhurriedly stood up and slowly replied, "You guys can only see the good side of things, but can you remember their difficulties?" When Dahai split from the family, he had been seriously injured and no one knew whether he would be able to keep his leg. Dahai's wife also has a weak body and their Xiaoxiao has had a bad constitution since birth. A few days ago, Xiaoxia had been pummeled until he was at death's door. Luckily both Dahai and Xiaoxia were fortunate and weren't fated to die yet. Old Yu's face flushed red in embarrassment under the knowing gaze of his older brother and the implication in his words. He looked at the horse cart that was right behind the donkey cart and quickly changed the subject. "I've never seen the horse cart that is behind Dahai. I'm not sure if Dahai and his family need help right now. I need to go over and see." Father, eldest uncle, Yu Hai had also seen them and pulled on the little donkey reins to slowly cut down the speed until they stopped at the village entrance. Yu Xiaoxiao also sweetly greeted them, "Eldest granduncle, grandpa. Are you guys chatting here?" Yu Lichun's face lit up with a kind smile. "Xiaoxiao, did you into town with your father? Did you go to Tongren Medicine Hall and have Dr. Sun check you guys out? Your complexion doesn't look too good." Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed at her bright and radiant little face and grinned. "Eldest granduncle, the donkey cart was going too fast earlier, so I feel a little dizzy from being bumped up and down. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. If you don't feel well, you need to tell your father. Don't endure a minor sickness until it becomes a serious illness. If you don't have enough money, eldest granduncle still has some." Yu Lichun couldn't forget what had happened that past winter. The vision of a motionless Xiaoxiao in her father's arms was engraved into his memory. Yu Xiaoxiao felt a burst of gratitude arise in her heart. "Thank you, eldest granduncle. Xiaoxiao will remember your words." Old Yu took a glance at the properly dressed steward Yao and pulled Yu Hai aside. He quietly asked, "Who is that person? What is he here for? Did you get into trouble in town?" Although steward Yao was only a servant in the Yao family, his attire was about the same as other prosperous families in town. In old Yu's eyes, he was not someone that they could afford to offend. "Father," Yu Hai helplessly replied, "he's a steward at the Yao family. Tomorrow is Patriarch Yao's birthday celebration, and they need to pick some vegetables from my house. I'm no longer a strapping young lad, how could I possibly just randomly cause trouble? Picking vegetables, how are there any vegetables to be had in this season? No one has even planted any vegetable seeds. You're not trying to trick your father, right?" Old Yu still didn't feel relieved. It's necessary to forgive his terrified attitude. After all, it's better to be careful than to make a large blunder. Yu Hai didn't know what else to say and continued, "If you don't believe me, then come with me to the old residence and check it out yourself, okay? Village elders, we are against the clock right now. Would it be possible to make a long story short and try to finish up?" Steward Yao glanced at the color of the sky and a worried expression appeared on his face. Old Yu swallowed down the words he was about to say when he heard the steward's remark and repeatedly nodded his head with a smile. Of course, of course. Then we won't delay you folks anymore." Under Steward Yao's eager gaze, Yu Xiaoxiao waved farewell to her eldest granduncle and hopped into the donkey cart again. This time, the horse cart was in front to open the path, so no one else dared to stop them again. However, word quickly went through the whole village. People all said that Yu Hai was seriously too capable to be able to forge a connection with a rich family in town. The horse cart stopped in front of the gate at the old residence. Yu Hai opened the gate, lifted up the doorsill, and brought the donkey cart into the courtyard. He didn't bother unharnessing the donkey before he asked Yu Hang, who was lying on a long chair getting sun, in a loud voice, "Xiaoxia, where's your mother?" "She's in the backyard doing laundry." "Father, what's going on?" At this point, Yu Hang noticed Steward Yao, who had come in behind his father. Out of caution, he somewhat wanted to stand up. When Yu Xiaosao saw this, she hurriedly said, "Older brother. Your bones are still too weak, don't move around recklessly. I'll go into the back courtyard and get mother to help us harvest vegetables." Madame Lu had already heard the sounds of her husband's voice. She shook her dripping hands, walked in from the rear court, and asked, "You're back. How did selling the vegetables go?" "We sold out. Keep the laundry there for now and help us pick some vegetables first. Steward Yao still needs to hurry back." A hint of excitement was threaded in Yu Hai's voice. A whole cart of vegetables was sold for 20 taels. If he told this story to other people, who would believe him? His daughter was really too amazing. Selling vegetables at the price of meat, but there truly were people who would buy them. As soon as Steward Yao stepped into the courtyard, he was stunned by the sight of the lush, green vegetables surrounding him. It was a very large space and had to be at least 7 to 8 plots of land. All of it was used to grow all different types of vegetables, and there was only a small strip of land left as a walkway for people. All of the vegetables were at their peak, and they revealed their lush vitality. Under the bright sun, the dark green leaves glistened and flickered. Every single leaf seemed to have a tiny life there, budding and throbbing. This Yu family was really a good hand at growing vegetables. Even if you didn't consider the current season, their output was absolutely the top of the top. Madame Lu noticed the stranger in their yard and politely greeted, "You must be tired, guest. Please sit down inside and drink some water to quench your thirst." When Steward Yao had gotten back from the food market, he had directly reported to his master and then immediately went to the stables to get the horse cart. He also had to anxiously wait at Junsho restaurant's back door for a long time and then rush over with the father and daughter pair from the Yu family to Dongshan village. Only now could he catch his breath. After he heard her suggestion, he immediately felt how dry and scratchy his throat was. However, he didn't enter the building and instead sat down on a large stone in front of the rooms. He smiled. "I don't need to enter your house. Sitting here, where I can get some sun, is also quite comfortable." Madame Lu poured him a bowl of water that had been boiled. Steward Yao stood up to take it and politely thanked her. He didn't even notice how crude and simple the ceramic bowl was as he finished the water in the bowl in one big gulp. Perhaps he was too thirsty, but Steward Yao thought this bowl of plain water was even more refreshing than any tea he had before. He couldn't help but compliment it a bit. A golden kitten jumped off of Yu Xiaosao's shoulders and rolled its eyes at him. What a naive fellow. This divine stone's bathing water is full of spiritual energy. Even if it's diluted a bit, it still can't be compared to ordinary water, so of course it tastes good. Yu Hang watched as his parents and youngest sister rolled up their sleeves and busied themselves in the vegetable field. Ever since he had come home, he had to watch the rest of his family run around the house day in day out. However, he couldn't help them at all. However, in his heart, he was clear about one thing. The most important thing he could do right now was to let his body recover fully. Afterwards, he would definitely help his family with their tasks. Regardless, he still felt impatient. Especially in times like now, he wished with all his heart that he could stand up and help them harvest the vegetables. As the little divine stone stepped by gracefully, it passed by Yu Hang. It seemed to sense Yu Hang's inner turmoil and stopped for a short period of time. It lightly leapt onto his knee and had an expression on its face as if it was conferring the boy a great favor. It let Yu Hang scratch it. The little divine stone inwardly thought, "Weak and puny human this divine stone is letting you scratch an itch, but this is your good fortune. Appreciate it." Yu Hai, his wife, and daughter Xiaosao were all bustling busily in the vegetable field. The little assistant that came along had also been ordered by Steward Yao to help. Although he didn't know how to harvest vegetables, he was able to help them put the food into baskets or other activities that didn't require much skill. Old Yu slowly walked into the old residence and was stunned at the sight of the courtyard full of green vegetables. The last time he came over, the whole courtyard was covered completely with mats made of rice straw and wheat stalks. At that time he didn't know what they were for and asked a few times but never got an answer. He never thought that under the grass mats were vegetable sprouts that were planted. It only took around 10 days of effort, yet the vegetables were already ready to be harvested. Old Yu first went to his eldest grandson and carefully asked him about his injuries and condition. After seeing his second son's family bustling without a break, he also rolled up his sleeves and entered the fields to help them. A bit of time passed and Xiaolian also came back from the docks. The Yu family's 1 copper coin per portion of braised food was famous at the docks. As soon as one of them got there, almost all of the food they brought would be sold out after half an hour. Their family's braised food was not only priced well but also delicious beyond imagination. Now, not only did all of the dock workers know about them but also the people living in the nearby villages. If one of them had a guest come over, they would especially go over to buy a couple portions. Using the Yu family's braised food to serve guests was a very welcoming thing to do. Had Xiaolian not waited to the ox cart from the neighboring village, then she would have long gotten back after all of the braised food sold out. With the addition of Xiaolian, their harvesting speed increased perceptibly. Before long, all of the baskets that Steward Yao brought with him had been stacked full with lush green vegetables that looked incredibly appetizing. While the family was harvesting vegetables, Steward Yao had gone to Yu Residence's back courtyard as well as the nearby pond. He saw that there were also vegetable fields in the back that spanned around 3 to 4 mu. There were cucumber and string bean vines climbing on vegetable frames. Eggplants and hot chili peppers were all growing vigorously in neatly laid out rows. There were also lettuce and carrots. However, he couldn't see how large the carrots were as they were underground, but the carrot leaves were lush and vibrant green. On the fence surrounding the 4 sides of the garden, there were hyacinth bean vines and Malabar spinach twisted around the wooden poles, which added a bluish-green color to the perimeter. Furthermore, there were still some other vegetables that he could not identify, but everywhere he looked was full of vegetables. He was convinced that before long all of these vegetables would be ready to harvest. At that time, other people's vegetables would only be tiny sprouts. Steward Yao was very well aware what it meant for Yu family since they were able to sell vegetables more than a month out of the regular season. He looked at their simple and crude-looking residence as well as the unadorned rooms. As of now, the Yu family looked destitute and poor. However, with their ability to grow vegetables, they were absolutely about to become rich very soon, right? Steward Yao now really didn't have the guts to scorn the Yu family. At last, all of the baskets of vegetables were weighed and moved onto the Yao family's horse cart. In total, they had bought 680 caddies of vegetables. Steward Yao knew that old Master Yao was very picky. If he found out about the Yu family's vegetables, then in the future they would definitely have many more dealings to come. Thus, he generously agreed to pay for all of the vegetables using the price for romaine lettuce, 25 copper coins per caddy. When old Yu saw that the vegetables, which usually sold for around 3 to 5 copper coins a caddy, being sold for 5 to 8 times the normal price, his eyes opened wide in shock. He almost couldn't believe his ears. "Dahai, are you not afraid that the rich folk will blame you guys for setting the price of vegetables at the price of pork?" "Grandfather, we're doing business fair and square. One is willing to buy and the other is willing to sell, why would anyone blame the other?" Yu Xiaosao held up a basin of water to let her grandfather wash his hands and then continued, "The Yao family is a well-known rich family in town. They've eaten meat all winter and have long been tired of it. If you don't believe me, go ask Steward Yao whether the patriarch of the Yao family wants to eat meat or does he want to eat our family's vegetables, okay? But, these are merely green vegetables. If we're selling it at such an expensive price, isn't that overcharging other people?" Old Yu felt a bit uneasy about all of this. Steward Yao counted the money as he interjected, "Old sir, this is obviously an example of, the rarer a thing is, the greater its value. Right now, at this season, if you want to eat green vegetables, even if you have money you might not be able to get any. Your family's vegetables are the only ones on the market in town right now. Even at a more expensive price you guys wouldn't have to worry about it not selling." As they talked, he took out 2 large ingots of shiny silver and placed them into Yu Hai's hands. He then said, "Big brother, this is 20 taels. Make sure you keep them safe." Yu Hai waved his hand, "There's no need to give us this much. 680 caddies of vegetables only comes out to 17 taels total. You're taking such good care of us, how could we possibly take more of your money? Just keep the extra money for now. Think of the additional 3 taels as a security deposit. Make sure you leave some of the vegetables in the back courtyard for me, your brother. Don't sell it all to Junsho restaurant." Steward Yao also knew the value of planning ahead for greater rewards. If you guys take my security deposit, in the future it will obviously be very easy to buy vegetables from you. Yu Hai still hesitated a bit, but Yu Xiaoao had already taken the money away. She grinned. Since Steward Yao said so, in the future, if you need any vegetables, just give us a holler and we'll deliver them to the Yao residence. Steward Yao nodded his head repeatedly. That's what I wanted to hear. I know you guys are short-staffed, so in the future I will have people bring a cart over to your place to buy vegetables. Xiaozi, remember the route. In the future, you will be in charge of buying vegetables. Make sure you do well and not let me, your adoptive father, lose any face. Steward Yao had directed the last part to the little assistant who was driving the cart. That little assistant was also a clever and nimble fellow, so he nodded his head as if he was pounding garlic paste with it. A joyful smile tinged with admiration crossed his face. Going from an assistant who took care of the horses to a person in charge of purchasing was a big change. It not only was a large promotion but also his future treatment and pay would be vastly different. That was because the purchasing position was one that had a lot of profit involved in it. In the future, he really needed to show his filial respect to his adoptive father. Without his adoptive father promoting him, how else could he, Xiaozi, possibly get such a position with the multitudes of other servants at the residence? Thank you, Godfather. Thank you, Godfather. Xiaozi continuously thanked Steward Yao as if this was the only way he could truly express the depths of his gratitude. Do your job well. In the future, when you have more contact with the Yu family, make sure to treat them with more courtesy. Especially that little girl, she has a lot of ideas and you absolutely cannot slight her. On the way back home, Steward Yao gave him some words of advice to help Xiaozi develop properly. Later on, Xiaozi repeatedly went back and forth between Dongshan village and Tanggu town. He always kept his adoptive father's advice close to heart and warmly called Yu Hai and his wife, uncle and auntie. In addition, he also helped them to do some work around the house. He had an almost brotherly relationship with Yu Hang, who was about the same age as him. Furthermore, he took care of Xiaolian and little Shido as if they were his own younger siblings. Every time he came to buy vegetables and produce, he would always bring some pastries and cakes for them. As for Xiaosao, who looked almost exactly the same as Xiaolian, he had unconsciously developed deep feelings of respect for her. By nurturing these relationships, Xiaozi never came back to the Yao residence empty-handed, even in rougher times when the harvest was not as good. By successfully managing his tasks, he naturally received more promotions. He rose from a purchasing assistant to an assistant steward in the purchasing department, and then to the head steward in charge of the purchasing department. By the time his adoptive father became the chief steward, he, at the age of 20, had become the residence's youngest head steward. At that time, he was still unmarried, and so, the maid-servants in the residence all saw him as an ideal marriage prospect. The first-rank maid-servants, who had previously disdained him, now all looked at him with a different expression in their eyes. As for himself, he finally had enough courage to request to marry the maidservant he had secretly admired for a long time, Lucio. She was the personal maidservant of the matriarch. As a favor, the matriarch betrothed Lucio, who had already reached a marriageable age, to him. After his adoptive father retired, Xiaozi replaced his father to become the chief steward of the Yao residence. All of these changes started during that fateful bright and brilliant afternoon, when he had gone with his adoptive father to go to Dongshan village and met the noble person who would transform his destiny for a lifetime. Of course, these are all future events. Right now Xiaosao was sitting on a small stool and staring at her family's courtyard vegetable fields as if she was caught in a spell. Yu Heng looked at his little sister staring blankly and quietly asked, "Little sister, what are you thinking about? Why are you so focused right now?" Yu Xiaosao twisted her head around and looked at him. She arranged the blanket to cover his legs more securely and then turned around to look at the fields again. She exclaimed somewhat excitedly, "Older brother, have you noticed it too? We've gotten a decent harvest from our fields." What do you mean by decent? Previously their family had also planted some vegetables in the front and back of their rooms. The soil there was poor, and they had only planted the most common types of vegetables for their own use. Had they ever bothered to calculate the output from those small stretches of land? However, in Xiaosao's previous life, her parents had been vegetable farmers before they passed away. At that time, she was already in middle school and often helped them calculate the output of their fields and the amount of profits they made. There was chemical fertilizer in her past life, so 1 mu of land planted with vegetables could produce around 2,500 caddies of harvest. In their courtyard, they had around 70 to 80% of a mu of land, and they had already sold around 1,000 caddies worth of vegetables. From her rough estimate, they had only picked less than half of what was available. In other words, they could probably get at least 3,000 caddies of vegetables for each mu planted. Perhaps they could even get 4,000 caddies. This truly was considered a very high yield. After calculating up to this much, she figured that they could get around 70 to 80 taels total for the vegetables grown in the front courtyard alone. The back courtyard was growing vegetables that had a longer life cycle, so they could likely be sold for a higher price. They could easily get around 100 taels for each mu of vegetables. Thus, this meant that they could get around 500 taels alone from this early spring harvest. The more Yu Xiaoxiao calculated, the more excited she felt. Her eyes seemed to glitter with an internal light and she wished she could kiss the little divine stone a few times in happiness. The little golden kitten was lying on Yu Hang's knee, enjoying the pleasure of getting pets when it suddenly felt chills run through its body. The fur on its back immediately stood up. Something's not right, there's danger approaching. Just as Yu Xiaoxiao was staring at their vegetable fields fixedly, as if she had just seen a giant lump of gold, suddenly the sound of a voice no one wanted to hear came through the gate. Where is everyone? Did you all disappear into thin air? Why is the gate closed in the middle of the day off? Is it because you guys did something that set off your guilty consciences and are afraid people will come find you? Xiaoxiao quivered and then leapt off of her stool. She rushed towards the gate, pulled open the heavy door, and saw Madame Zhang standing oddly there. The old woman's face was as unpleasant as before. Grandmother, why did you come over? Yu Xiaoxiao barely restrained the feeling of disgust in her heart and managed to squeeze out a smile. Tuesday, May 7, 2024, 3:46 p.m. Aza. What? Did you guys make your door too high that your own grandmother can't come over anymore? Li Guiwa had a self-satisfied look on her face. The copious amount of fat on her face squeezed her eyes until they were a thin line, very similar to a rat's eyes. Her eyes flickered around as if she was a thief. Madame Zhang pushed Xiaoxiao aside with an arm and marched into the courtyard. She gloomily looked all around at the stone walls around the courtyard and sinisterly remarked, "You guys don't have money yet you built your walls so high. Are you trying to discourage thieves or are you trying to keep me out? Is there a difference? You're the biggest thieving threat around. Other people are cultivating fortune. Meanwhile, you're such a miserly old hag that you would even scrape off whatever profit you could get from the ground full of dirt." Yu Xiaoxiao silently roasted the old woman in her heart as she replied, "Our old residence is a bit too close to the West Mountain. In the winter, we're afraid of wild animals searching for food. Won't they come down from the mountain and harm people? Grandmother, don't be so sensitive, these walls are to protect us from wolves. Just look, when we first moved out, we weren't sure if we could save my father's leg. My older brother had been sold off to be an apprentice, so it was only mother and us weak little girls around. If there really were some vicious wolves around, what were we supposed to do? So we didn't bother trying to fix the house much and instead used the money my maternal grandmother sent us to lay a taller wall." This seemingly simple explanation actually held a lot of hidden nuggets. First of all, you made us split off from the main family with pretty much nothing when my father was seriously injured. In addition, you almost pushed my older brother to a situation where he would lose his life. If this was someone with thinner skin, she wouldn't even have the face to come to their gate. Next, not a single copper coin out of the money used to build these walls came from you. Thus, do you have any qualifications to voice your unnecessary opinions? However, was there anyone else in the world who could even compete with Madame Zhang's shamelessness? It was hard to tell whether the old woman really didn't catch on to Xiaoxiao's silent implications or whether she was pretending, but she only glanced briefly at Yu Hang, who was lying helplessly on the deck chair in the courtyard. She then turned her attention to the wide expanse of vegetables growing in the courtyard. Madame Li immediately understood her role in this play and stated, "Second brother-in-law truly has a filial heart. He planted so many vegetables, but he doesn't know how to properly show his respect to his elders. He's only preoccupied with earning money. Of course we have to think of all possible ways to earn money. We need money to build a fence and repair the house. Moreover, we also have a lot of debt. It might seem like my father's leg has recovered, but he'll feel unbearable when he uses too much strength. It's all right during the day, but it would be so painful at night that he can't even sleep. He has been able to endure thanks to the painkillers that Dr. Sun prescribed. He can't be the main labor force in our family, and my older brother still owes dozens of taels of medical fees. If we don't think of more ways to earn money to repay the debt, will grandmother and eldest aunt help us pay off our debts? Yu Xiaoxiao had long seen through their intentions, so she persistently complained about her family's suffering. In the backyard, Shaolian blocked her parents and refused to let the two kind and uncontentious people go out to be bullied. She also asked Qian Wu, who was tending the ducks by the pond, to go find her grandfather at the village entrance. Old Yu was the only one who could somewhat keep Madame Zhang in check. All right, what's the point in saying all this rubbish? Hurry up and gather the vegetables for your grandmother. Did you want the old lady to personally get them herself? You tactless person. Madame Li noticed that her mother-in-law's face was becoming more and more unsightly, so she hastily interjected. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't change her expression and kept a fake smile on her face. Eldest aunt is right. Grandmother, what vegetables do you want to eat? I'll go gather them for you. Let's do this. Give me a basket of each kind. Madame Zhang was also a good money maker. She could make out the values of the lush green vegetables just by looking at them. There were 4 or 5 different kinds of greens here. If she got a basket of each, it would be at least 4 or 5 caddies, which should cost several taels. In the past, when Yu Hai was around and the family hadn't split, she hadn't noticed his importance. Without the skilled fisherman Yu Hai, not only did they catch less than half the amount of fish compared to last year, but there also wasn't much variety. Several regular customers gradually stopped ordering from the Yu family because they couldn't meet their needs. Now, Yu Dashan not only goes fishing in the sea with old Yu, but he also sells fish at the fish market with other fishermen. When business was bad, half of the fish would be left over. Their family had been eating fish for more than a week already. They used to be reluctant to eat it, but now they were sick of eating it. The weather was gradually warming up, so if they didn't eat the fish, it would go bad very quickly. Old Yu and his son were bringing back less and less money, so Madame Zhang's heart was becoming more and more anxious. Her youngest son had sent a letter saying that he wanted to study at Rongshuan Academy and needed money for brushes, ink, and books. Also, the rent for the residence they rented in town had expired and her youngest grandson, little Dudu, had gotten sick at the beginning of spring. All these matters that required money had piled one on top of another, one after another. Seeing that there was less and less money in her hands, Madame Zhang felt as if a fire was burning her heart. She couldn't eat nor sleep well, and had a few mouth ulcers. When she heard from Madame Li that the second branch was beginning to sell their vegetables, she briefly pondered and thought of an idea. However, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't like her parents, who were easily bullied by Madame Zhang. She sneered and said, "Grandmother, aren't you going to eat the vegetables to prevent hunger? With 4 or 5 baskets of vegetables, even if you guys eat a lot, wouldn't it take at least 20 days to finish everything? Aren't you afraid that the greens will rot in the baskets and be wasted? It's none of your business. Your grandmother told you to pick the vegetables, so just do as you're told. What's with all your nonsense?" Madame Li had already impatiently started gathering the vegetables herself. After eating boiled cabbage and radish and mixed grain flatbread for the entire winter, her eyes were already green with greed when she saw all the green vegetables. She had never been so eager to eat stir-fried vegetables. Eldest aunt, be careful not to trample on the vegetables. Before Yu Xiaoxiao even finished speaking, Li Guiwa had already stepped on the lettuce under her feet. Every green vegetable was a shiny piece of silver awe. Xiaoxiao's heart ached incessantly. Right at this moment, a golden light, like lightning, launched towards Li Guiwa. With a loud scream, Li Guiwa covered her face and sat down in the vegetable field. Her huge butt had slammed into the vegetable garden. If the vegetables were alive, they would surely scream before dying. Whose cat is this? How can you let it out to scratch people? Madam Li looked and saw a tiny kitten that wasn't even the size of a fist. It was covered in golden fur and was staring fiercely at Li Guiwa with its golden eyes. It showed a fierceness that was disproportionate with its size. Little glutinous dumpling, good job. Yu Shakao praised the little divine ceaselessly within her heart. She just keeps blabbering and her voice sounds as bad as a pig being slaughtered. She's so freaking noisy. The little divine stone licked its claw with dissatisfaction. It glared at Madam Li with hostility as if was about to jump up the next second and rush towards its prey. My face. Li Guiwa took off the hand she used to cover her face, but was startled by the blood on her hand. That damned cat actually dared to scratch her face. What should she do if it's scarred? If Xiaoxiao could read her mind, she would definitely roast her relentlessly. Eldest aunt, even if your face isn't disfigured, you don't look that good either. You have a face that affects the appearance of the city. Madame Zhang bent down to pick up a lump of dirt and was about to throw it at the little golden kitten, but noticed that the kitten had already turned its attention towards her. The little one exuded a terrifying force that made her feel as if she wasn't facing a little kitten but a majestic-looking giant tiger. Madame Zhang's legs began to tremble. She dropped the chuck of soil in her hand and stammered, "Wicked girl, is this your cat? Quickly take it away." Yu Xiaoxiao had helpless expression on her face and said, "Grandmother, I picked up this kitten from the mountain forest. It hasn't been long since I brought it home, so it hasn't been domesticated yet and is still very wild. It doesn't listen to anybody. Shaolian and I have both been scratched by it, so I don't dare to provoke it." Madam Li, who was triggered by the blood on her hand, suddenly lunged at the little golden kitten like a crazy woman. As a result, all the vegetables around her suffered a tragic death. "My vegetables!" Yu Xiaoxiao cried pitifully. The little golden kitten seemed to have sensed its master's mood and hastily rushed to the part of the garden that had already been harvested. Its movement was light and nimble. Madam Li's fat figure suddenly plunged into the vegetable garden. Her big face landed first, and she was unable to immediately get up. After struggling for a long time, she finally sat up and noticed that her mouth was full of mud. She spat for a long time in order to get the mud out of her mouth. "Useless thing, trying to compete with me, this divine stone. Humph, humph, anticipate having a nightmare tonight." Yu Xiaoxiao was the only one who could hear the little divine stone's grim voice. From a place that no one could see, a wisp of smoke like spiritual power entered Madam Li's nostrils. But she was completely unaware of it. "Mother, quickly help me catch that damned cat. I'm going to throw it into the fire pit and eat it after it's cooked." Madam Li refused to give up and was hell-bent on catching the kitten. Thus, Madam Li's plump, ball-like body could be seen jumping, fumbling, rolling, and crawling around the yard. It was a very comedic scene. By the time she was tired and gasping for her breath, she still didn't touch a single hair on the cat. During a rather chilly evening in early spring, Madam Li's entire body was covered in sweat. With the mix of sweat and mud on her face, she didn't even need to wear makeup to perform in a Chinese opera. She couldn't get up from sitting on the ground, so she smacked her leg and wailed, "Aren't you bullying me right now? I don't care. Your family's cat scratched and scarred my face, so your family must compensate me. Just pay me 5 taels. Who would compensate 5 taels to you? Your face isn't even worth 5 copper coins, yet you want 5 taels. Why don't you go rob someone?" This awesome response came from old Yu, who had quickly rushed over. He must be infuriated, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a harsh remark to his daughter-in-law. Madam Li wasn't afraid of anything, except when her father-in-law pulled a long face. When she saw old Yu coming in, she immediately jumped up from the ground. Her agile movement didn't seem like something that a fatty like her could do. "It was the cat that scratched you, so go get the money from the cat. You can't even handle a kitten that hasn't been weaned, yet you still have the face to ask others for money. Our old Yu's family doesn't extort money from others. If you want to cause trouble for second son's family, I'll go talk with Li Laoshuan about it." Madam Li's father, Li Laoshuan, was also a very capable man when he was younger. He had earned some properties, so the living conditions of the Li family was a lot better than the Yu family. Madam Li didn't dare to say another word. Although her father doted on her, he was also an old-fashioned and traditional man, who considered a married daughter to be the same as spilled water. He believed that she should listen to everything her in-laws say. If her father found out that she was extorting money from her younger brother-in-law's family, he would definitely disown her. She still needed to rely on her maternal family to support her, so she absolutely couldn't let her father know about this. Madame Zhang spoke up in her defense. What's there to talk about? Guiwa just said that out of anger. Do you really think that she would take the second branch's money? Second son's family's cat scratched someone, but you won't even allow her to say something about it. I haven't even said anything about you yet. What are you doing here? Did you come to ask second son for vegetables? Are you really that shameless to ask? Old Yu looked at Madame Zhang with eyes that were full of disappointment, anger and sadness. When the second branch were in their most difficult times, she had forced them out of their home. His second son had risked half his life in exchange for the money they got from selling a bear. After they hid the 300 taels that his second son had risked his life for, he could hardly sleep at night and was full of torment in his heart. On the other hand, as if she had thrown away a huge stone that was on her body, Madame Zhang talked and acted in a much more relaxed manner. Why didn't she ever think about how second son was his flesh and blood? He believed that he had never been biased toward Dashan and always treated him like his own son. When they divided the family, they had even given the new ship that second son bought to their eldest son. Why couldn't she feel for others and treat his children as her own? Look at what happened. Look at what Madame Zhang did. She married his eldest daughter hundreds of kilometers away and sold her to a widower as his second wife. His eldest daughter must be completely disappointed in him. After being married for so many years, other than visiting second son several times, she was almost unwilling to see him, her father. His second son was a capable man, so he had thought that Madame Zhang would treat the second branch better for the sake of money. But what happened? When his second son was seriously injured and on the verge of death, Madame Zhang had forced him to propose to separate from the family. She only gave them the rundown old residence and a measly 2 taels. Old Yu felt that his tolerance was reaching the limit. He couldn't let Madame Zhang continue to do whatever she wanted. He had to show his authority as the head of the household. When faced with her husband's furious gaze, Madame Zhang felt somewhat afraid in her heart. However, she still insisted, isn't Katie's fiancé's family going to send the betrothal gifts over soon? I was thinking about how we don't have anything to serve them at home, and then I heard that second son's family has planted vegetables. As a son, what's wrong with paying filial respects to his parents by giving them some vegetables? Sending the betrothal gifts, isn't that next month? Didn't we already plow the vegetable fields and plant the seeds? The crops should be ready by next month, so why do we need to ask second son for vegetables? It's not like you don't know about the living conditions of second son's family. As his parents, even if we can't help him, we shouldn't add to their misfortunes and cause more trouble for our children. What would others say about us? Of course, old Yu didn't believe her nonsense and immediately exposed her. Shouldn't a son be filial to his parents? What would others say? Do you think that others won't gossip about a son who eats and lives well while his parents barely have enough to eat? Madame Zhang was an expert at pestering others endlessly. Old Yu frowned and became even more displeased. What do you mean by, we barely have enough to eat? Although we're not making as much money from selling fish as before, it's certainly enough to feed our entire family. Moreover, you still have a lot of. It's for our third son's studies, so no one is allowed to touch it. Madame Zhang valued her youngest son the most and no one was allowed to touch him. When she heard old Yu mention her savings, she instantly startled and glanced at Xiaoxiao with a guilty conscience. Old Yu felt even more furious within his heart. Whenever money is mentioned, you always say that it's for third son's studies. Yet you run over to cause trouble for second son's family when they have already split from the family. Your heart is seriously too biased. I'm biased. You're saying that I'm being partial. After I married you, I gave birth to and raised your children. I don't waste money on food or clothes. Who am I doing all this for? Was it for myself? I just want to foster a scholar from our family so that our whole family can live a better life. Who am I being biased to? Eldest son is my biological son, have I ever been partial to him? Second son is more capable than eldest son. I also remember all his contributions to the family. In the future, when third son passes the examination to become an official, wouldn't he, as his older brother, also be benefited. Madame Zhang wiped her tears as she spoke, as if she was the one who had been wronged and taken advantage of. Old Yu's heart softened when he saw Madame Zhang's tears, but he still persisted. That still isn't a valid reason to ask an older brother, who had separated from the family, to financially support his younger brother's studies. Stop crying here, or else you'll become a laughingstock. Quickly come home with me. Seeing that she wouldn't be able to take advantage of them today, Madame Zhang dawdled over to the entrance. Madame Li didn't even dare to lift up her head as she dejectedly followed behind her. Mother-in-law, her father-in-law was really angry today. He didn't even give face to her mother-in-law, let alone her. Old Yu touched the head of Xiaoxiao, who was standing beside him and staring at him with wide eyes. After that, he looked at his son and daughter-in-law, who had only come out from the rear courtyard at this time. With a tired voice, he sighed, the husband will have less trouble if his wife is virtuous. It was fortunate that I didn't listen to Madame Zhang's decision to have you marry her niece. I have a good daughter-in-law. You guys need to live a good life. After that, with his hands clasped behind his back and his body stooped down, he left with heavy footsteps. Grandfather, I'll gather some vegetables for you to take back. Yu Xiaoxiao was more or less satisfied with her grandfather's performance today. It seemed like he wasn't a complete fool yet. Old Yu stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at her. He slowly shook his head and said, no need. Keep them to sell for money. This old residence needs to be renovated thoroughly so that it won't be crushed by the snow during winter. Yu Xiaoxiao signaled her father with her eyes. Yu Hai understood her meaning and quickly said, Father, it's nothing much. This son of yours can still provide you with some vegetables to eat. Cower's mother, you go and help Cower gather a portion of each vegetables. He personally went forward to pull old Yu back to sit on the stone chair in the courtyard, and then poured a cup of water for his father to drink. After drinking the water brought by his son, old Yu felt much better both physically and mentally. His son still had him, his father, within his heart. Before he had finished a cup of water, Xiaoxiao and her mother had already swiftly gathered the vegetables and packed them in a basket. It appeared to be around 10 caddies of vegetables in the basket. Right now, in the Yu family, there were only the old Yu couple, the eldest son's family, and the unmarried youngest sister. Thus, it was enough for them to eat for several days. However, Madame Zhang wasn't satisfied and felt that Yu Hai's family had given them too little. While she scolded Da Hai's entire family within her heart, she took out most of the greens from the basket that old Yu brought back, and then sent them to her youngest son early in the morning on the next day. Madame Li, who had a terrible complexion after a night of nightmares, inwardly criticized Madame Zhang for her biasness. She grumbled her complaint to Yu Dashan for several days. As for Yu Xiaoxiao's family, who had earned over 860 taels today, they were currently discussing what to do with 60-something taels in front of them. The head of the family, Yu Hai, was the first to speak. He cleared his throat and solemnly said, as I have just said, our Cower's recipe was sold for 800 taels. We have already asked third young Master Zhou to help us buy a storefront with the money. I reckon that the shops at the newly constructed port wouldn't be too expensive. We should be able to buy 4 spaces. At that time, you siblings will each have a shop, fair to all. Yu Heng, who was half lying on the Kong bed, hastily said, youngest sister was the one who earned the money to purchase the store. As her older brother, how can I take advantage of her? I'll leave my space to youngest sister. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him with widened eyes and said unhappily, older brother, what you're saying isn't right. We're blood-related siblings, so why do we need to be so clear-cut about everything? People say that even real siblings should settle accounts without ambiguity. For example, it wouldn't make sense for father to buy land and a store for eldest uncle. Yu Heng insisted. Yu Xiaoxiao snorted and said, we have already separated from the family now. We won't give them any less of the filial respect that we are obliged to, but we aren't paying for a single penny more than necessary. Older brother, when you get better, the business at the docks will be handed to you. In the future, when the new port is built, you would be able to expand the business at the docks and earn a lot of money. Would you disregard your younger siblings at that time? Of course not. It's our family's business, so of course the profits should be handed into the family account. Yu Heng immediately retorted, Isn't that the same logic? The money that I'm earning right now is also handed into the family account to be managed. Even if it's not given to you guys now, when we grow up and split from the family in the future, we still need to divide it evenly. Yu Hang had never won when debating with Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Hang frowned and wanted to decline again, but, youngest sister, you were the one who earned all the money. Alright, let's stop talking about this. It's decided. Seeing that the siblings were each holding their own ground, Yu Hai spoke up to make the final decision. Xiaoxia, you don't have to feel like you're taking advantage of your younger sister. In the future, your younger sisters will also need their brother's support. Little Shido, who had returned at dusk last night for his break, put down the book in his hands and laughed. Father, even if we don't have a store, older brother and I will still support our sisters. In the future, if that person mistreats second sister, I'll bring her home and take care of her for a lifetime. You're only going to take care of your second sister. Do you not care about your eldest sister at all? Xiaolian teased her younger brother with a smile. Little Shido hadn't had a chance to correct himself before Xiaoxiao pinched both his cheeks. You heartless little fellow. There's so many good things you can say, but instead you're cursing your second sister to be bullied in the future. Little Shitu's little face, which had just become more fleshy, was pulled out to two sides by his second sister, and then squashed together again in the middle. His small mouth was squeezed together until it looked like a pig's snout as he struggled to explain himself. He, who would become a high-scoring top scholar in the imperial examination in his teens, was currently being bullied by his second sister. After Yu Xiaoxiao played enough with his face, she finally let him go mercifully. Little Shido covered his face, which had turned red from being pinched, and muttered with a pout, "Second sister, I'm wrong. Who dares to bully you? You're the one who was going to bully others." Of course, Yu Xiaoxiao had a complacent expression, and then said, "It's decided then, everyone gets a store. It would be better if the shops are cheap and we can buy more. If we have more younger siblings in the future, we can also prepare some for them too." Lu Muyun, who was sitting on the edge of the Kong bed with a slight smile, heard her words and looked up. When she saw her youngest daughter's teasing gaze, her pale face immediately flushed. She chided, "This child. How mischievous. You even dare to tease your own parents." Yu Xiaoxiao grinned and replied, "Mother, I'm not joking. Last time when Dr. Sun checked on eldest brother, didn't he also take your pulse? He said that your health is much better now. I heard that lingering illness from the postnatal confinement period needs to be healed during the confinement period. If you want to restore your body, you should give birth to a younger brother or sister as soon as possible. You don't need to do anything. Xiaolian and I will be responsible for taking care of the little baby." Yu Hai was eager to try when he heard that having another child could help his wife heal her body. He had never been someone who was good at hiding his emotions, so when Madame Lu saw his expression, her face became even more red. She quietly pinched Yu Hai's waist, but her husband caught her hand and held it firmly within his own hand. Little Shido looked at the 60-something shiny tails on the table. There was a genuine look of joy on his face as he said, "Second sister, you're truly capable. Sure enough, you're someone who have been enlightened by the deities." Yu Hai hastily interjected and reprimanded him, "Don't go out and talk nonsense. Your second sister was able to come up with so many recipes because she picked up a remnant of a recipe book and has some talent for cooking. If someone asks you in the future, just tell them that. Do you guys understand?" Yu Heng and Yu Xiaolian nodded solemnly. Little Shido mischievously replied, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I won't sell out my older sister. I heard from my classmate that his hometown was rather ignorant and conservative. They had burned to death an older sister from the same clan because she could see strange things. They said that she was a monster and an ominous person, who would bring disaster to the village." Madame Lu was so frightened that she immediately threw down the clothing that she was making. She held Xiaoxiao tightly within her embrace and nervously said, "My daughter isn't a monster. Our cower will only bring good luck to others. Isn't cower the reason our family's living conditions improved? Little Shido, you can't speak carelessly in the future. Understand?" "I know, I understand." Little Shido also realized that the severity of the situation and was so scared that he didn't know what to do. Xiaoxiao was reluctant to leave her mother's gentle and warm embrace. With a happy smile on her face, she changed the topic, What do you guys want to do with this 60-something taels? Should we save it up, or spend it? The head of the household, Yu Hai, looked down and thought for a moment before saying, how about this? After spring plowing, let's knock down the old residence and build a new 5-room house. We can also widen the yard a little bit. No, it's a newly built fence, so that would waste too much time and energy. It's better to renovate the old residence and build a 3-room house next to it, and then enclose it with stones. This way, Xiaosha wouldn't have to worry about the house when he gets married in the future. We can make a door in the middle so that it's more convenient for us to come and go between the 2 buildings. Yu Xiaosao really didn't want to be too close to the 2 outrageously annoying people, Madame Zhang and Madame Li. She made a different suggestion. Father, I think we might as well save more money and ask 3rd young master to help us find a residence in town, and then buy some fields around town. Let's just settle down in town. In the future, little Shido will be studying for a long time in town, so it would also be more convenient for him to come home. Madame Lu was somewhat interested upon hearing her words. Little Shido had only turned 6 after the new year, yet he already had to stay in town to study by himself. As his mother, it was inevitable that she would miss and be concerned about her son at all times. Yu Hai lowered his head and pondered for a moment, and then slowly shook his head. Our roots are in Dongshan village after all. You guys are still young, so you don't quite understand the principle of being sentimentally attached to your homeland. Besides, your grandfather is still living here. No son would enjoy a happy life in town, while leaving his elders to suffer in the countryside. Little Shido frowned and muttered, but younger uncle lives in town. He eats good rice and flour every day, and he also often eats meat. Little Dudu's attires are no different than the noble young masters in town. They even have a maidservant attending to him. He can live in town, so why can't we? Little Shido had been studying at Rongshuan Academy for less than a month, but his younger uncle, Yu Bo, had already went to the academy to visit him 3 times. Although Rongshuan Academy didn't prohibit visits by relatives and friends, if it happened too frequently, it may leave a bad impression on the teachers. Little Shido has also tried to obscurely remind his younger uncle, but his younger uncle didn't seem to have heard it at all and completely disregarded his feelings. On one occasion, he happened to meet the headmaster at the entrance of the academy. The headmaster stopped to talk to him cordially and was praising his second sister's culinary skills when his younger uncle came over. After he introduced him to the headmaster, as if he was burning the bridge after crossing it, his younger uncle didn't even look at him again and only cared about talking to the headmaster. The headmaster obviously didn't want to talk to younger uncle, but he just tactlessly continued to flatter him. It was so freaking embarrassing. After the headmaster left, younger uncle invited him to his house for a meal that day for the first time. There wasn't any coarse grain in their kitchen at all, and was full of polished rice and wheat flour instead. There was a large piece of meat being cured inside a jar and chicken soup cooked in the pot. They were eating better food than the rich families in the neighboring villages. Before they had split from the main family, their family didn't have enough food to eat and warm clothes to wear, yet they still had to save up money to support younger uncle's nobleman-like lifestyle in town. Little Shido felt very sad when he thought about that. Even the chicken soup and stir-fried meat that he ate at noon seemed tasteless. Our family put all hopes on your younger uncle. Your grandmother is anticipating your younger uncle to pass the examination to become an official, and then get her a title of a ranked noble madam. Thus, she naturally wouldn't treat your younger uncle too badly. Yu Hai gave a somewhat weak explanation. Shaolian pursed her lips and muttered in a low voice, younger uncle relies completely on the family's support, yet he can still live in town. So why can't we buy a house in town when we make our own money? Actually, our Dongshan village is close to the mountains and sea, and the villagers are simple and warm-hearted. Everyone will help each other out when needed. Isn't that better than living in town and being unfamiliar with the people and surroundings? Yu Hai was still a little reluctant to leave the village that he was born and raised in. Yu Xiaosao had already arrived in this world for over half a year. She knew that people in ancient times had an extraordinary attachment to their homeland, so she didn't continue to insist. She thought about it and said, then let's build the house first. After we sell the vegetables in the backyard, let's buy a house and farmland in town. Almighty second sister. Second sister is like a nouveau riche. Being influenced by Yu Xiaoxiao, little Shido would throw out a couple of strange terms from time to time. This was something that everyone was already used to. As usual, all the money was kept and managed by Xiaoxiao. Yu Hai pretended to be dispirited and heavily sighed. It seems like I might lose my position as the head of the household very soon. Someone is trying to seize power. Xiaolian giggled and said, we can all rest assured since the money is being kept by younger sister. She is just an accountant at most. Father and mother still makes the decisions in our family. Really, why do I feel like Kaur makes the final decision more often? Yu Hai feigned an aggrieved expression, making the entire family laugh. Yu Hai laughed so much that his ribs started to hurt, but he still couldn't stop. Little Shido joined in the fun and exclaimed, we'll listen to whoever is right. Second sister is our family's cash cow right now, so in terms of making money, we can't go wrong as long as we listen to second sister. Everyone burst out in laughter again and teased little Shido for being a little money grubber. Yu Xiaoxiao really liked the atmosphere at home. Her father didn't have the autocratic and dictatorial characteristics of a feudal parent at all. He would just be somewhat pedantic occasionally. Her mother was completely devoted to her children. Her gentle motherly love and tolerant feelings provided the children with enough freedom to mature. The genuine concern and friendly affections among the siblings let her gradually forget her previous life, and truly regard herself as a member of the family. The following days were busy and fulfilling. Every night, they had to work overtime to make braised food and pickled fish to be sold the next day, which Xiaolian and Xiaoxiao took turns to sell at the docks. On the days that she didn't need to go to the docks, Xiaoxiao would plow the fields that had been harvested and plant new vegetables seeds. The current temperature was more suitable for growing vegetables. With the addition of the little divine stone's strengthened powers, the mystic stone water's ability to accelerate growth had enhanced. Hence, they could almost harvest a batch of vegetables every 10 days. In other words, when other people's vegetables were still small seedlings, the Yu family was already selling their second crop of vegetables. Along with the new batch of crops, the vegetables with slightly longer growth periods, which were planted in the 4 mu of land in the backyard, were also ready to be sold at the market. String beans, cucumbers, eggplants, and hyacinth beans, the Yao residents would almost come over daily to buy vegetables. Sure enough, the person responsible for purchasing the vegetables was Xiaozi, who was familiar with the Yu family. Last time, the Yao family had gotten the limelight during Old Master Yao's birthday banquet. Most of the guests were rich landlords in and around town. Which household had the financial resources to grow vegetables in a greenhouse? In Tanggu town, those who could eat green leafy vegetables could be counted with one hand. At the Yao family's birthday banquet, not only did they have a variety of vegetables, they also provided a sufficient quantity of the greens to ensure that the guest ate to their heart's content. Furthermore, the vegetables that had been watered by the mystic stone water not only tasted better but also contained a light amount of spiritual energy, which made people want to eat more and more. After that, the Yao family never stopped purchasing vegetables from them. Although there was spiritual energy in the vegetables, it might be apparent when eaten only once or twice. However, if people continued to eat them for a long period of time, they would gradually realize the benefits of eating these vegetables. Old Master Yao was getting old now. He also went through a lot of hard work when he was young, and thus ended up with a lot of pain and illnesses. Ever since he began eating the vegetables bought from the Yu family, not only did he become more energetic, his health was also getting better and better. In the past, there was a chilly sensation in his bones and joints during rainy and cloudy days. It had been raining continuously this spring, but his rheumatic pains didn't act up. Recently, many of his old pals said that he appeared much younger after seeing him. As the temperature got warmer, there was an increase in vegetables being sold in the food market. The steward who was currently in charge of purchasing goods and necessities felt that it was unnecessary to travel so far to buy vegetables every day, so he instructed his subordinates to go buy the vegetables at the food market. But the members of Yao family immediately noticed the difference of the vegetables after their first bite. They summoned the servant responsible for buying the vegetables and found out that it wasn't vegetables from the Yu family. The old master flew into a furious rage. Even though he didn't fire the purchasing steward for this incident, he assigned an assistant for him. The assistant turned out to be Xiaozi, who often traveled between Dongshan village and town. The head of the Yao family immediately ordered, in the future, only buy vegetables from the Yu family. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive because the Yao family doesn't lack that kind of money. It's fine as long as the old master is happy. As a result, the Yao family became Xiaoxiao's family's first regular client. Their second regular client was none other than Junshou Restaurant. In the absence of new crops, Junshou Restaurant was still able to provide fresh greens. As a result, they had another increase in patrons. Right now, Junshou Restaurant could be described as filled with guests every day, full house every day. A lot of times, when people wanted to go eat at Junshou Restaurant, they still needed to make an appointment or wait in line. Of course, this wasn't all due to the Yu family's vegetables, but also partly because Junshou Restaurant introduced a new dish, roasted chicken. Junshou Restaurant's roasted chicken was absolutely delicious. Rongshuan Academy's headmaster Yuan was a renowned gourmet. After tasting it, he commented, "The meat is tender and chewy, and comes right off the bone. With a brilliant color, the whole chicken is round and full. It has a perfectly savory and delicious taste. A unique taste with a lingering fragrance." Not only did he finish an entire roasted chicken alone, he also packaged several back. His action caused his grandson, Yuan Yunshi, to feel extremely speechless. Speaking of this roasted chicken, head chef Wang had wasted around 20 chickens as he tried to perfect the recipe. However, he was still unsuccessful after many attempts. With no other choice, third young master Zhou personally took him to Dongshan village to learn from the teacher. There were more than 10 procedures when preparing a small roasted chicken. It needed to be slaughtered, scalded, massaged, washed, plucked, simmered, blanched, dried, fried, braised, and more. Each step needed to be carried out in strict accordance with the cooking instructions. The ingredients for the roasted chicken also needed to be meticulously prepared. In addition, it was also very important to have an accurate grasp of the duration and degree of heat when cooking the roasted chicken. Therefore, Yu Xiaoxiao had to personally demonstrate 3 times before head chef Wang finally mastered the skill. As soon as the roasted chicken was introduced, it quickly created a new trend. If you haven't eaten Junshou Restaurant's roasted chicken, then you're too behind on the trend. Anyone who had a bit of money and status would be too embarrassed to go outside if they hadn't tried this delicacy from Junshou Restaurant because they were afraid of being asked. The greetings from friends and neighbors become, "Have you tried Junshou Restaurant's roasted chicken? It tasted." Oftentimes, except for the ones reserved for the private rooms, Junshou Restaurant's roasted chickens would be immediately sold outright after they were taken out of the pot. It had actually reached the point when the demand exceeded the supply. The reservations for the roasted chickens had already reached next month. For a period of time, it created a situation in which it was difficult to even get a chicken. As a result, Junshou Restaurant's private room had also become very popular. This was because only the customers dining in the private rooms wouldn't have to line up to eat the authentic roasted chicken. With that said, was it even possible for Junshou Restaurant's business not to be flourishing? The popularity of the roasted chicken also led to the increase of people raising chickens in the villages around Tanggu town. An example would be Xiaoxiao's family's neighbor, the Zhou family, who had raised 100 to 200 chickens in their home. They didn't sell very well during the new year, and thus caused Madame Feng to be so worried that she didn't even eat or sleep well. No one would have expected that after Junshou Restaurant came out with the hot-selling dish, roasted chicken, it would also cause the demand for chickens to increase day by day. The price of chickens was also nearly 1/3 higher than usual. As a result, Madame Feng didn't have to worry about not being able to sell her family's chickens at all. They had over 100 chicks hatched at the beginning of spring, and they were still going around to buy more chicks. She had heard from Shanhu that their family was planning on raising 400 to 500 chickens this year, which would all be supplied to Junshou Restaurant. As for the connection between the Zhou family and Junshou Restaurant, it was all thanks to the Yu family. Like the Yao family, Junshou Restaurant also sent a carriage to transport the vegetables that they bought from the Yu family every day. Junshou Restaurant would purchase a large quantity of vegetables and the Yu family was too busy, so Madame Feng would bring her 2 daughters over to help out. Junshou Restaurant's purchasing staff, Qian Xiaoduo, mentioned that the restaurant's roasted chicken was selling very well. The other staff, who was responsible for buying the chickens, had been running around all the surrounding villages so much that his legs had slimmed down. Yu Xiaosao took this opportunity and mentioned the Zhou family. Auntie Zhou's family raises hundreds of chickens. Older brother Xiaoduo, when you come to buy vegetables in the future, you can also get the chickens and bring them back with you. Did it really matter where they bought the chickens from? With the current hot demand for Junshou restaurants' roasted chicken, 1 or 2 hundreds of chickens could be sold in just a few days. Qian Xiaoduo was certainly willing to do this favor for Xiaosao and immediately agreed. The next day, he brought some people over to bring back most of the Zhou family's chickens. The Yu family's other neighbor, Madame Mao, was green with envy. It was unknown how she found out that Xiaosao was the one who came up with the recipe for Junshou restaurant's roasted chicken, but one evening, she came to their house with 2 plump ducks and a basket of duck eggs. "Oh, brother Dahai, you know how to make this too." As soon as Madame Mao entered the courtyard, she saw Yu Hai weaving a bamboo basket under the faint light of a lantern. Yu Hai skillfully braided the bamboo strips together in a crisscross pattern. He looked up upon hearing the sound and saw Madame Mao. He stopped what he was doing and greeted her with a smile. "Oh, it's older sister-in-law Qian. Quickly come inside and sit down. Muyun, older sister-in-law Qian is here. Brother Dahai, is Xiaosao home?" Madame Mao looked into the main room and only saw Madame Lu, who came out after putting down the clothes she was sewing, and thus she asked. Yu Hai nodded and said, "Yes. She's in the east room. Older sister-in-law Qian, do you need Xiaosao for something? I'll go get her for you." "No need, no need. I'll go find her in the east room. Our family raised these 2 ducks ourselves. Here, take them to eat." Madame Mao looked around, and then simply took the ducks and duck eggs into the Yu family's kitchen. Yu Hai raised his eyebrows in surprise. This Madame Mao has always been someone who would haggle over every penny, and no one should even think about getting a single penny out of her hands. But of course, she also rarely took advantage of others. Although she spoke rudely at times, she wasn't someone difficult to get along with. Why was she suddenly so generous today, to send gifts to my family? Madame Lu quickly went forward and declined. "Older sister-in-law Qian, it's not easy for you to raise these ducks at home. We can't accept them. Our family's ducks don't cost much money. You see, when your family moved in, our family was busy and didn't come over for the housewarming. We live close by and close neighbors are better than distant relatives. So, we'll be interacting and helping each other more in the future. Moreover, your family's Shito and our family's Qian Wen goes to the same school. They're as close as brothers. So, what's wrong with giving a few ducks to the children to eat?" Sure enough, Madame Mao was an excellent speaker, who spoke without even pausing as if she was pouring beans. Madame Lu picked up the ducks that Madame Mao put down, and then stuffed it back into her hands as she said, "Older sister-in-law. Your family isn't well off either. You should keep these ducks and duck eggs to sell." With the mention of selling ducks, Madame Mao's face was covered with a cloud of sorrows. She sighed heavily and said, "I'll speak honestly with younger sister-in-law. The heavy snowstorm at the beginning of winter has also negatively affected the sales of our ducks. Raising ducks for nearly a year not only cost efforts, but it also requires a lot of food. If we can't sell them, we will be losing a lot of money and time. We still owe half a year of winter's tuition. Also, these duck eggs, the townsfolk think that the eggs taste fishy and don't like to eat them. So I can only helplessly watch as they go bad." Every family had their own problems. Madame Lu listened with deep sympathy, but she could only console Madame Mao with feeble words. "Younger sister-in-law, I heard that Junshou restaurant got the recipe for the roasted chicken from your family. The head chef of Junshou restaurant had personally come to your house to learn it. Furthermore, you guys were the ones who recommended Zhou family's chickens to Junshou restaurant. Is that true?" Madame Mao stared fixedly at Madame Lu, full of anticipation. Madame Lu glanced hesitantly at her husband. She didn't know what Madame Mao, who wouldn't do anything without benefits, meant by asking this question. Yu Hai walked over slowly and lowered his voice to say, "I won't hide it from older sister-in-law. The recipe for the roasted chicken really did come from our family's cow. But no matter how you found out this news, please don't spread it out to others." With an expression that showed she understood, Madame Mao also spoke with a lowered voice, Brother Dahai, rest assured. This older sister-in-law, isn't a blabbermouth. But there's something I don't quite understand. With such a good recipe, why didn't you guys set up your own roasted chicken business, but instead benefited Junsho restaurant? Yu Hai thought about it and said, we have been doing business with Junsho restaurant for some time now. Junsho restaurant's third young master Joe usually takes good of us. As for the roasted chicken business, we are short on manpower and also afraid of bringing trouble to our family. Thus, it's better to sell the recipe. The Yu family were only ordinary people, who had no power or status. Based on the current popularity and excessive demand for the roasted chicken, had it been the Yu family selling the dish, it would have definitely attracted devious people who would want to obtain their recipe. At that time, not only would they not be able to keep the recipe, their entire family might be ruined if they encountered someone ruthless. Madame Mao had also straightened out her thoughts. She nodded thoughtfully, but a moment later, she couldn't resist asking, did you guys sell the recipe to Junsho restaurant for a good price? Don't be deceived by others. Of course, Yu Hai wouldn't be so foolish as to reveal his family's financial situation to others. He answered vaguely, the young boss of Junsho restaurant is an honest person, so he offered us a reasonable price. Madame Mao also realized that it was inappropriate to ask him this question, so she hastily apologized, just look at this mouth of mine. Why am I being so nosy? Oh right, Xiao Sao isn't asleep yet, is she? I need her help with something. Nope, Shito came home for break, so the siblings are learning how to read from him. His youngest daughter said that if their business got bigger in the future, they would need to replenish their stocks, do bookkeeping, and sign contracts. So, it was absolutely out of the question for them to not be able to read and write. Everyone in the family, including him and his wife, had to learn how to read and write. As Madame Mao followed Yu Hai and his wife and headed to the east room, she said, your children really love learning. Our family's Qian Wu would throw a tantrum whenever we tell him to study. I understand now that he's not suitable for studying. In the future, he won't even be able to enter an ordinary school in town, let alone Rongshuan Academy. Wuzi is still young, so he hasn't matured yet. It will be better later. Madame Lu pushed open the door of the east room as she comforted her. The children were currently using water to write on the table with their hands under the light of the oil lamp. Madame Lu chided them upon seeing this, didn't we buy paper and brushes for you guys to practice writing with? Why aren't you using them? Shaolian lifted her head and smiled at her, don't we have to use money to buy the paper and brushes? We want to wait until we're better at writing before practicing on paper. Mother, when you gave birth to Xiao Sao, were you biased and gave all the good qualities to her? She was born to hurt our ego. What's wrong, cower? Did you bully your older sister? With a bright smile on her face, Madame Lu glared at Xiao Sao and asked. Yu Xiao Sao pouted and had an aggrieved expression on her face, I didn't. Mother, you're falsely accusing me. Yu Heng was able to sit up now. He was holding a book and working hard to read the characters on it. Seeing this scene, he smiled and said, Mother, Shaolian is blaming you for giving birth to such a smart younger sister, who simply remembers everything with one look. It makes us seem really stupid in comparison. Is it my fault that I'm smart? Yu Xiaosao felt that she was being excluded. She blinked her big eyes and stared at her mother pitifully, requesting for comfort. Younger sister-in-law, your children have such a good relationship. Unlike my 3 children, the eldest is slightly better since he has matured after going to school. But Wuzi and his younger sister fight every day. It seriously gives me a headache. Madame Mao wanted to ask them for a favor, so she was very generous with her compliments. She was desperately giving out praises as if they were freebies. Hello, Auntie. Why did Auntie come over? Auntie, quickly come sit on the Kong bed. The kids all greeted her at the same time. You don't have to get up. Xiaoxia, it seems like your injury has gotten a lot better. Auntie brought over 2 ducks and a basket of duck eggs. They're good for nourishing your body. Madame Mao was quite skilled in conducting herself. With a warm smile on his face, Yu Heng replied in a well-behaved manner, thank you Auntie. I have troubled you. Yu Hai turned to tell Xiao Sao, cower, your Auntie Qian is looking for you. Auntie, what's the matter? Yu Xiao Sao was somewhat puzzled. Did the sun rise from the west today? Madame Mao had actually sent their family a present. Moreover, it wasn't just some small gift. It was 2 ducks and a basket of duck eggs. She had really gone all out. So it turned out that no one ever visits a temple without a reason. Ah. Madame Mao looked at the other people in the room and seemed a little embarrassed to speak. Xiao Cao considerately got off the Kong bed and took her to the courtyard. She whispered, "Auntie, if there's something I can help you, you can tell me directly." Madame Mao told her about the poor sales of her ducks and how they didn't have enough money to pay for her eldest son's tuition after the new year. After that, she stammered, "Look, can you come up with a good dish that uses duck as the main ingredient? If not, using duck eggs would be fine too. It's best if it's a dish that Junshou restaurant will be interested in." In the darkness, Madame Mao's face was burning hot. She really didn't ask for favors very often, especially when the other party was a child who hadn't even reached the age of 10. Immediately, a series of dishes, such as salted duck, osmanthus duck, pippa duck, duck seasoned with soy sauce, and roasted duck, emerged with Yu Xiaocao's mind. It was easy to handle duck eggs too. They could be used to make delicacies like century eggs, tofu with century eggs, and congee with lean pork and century eggs. But she didn't immediately agree to her request. She only promised to try it out and made it clear that it may not necessarily succeed. Madame Mao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you very much. Even the famous chef of Junshou restaurant praised you for your great talent in cooking. So you will definitely be able to make a delicious duck dish. You can experiment with these 2 ducks first. If it's not enough, Auntie can bring more over. Xiao Cao, I'll leave this matter in your hands then. Auntie, with our family's relationship, there's no need to be so courteous. But, let's make things clear first. If it's successful, the recipe belongs to me. As for the sales of your family's ducks, I can help recommend them to Qian Xiaoduo." Yu Xiaocao made things clear beforehand. Madame Mao wasn't someone unreasonable, so she repeatedly nodded her head, "Yes, of course. It should be so. Auntie is already very grateful that you're willing to help me sell my family's ducks. Would I still be considered a human, if I were to covet the recipe that you came up with?" After sending away Madame Mao, who was expressing her gratitude over and over again, Yu Xiaocao entered the house. When faced with a room full of interrogating eyes, she honestly gave a brief explanation of the purpose of Madame Mao's visit. After hearing that, Madame Lu sighed and said, "As fellow villagers, even if they didn't bring gifts over, we would also help them out if they had encountered difficulties. But, Cower, can you really come up with a dish that uses duck as the main ingredient?" Yu Hai stopped her, and said, "Muyun, don't give the child pressure. Our Cower isn't a short-sighted person. If she didn't have any ideas at all, she wouldn't have easily accepted those ducks and duck eggs." Shaolian laughed and said, "Youngest sister, have a good sleep tonight. Perhaps someone will teach you how to prepare the ducks and duck eggs in your dreams." The whole family laughed and chatted together, and from time to time, a burst of cheerful and sweet laughter could be heard. In the end, the head of the family, Yu Hai, ordered, "Everyone, quickly go to bed. Spring plowing will begin tomorrow. Xiao Cao, take Little Gray when you go to the wharf tomorrow morning. Your mother, Shaolian, and I will go plow the 3 plots of sandy land. Father, are we still planting sweet potatoes in the fields?" Yu Xiaocao asked casually. Yu Hai stroked her soft hair and replied in a gentle voice, "What else would we plant other than sweet potatoes? Other crops can't produce much on sandy soil." Yu Xiaocao abruptly asked, "Sandy soil is the best place to grow watermelons. Father, can we somehow get some watermelon seeds?" "Watermelon? Never heard of it. How about, tomorrow I'll go to the grain store in town and ask." Yu Hai trusted his daughter unconditionally. Even if it was something he had never heard of before, he would still do his best to help his daughter achieve what she wanted. Yu Xiaocao didn't hold much hope. Watermelon wasn't a grain, so why would the grain store have the seeds? The rest of the night quietly passed by. The next day, when the first light of the day shone on the seedlings in the garden, all the members of the Yu family had already gotten up. Yu Xiaocao wanted to wait for Qian Xiaoduo, and then asked him to send a message to third young master Zhou. So, it was still Shaolian who went to the docks. Third young Master Joe was someone who had even been to the capital, so he must be experienced and knowledgeable, and thus he should know what a watermelon was. It would be even better if he could help her buy some watermelon seeds. Yu Hai thought that it wasn't a good idea for no one to be home since there would be people coming to buy vegetables later, so he left his youngest daughter at home. Yu Hang, am I not a person? Shortly afterwards, Madame Fang came over with her 2 daughters. She entered the gates and asked, "Are you guys still harvesting the crops in the backyard today?" "Auntie Joe, I feel so apologetic to see you coming over to help every day." Yu Xiaosao expressed her gratitude in a very polite manner. "Xiaosao, you're being too courteous. It's only right for neighbors to help each other out. If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have been able to sell our family's chickens. There are only a few hens and chicks at home now, so we don't have much work to do. Since we're so free, we might as well come over to see if there's anything we can help out with." Madame Fang was a very close friend of Madame Lu, so Xiaosao didn't know what to say anymore when she spoke in the manner of, "No need to treat one family as two." Zhou Linglong smiled quietly, picked up the bamboo basket in the yard, and went to the rear courtyard. The younger sister, Zhou Shanhu, joked, "Xiaosao, if you feel bad about it, you just need to send us a bowl whenever you make delicious food in the future." The little lass still remembered the delicious taste of the tofu and chicken blood soup that she ate last time. She felt that even her mother's best dish, stewed meat, wasn't as good as that dish, which was made of simple and crude ingredients. She was also a lurking little glutton. Just as they were speaking, Madame Mao also came. Her bright and clear voice could be heard even before she had entered the courtyard. "I'm not late, am I? Are you guys about to begin gathering the vegetables?" "Madame Mao, why are you here?" Madame Fang asked curiously. Madame Mao had never taken the initiative to help others. Was the sun rising from the west? Madame Mao rolled her eyes at her and said, "What? You're allowed to come help, but I'm not. We're all neighbors, so why can't I come over to help?" Madame Fang knew her speaking style, so she continued to speak in a gentle manner. "I didn't mean it that way. You have a lot of things to take care of at home, so Muyun wouldn't mind even if you don't come over." All right, hurry up and work." Madame Mao readily picked up a bamboo basket and followed the Zhou sisters to the backyard. Seeing the satisfying-looking vegetables, Madame Mao couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaosao, your family really knows how to grow vegetables. Just look at those greens, how gratifying. Our family planted our fields around the same time as yours, and also used straw thatches to keep the crops warm, but it still doesn't look as good as your family's. Last time it was cold during late spring, we didn't manage to cover the fields with straw thatches, so a lot of the crops quickly froze to death. Many of the vegetables still haven't gotten better yet." "I know, right? Our family's vegetables also don't look as good as Muyun's family's. Muyun has always been good at tending the fields even before she got married." Madame Fang agreed with her as she continued to pluck cucumbers from their vines. The fresh and juicy cucumbers exuded an attractive scent that made them seem refreshing with just a look. Yu Xiaosao smiled faintly, squatted down, and then placed the eggplants she plucked into the basket. The air was good at the foot of the mountain, and the eggplants were clean and fresh. There was no need to wash them with water at all. Zhou Shanhu picked a tomato that had ripened early, and wondered, "What is this?" "A persimmon. But don't persimmons grow on trees?" Yu Xiaosao explained to her in a soft voice, "It looks like a persimmon, but it's not. It's called tomato, and was exported here from a foreign land. It's also called wolf peach. Try it. It's sweet and sour, and rather tasty." She originally thought that tomatoes had not been introduced into China at this time, and had just nonchalantly mentioned it to third young Master Zhou. But she hadn't expected that third young master would actually get the seeds for her. As a result of planting them a little too late, only a few ripe tomatoes could be found from time to time. Wolf peach. So this is what a wolf peach looks like. Zhou Shanyu's father and older brother were street vendors, so they were naturally more knowledgeable than the ordinary folks. Upon hearing this, Zhou Linglong snatched the tomato from her younger sister's hands and said to Xiaosao, "My father said that wolf peach is poisonous, and rich families only admire it as an ornament. Why is your family growing this?" Yu Xiaosao found another ripe tomato, wiped it with her sleeves, and then disregarded the Zhou's sister's hindrance and took a big bite. The sweet juice immediately filled her mouth. Tomatoes watered by the mystic stone water tasted even better than the ones she ate in her past life. They could just be eaten as fruits. It's fine. When faced with the Zhou sisters' terrified gazes, Xiaoxiao smiled and revealed her spotlessly white and neat teeth. She said, Junshou Restaurant's third young master Zhou said that ripe tomatoes aren't poisonous. Moreover, Junshou Restaurant also uses tomatoes in their dishes. She used third young master Zhou to increase the credibility of her words. She didn't know whether the people of this time period had discovered the edibility of tomatoes or not. However, it would definitely be confirmed in the future. Is it really edible? After hearing Xiaoxiao's words, Zhou Shanhu had already believed her for the most part. Seeing that Xiaoxiao was still fine after eating an entire wolf peach, the Zhou sisters finally believed that wolf peaches were edible. After eating the sweet tomato, Yu Xiaoxiao was full of strength and continued to bend down to pick eggplants. When she lifted her head, she saw that the Zhou sisters were still studying the tomato. So she said, tomatoes are really delicious. You guys will know after tasting it. No need. We're just wondering why there would be a rumor that such a beautiful tomato is poisonous. It's really strange. You guys still need to sell these tomatoes. Zhou Shanhu had a slightly more lively personality, but she wasn't a greedy person. Yu Xiaoxiao straightened her waist and walked around the tomato field. She found several tomatoes that had ripened early and stuffed one into each of their hands, and then gave one to Madame Feng and Madame Mao respectively. She said, there's only a few, so we can't really sell them anyways. Come on, try it. Let me know what price we should sell them for. After declining several times, they decided not to be so courteous anymore when they heard what she said. Zhou Shanhu eagerly stuffed the tomato into her mouth and took a big bite. The red juice flowed down the corner of her mouth, so she hastily licked it back and said, so sweet. It's really tasty. It's even better than a lot of the fruits that I have eaten. Xiaoxiao, I think you can just sell these tomatoes as fruits. Zhou Linglong acted in much more reserved manner. She copied how Xiaoxiao ate it earlier by taking a small bite first, and then she softly sucked it. The tomato juice inside was sweet and sour, and it tasted very good. She nodded her head in agreement with her younger sister's words. Madame Mao and Madame Feng were also full of praises. Xiaoxiao, it seems like someone is knocking on your family's gates. Zhou Shanhu had finished eating her tomato and was now enviously staring at her older sister, as if she was Zhu Baji one eating a ginseng fruit. She had good ears, and heard a knocking sound coming from the front gates. After experiencing Madame Zhang and her daughter-in-law's disturbance last time, the Yu family would lock all the doors when there was no one in the front yard. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly ran to the front yard, while still holding onto 2 tomatoes. As soon as she got out of the backyard, she saw her older brother holding onto the door and walking out carefully. He was obviously trying to walk outside. Older brother, stop causing trouble. It takes 100 days to fully recover from serious injuries. The doctor said you will need to rest for at least 3 months before you can get out of bed. Quickly lie down on the recliner. I'll open the door. Yu Xiaoxiao stuffed the tomatoes into her older brother's hands and helped him lie down on the recliner. Yu Hang sighed helplessly, I feel that my ribs are almost healed. I don't feel much pain as long as I don't make vigorous movements. Ow. It hurts, right? Pain means that the bones haven't recovered yet. Be obedient and rest. Yu Xiaoxiao lightly pushed his chest. She glared at him when she saw him reveal a painful expression. Yu Hang looked at the back view of Xiaoxiao, who went to open the door, and muttered, little steward. Can't believe you would actually do that. Eldest maternal uncle, second maternal uncle, eldest maternal aunt, third uncle, why are you guys here? Yu Xiaoxiao unlocked the latch, opened the door, and saw several people standing in front of the door. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Xiaoxiao's third uncle, Yu Zhong, looked inside the courtyard and smiled. I heard from second brother that you're alone at home picking vegetables today. There must be a lot of work, right? Your eldest granduncle told me to come over to help you. I can manage. Auntie Zhou and 2 older sisters came over to help. There's also Auntie Qian. Xiaoxiao quickly guided them into the yard. Eldest maternal uncle Lu Pei's hair was dripping wet from either the morning dew, or the sweat from hastily running over. With a smile on his simple and honest face, he loudly asked, Xiaosao, did your father go to the fields? Let's quickly go over to help them then. Seeing that they didn't need his help at home, Yu Zhong turned to Xiaosao's two maternal uncles and said, do the two older brothers know the way to the fields? I came over to help too. Since there's not much to help out with at home, I'll go help turn up the soil. Come, I'll take you guys over. Xiaosao finally understood the reason for her uncle's visit. She was moved by their intention and said, eldest uncle, second uncle, you guys have much more land to work on at home. Everyone is busy with spring plowing right now. If you guys came over here, would grandfather and the rest of the family be able to handle all the work? Eldest maternal aunt caressed Xiaosao's fair, delicate face and wiped off the dirt on her chin. She smiled and said, your maternal grandfather is worried about your family's spring plowing work. He said that your father's leg isn't very nimble and Xiaosha is injured. So, since your family has less land, we should help plow and sow your family's fields first. Yu Zhong also smiled and said, our family also thought that way. Many hands make light work. With us here to help, it would take less than half a day to plow your family's 3 plots of land. Oh, why is it so lively today? Qian Xiaoduo drove the carriage and trotted over. From afar, he had seen a number of people standing in front of the Yu family's old residence. He was afraid that something had happened, so he accelerated the speed of the horse carriage and rushed over quickly. Older brother Xiaoduo, you came pretty early today. We haven't even finished gathering the vegetables. You can sit in the yard, take a sip of water, and rest for a bit. Yu Xiaosao had noticed that he usually came with the Yao family's Xiaozi, so she looked behind him. Sure enough, the Yao family's horse carriage was coming over. Qian Xiaoduo laughed bitterly and said, Miss Yu, our young boss treats you as his younger sister. So how can this lowly one let you call me, older brother? Please just call me Xiaoduo. You are you and he is he. Our relationships don't interfere with one another. Yu Xiaosao smiled sincerely. Lu Pei looked at the sky, and then told his wife, you don't have to go to the fields. Stay here to help gather the vegetables and with the cooking. Xiaosao, we'll go to the fields first. Eldest uncle, second uncle, you guys have rushed over from so far away. Have a drink of water and rest for a bit. Her maternal grandmother's family lived in Chishan village. When coming over, they needed to travel across a big mountain. Seeing that her uncle's trouser legs were wet from the morning dew, she knew that they had set out before dawn. No need, we'll go plow the fields first. Second maternal uncle Lu Han had a more quiet temperament and didn't talk much. Seeing that she couldn't get them to stay, Xiaosao got water bags from the kitchen and filled them with diluted mystic stone water. Then, she had her uncles take the water bags with them. Not only would drinking the mystic stone water quench their thirst, but it could also eliminate fatigue. Under Yu Yang's lead, her maternal uncles set out to the fields. Xiaozi's carriage has also arrived at the entrance and began unloading the bamboo baskets. The bamboo baskets used to pack the vegetables were all made by Yu Hai. They needed a large quantity of baskets every day, so when he was free at night, he would chop some bamboo and weave baskets. Miss Xiaosao, starting today, we need double the amount of vegetables. Our old master's friend had a meal at our estate and said that our vegetables tasted better than the ones that they bought. The two families live close by, so they wanted me to help them buy some vegetables. The vegetables that the Yao estate bought were mostly for the master and stewards to eat. They didn't need a lot every day, so half a carriage was enough. Thus, he was still able to transport the vegetables even after doubling the amount needed. Qian Xiaoduo drank all the water that Xiaosao gave him in one breath. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve and smiled. Mountain spring water is surely different. There's a sweet taste to it. My whole body is full of strength after drinking it. Xiaozi, drink quickly and start working. Every time Qian Xiaoduo came, he would drink a bowl of the Yu family's water. Although it was just plain water, it was more refreshing than the best tea. Xiaozi also swiftly finished drinking his bowl of water. He waved his arm and laughed, go. Let's go gather vegetables. These two would help with some work every time they came, as if it was their own home. With the addition of 3 labor forces, the vegetable picking speed was naturally much faster. A few moments later, the empty baskets were filled with fresh and juicy greens. Xiao Xiao washed a few cucumbers and gave one to each person. They're homegrown, so don't act so courteous. Try and see how it tastes. Madame Fang refused and shook her head repeatedly. Your family's vegetables aren't sold at a cheap price. These cucumbers probably weigh a few catties, which can be sold for several hundred copper coins. Don't waste them. Quickly put them in the basket. The little glutton Zhou Shanhu had already opened her mouth wide, and just hadn't put the cucumber into her own mouth yet. She pouted her lips when she heard her mother's words, but she conscientiously put the cucumber into the bamboo basket. Xiao Xiao quickly stuffed the cucumber back into her hands and said, "You guys have been helping for nearly 2 hours. What's the big deal with eating a cucumber? Do you think that our family are misers?" This child, eldest Aunt Madame Han glared at her, and then smiled at the people who had helped out. Although the child's words sound rude, she is honest and sincere. So just eat. Just eat. Seeing that they were still hesitating to eat, Yu Xiaoxiao broke the cucumbers one by one and showed it to them. She smiled and said, "They're broken, so they can't be sold." This kid. Madame Fang didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. She picked up the broken cucumber and took a bite. The crisp and juicy mouthfeel, and the light and sweet taste, immediately conquered her taste buds. Wow, Xiaoxiao, even your family's cucumbers taste better than others. Zhou Shanhu exclaimed as she ate. Of course, cucumbers watered with the mystic stone water were not only big but also delicious. Xiaoxiao naturally couldn't directly tell them these things, so she just smiled and said, "You just think it's delicious because it's the first time you're eating cucumbers in half a year. Later, when your family's cucumbers are ripened and you eat too much of them, you won't think it's tasty anymore." Qian Xiaoduo gnawed on the cucumber in big mouthfuls and grinned. "This cucumber is really good. Miss Xiaoxiao, what kind of fertilizers do your family use on the fields? The crops grow so well and fast. Yesterday, the cucumbers weren't even ready to be harvested, but we gathered 2 baskets today. The weather has warmed up now, so it's natural that the vegetables grew slightly faster." Xiaoxiao made a random excuse. Fortunately, Qian Xiaoduo's family weren't farmers and he had just casually asked without the intention to dig deeper into the topic. After the vegetables were weighed and the money was paid, Qian Xiaoduo and Xiaozi hurried back. Junshou restaurant was still waiting for the vegetables since they needed to use them to serve customers. Madame Mao and Madame Fang had already left while they were weighing the vegetables. Her eldest maternal aunt, Madame Han, was stunned as she looked at the 50 taels in Yu Xiaoxiao's hands and spoke incessantly, "I didn't expect vegetables in this season to be so expensive. A caddy of cucumbers cost 30 copper coins. Isn't that almost the same price as pork?" Yu Xiaoxiao smiled at her, gave her a red tomato, and said, "At this time, crops like cucumbers and string beans haven't ripened yet. The rich people in town want to eat fresh greens and they don't lack the money to buy them. A plate of smashed cucumber salad at Junshou restaurant costs 1 tael. This price is considered rather trivial for them. A plate of smashed cucumber salad could be made with just one of Xiaoxiao's family's cucumbers, so Junshou restaurant's expense was no more than a few dozen copper coins. A plate of cucumber could earn them hundredfold in return. Tisk tisk, who else would be able to do this? Madame Han noticed that it was still quite early and wanted to go help out in the fields. Xiaoxiao hastily stopped her and said, "Our family doesn't have much land, so my parents and uncles are enough for the job. Eldest aunt should sit down for a rest and eat a tomato. Help me clean the ducks later." "Tomato? I thought it was a persimmon. I was just wondering where you got this persimmon from during this time of the year." Madame Han curiously examined the red tomato in her hands. "This is a tomato. We eat it less at this little place of ours. It is said that people in the capital and some of the bigger cities in the south eat it more often. Tomatoes can be prepared as a cold dish with just some sugar. It can also be stir-fried with eggs, stew soup." Yu Xiaoxiao motioned her eldest maternal aunt to try it. Madame Han noticed that not many tomatoes were harvested, only 4 or 5. So she smiled and said, "I'm not eating it. Let's cook it later so everyone can eat it together." Xiaoxiao wanted to say something else, but Madame Han had already stood up and walked to the entrance of the kitchen. She picked up the ducks, which had their legs tied up, and was about to walk to the well. "Wait a moment, eldest maternal aunt. I'll go get a large basin to hold the duck blood." Speaking of duck blood, Xiao Sao couldn't help but think of delicious foods such as duck blood stewed with tofu, and duck blood soup with vermicelli. Madame Han thought about it and smiled. It turns out that not only chicken blood, but you can also make delicious food with duck blood. So duck giblets can also be eaten then. Xiao Sao nodded her head and said, later, I'll braise the duck gizzard, duck liver, and duck intestines. We will have another dish for lunch. It's too bad we don't have vermicelli for the duck blood. Let's just make duck blood stewed with tofu then. Madame Han skillfully slit the duck's neck and dripped the blood into the basin. She asked, vermicelli, what's that? Is it tasty? Eldest aunt hasn't heard of vermicelli before. Could it be that vermicelli didn't exist during this era? When did vermicelli appear in history? Xiao Sao, who hadn't graduated from middle school, couldn't help but be somewhat confused. Madame Han shook her head, threw the dead duck on the ground, and picked up the other duck. She asked, I've never heard of vermicelli. Is it delicious when stewed with duck blood? Vermicelli can be made with sweet potato flour or mung bean flour. It has a smooth, slippery texture and is very chewy. Xiao Sao's eyes lit up as a new money-making method brewed within her mind. After boiling the water and scalding the ducks, there was also the great task of plucking the duck feathers. Xiao Sao was responsible for cleaning the duck giblets, as well as braising the offals. She prepared to make salted ducks with the 2 ducks. But, due to time constraints, the curing period for one of the ducks had to be slightly shortened. With her culinary skills, it shouldn't affect the taste too much. End of chapter 130. Hope you enjoy. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.